Appropriations Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. Today we'll be marking up our Labor, Health and Human Services, Education and Related Agency appropriation measure for fiscal year 2026. As with our previous markups, it's my intention to complete all of our work on this bill today. While we'll need to take a recess for floor votes as needed, we will otherwise be here today until our work is completed. I know it's going to be a long day for all of us given the number of amendments, so I know you guys will all be courteous and kind to one another. Anything we can do to move it along would be appreciated, but of course, everybody will have plenty of time to make their points. Our only order of business today is consideration of the Labor, Health and Human Services Education-Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2026. I'll now recognize Chairman Adderholt to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and it's my pleasure to present the FY26 recommendations of the Subcommittee on Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, and Related Agencies to the full committee. I would like to thank you, Chairman Cole, for your longstanding leadership on the Labor, Health and Human Services Subcommittee, and also to express my appreciation to Ranking Member DeLauro. She tirelessly champions her priorities for this bill. She and I may not always agree on every issue, but she's someone that I deeply respect and very much appreciate her good faith effort as we work together whenever possible. So thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. The bill we present to the committee today balances the need for responsible fiscal stewardship while at the same time maintaining key investments in biomedical research, schools, and public health. As soon as the Trump administration took office, they immediately set out to save taxpayer dollars by rooting out waste and abuse by reforming the outdated and the inefficient ways of running the federal government. We have endeavored to build on the President's efforts to rein in out-of-control spending in this bill. I must say that there has been a refreshing change in the direction from the previous administration that was repeatedly rebuked by the federal courts for attempting to illegally spend the taxpayer funds that were not appropriated by the Congress. We have been fortunate to have new partners such as DOJ, OMB, and the White House that want to work with us rather than against us to make fiscal responsibility a top priority. During last year's campaign, President Trump clearly presented his vision to the American people, and that was to reform the federal bureaucracy and restore fiscal sanity. The voters had a clear choice, and they voted for President Trump's vision. Now we have a president who is keeping his word, promises made, promises kept. With the president's leadership, this subcommittee has taken a critical look at every program, and in several cases, we've had to make some very hard choices on some nice-to-have programs. Americans must make priorities as they sit around their kitchen tables about the resources they have within their family, and we should be doing the same thing here in the Congress. While several programs are eliminated or they're reduced, the bill does increase support for biodefense, for rural hospitals, and for school choice. The bill also maintains support for Pell Grants and investments in early childhood education. The bill codifies President Trump's efforts to terminate DEI policies that were put in place by the previous administration and which have been resoundingly rejected by the American people. Building on the success of the Big Beautiful Bill, this bill eliminates funding for Planned Parenthood. It also protects the rights of women and girls to play sports fairly and not compete directly against men. It prohibits any federal funding from going toward enforcing gender identity politics or social, hormonal, and surgical interventions to change a child's sex. The bill maintains a long-standing Hyde Amendment to ensure that taxpayer funds are not used for abortion on demand, and that no one is forced to participate in an abortion or refer to one under a federal program. This isn't right-wing extremism. This is mainstream public opinion. The bill also ensures that the taxpayer dollars are not used to circumvent state laws that restrict access to abortion and ensure the tax dollars don't support research using fetal tissue from an abortion. The bill goes on to support the American workers, farmers, and entrepreneurs by including provisions protecting the rights of independent contractors and ending forced wage rates for agricultural workers. In addition to thanking Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro for their hard work on this committee, I want to thank the committee staff on both sides of the aisle. And needless to say, the committee does a great job. The staff that really goes beyond the call of duty. And I want to, on the majority side, I want to particularly mention Catherine Salmon, James Redstone, Emily Goff, Kirk Boyle, Jaime Varela. And on the minority side, Stephen Stegletter, Philip Tizani, Lori Mignon, and Jackie Kilroy. And I want to thank all the committee members and their personal offices, how their staff has been helpful to this process as we've worked hard to put this bill together and the amendments that are coming up before us today. Let me just say in closing that we will all have different opinions about the policies that are in this bill. I understand that, both as they relate to the spending on the federal programs and the provisions supporting the administration's efforts. But certainly want to remind everyone that we all sincerely want to represent the views of our constituents respectfully. And I look forward to our robust conversations today and debate, but yet our cordial discussion today as we move forward. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank gentlemen very much, and I'd now like to recognize my very good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Laurel, for remarks on the bill.
Mike is on here. Let me just, besides saying good morning and saying thank you to my Republican colleagues, we were in conversation about the bill today. It is going to be a long day. I apologize that we were late in coming to the start of the meeting, but there are so many critical and important issues that come in front of this bill and come before us today. And I agree with the chairman of the subcommittee that it will be a robust discussion and it will be a civil and cordial discussion as well. I want to just say a thank you to Chairman Cole. Chairman Cole and I, over the last several years, have debated and in a robust way, differed on issues. But with regard to labor H, we've come to a conclusion that we believe produce bills that were in the best interest of all our constituents and the country as well. And it's been a great opportunity for me to work with Chairman Adderholt as we do address these issues. This is a bill that affects people's everyday lives in very, very profound ways. And I think we all want to make sure that we are doing the right thing as we go forward. So I thank both Chairman Cole and Chairman Adderholt. Let me express my appreciation for the staff on both sides of the aisle. A thank you to Stephen Stegleiter, Philip Tizani, Jackie Kilroy, and Lori Mignon. On the minority staff, I also want to thank the majority staff, Catherine Salmon, Emily Goff, James Redstone, Kirk Boyle, Jaime Varela, and Matthew Kleinman. It will come as no surprise that I oppose the bill before us, which would cut funding for education, for health care and labor programs by $24 billion. That's more than 10%. But before I dive into the details of why this bill would be disastrous for American families, I want to talk about the bigger picture, about what is happening in the country at this moment. Right now, the actions of this malicious and vindictive administration are hurting the middle class, the working class, and the vulnerable across every single one of our districts and taking us back decades. Americans are struggling with the rising costs of everyday necessities. They are living paycheck to paycheck, but the president and House Republicans are not laser focused on the cost of living crisis. They are making it worse. Right now, the Trump administration and House Republicans are dismantling our health care and public education systems. In their first 6 months in office, Republicans passed a bill to cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, which will take away health care coverage for more than 15 million people. A more than $500 billion cut to Medicare is approaching, harming America's seniors. They slashed nutrition benefits for poor families, which will lead to an additional 1 million kids going hungry, all to pass trillions of dollars in tax cuts for big corporations and billionaires, adding $4 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years. At the same time, President Trump and House Republicans are marching toward their goal of shutting down the Department of Education and turning public education into a for-profit enterprise. In March, President Trump signed an executive order seeking to eliminate the Department of Education. Elon Musk and Doge fired or pushed out half of the Department of Education's workforce. OMB Director Russ Vought illegally froze billions of dollars in funding for education programs that every one of our districts rely on, like after-school learning programs, teacher training programs, English language learning, and school enrichment programs. And now, Republicans are eviscerating our public health system and promoting Secretary Robert F. Kennedy's Jr. anti-vaccine ideology. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention used to be the crown jewel of public health information and guidance on vaccines that saved so many lives. Now it is being taken hostage by liars and conspiracy theorists. On August 8th, the CDC, still reeling from mass layoffs, was horrifically attacked by a shooter whose mind had been twisted by misinformation about COVID vaccines. He murdered a police officer, Officer David Rose, a Marine veteran. During the attack, CDC staff who were picking up their children at daycare laid on top of their kids to shield them from bullets. The police found more than 500 shell casings. Weeks later, there are still bullet holes in windows and shards of glass in CDC offices. How has RFK Jr. responded? Last month at a news conference in Texas, he doubled down on vaccine conspiracies and faulted CDC for listing vacancies among the top advances in medical science. And last week, RFK Jr. repeated his lies and misinformation about vaccines at a Senate hearing. He repeated his claim that there is no safe and effective vaccine. He claimed there is no data on COVID vaccines, which is false. There are dozens of studies on COVID vaccines, and we know that COVID vaccines saved millions and millions of American lives. RFK Jr. has no scientific or medical expertise. He pushes deadly conspiracies and spreads lies and misinformation. His latest response is that taking Tylenol during pregnancy causes autism, despite the fact that there is no clear evidence of this, period. We know his agenda. He wants to take away life-saving vaccines from kids and families. RFK fired all 17 independent scientific advisors on the Advisory Committee on Immunization Policy, or ACIP. He replaced them with anti-vaccine acolytes. He hired an unqualified and discredited vaccine skeptic as a top advisor on vaccine policy. 2 weeks ago, President Trump fired the CDC director, Dr. Susan Menares, for refusing to rubber stamp RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine agenda that will hurt millions of our children. On the same night, 3 of CDC's foremost experts on influenza, respiratory diseases, and infectious diseases chose to resign rather than go along with RFK Jr.'s unscientific and dangerous demands to restrict access to life-saving vaccines for children. As Dr. Dimitri Deskalakis said in his resignation letter, and I quote, "Their desire to please a political base will result in death and disability of vulnerable children and adults," end quote. As Dr. Deborah Horry said in her resignation letter, quote, "Vaccines save lives. That is indisputable, well-established scientific fact," end quote. And according to a bipartisan group of 9 former CDC directors who served under both Democrats and Republicans, and I quote them, "Families with low incomes who rely most heavily on community health clinics and support from state and local health departments will have fewer resources available to them. Children risk losing access to life-saving vaccine because of the cost. This is unacceptable, and it should alarm every American, regardless of political leanings," end quote. ACIP is scheduled to meet this month to consider recommendations for a variety of vaccines, including hepatitis B, COVID, RSV, and a combination vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella. Senator Cassidy, chairman of the Senate Help Committee, has called for the ASIP meeting to be postponed. Senator Cassidy said, and I quote, "If the meeting proceeds, any recommendations should be rejected as lacking legitimacy given the seriousness of the allegations and the current turmoil in CDC leadership," end quote. I agree. The ASIP meeting must be postponed. All original ASIP members must be reinstated. Moreover, if they are not, it is imperative that RFK Jr.'s handpicked anti-vaccine members of the committee be replaced immediately by true immunization experts. RFK Jr. was never qualified to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. He should be fired immediately. Now we have the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills before us, which continues the Republican assault on education, health care, and workers. Once again, this bill decimates support for public schools, students, and K-12 school teachers, and it abandons college students and lower-income workers trying to gain an education or advance their career for their chance at the American dream. Overall, the bill cuts the Department of Education by $12 billion, 15%, including $4.7 billion cut to Title I, which will take at least 72,000 teachers out of low-income classrooms. Hardworking families pay taxes. They send their kids to local public schools. This bill says we cannot afford to put a teacher in their child's classroom. English language acquisition funding to help more than 5 million English learners nationwide is eliminated. Disadvantaged and discriminating against students who primarily speak another language, hurting their future ability to compete and succeed in the American economy. Supporting effective instruction state grants, which provide professional development opportunities for educators, are completely gone. Work-based financial aid from federal work study for 222,000 students who needed to help finance their post-secondary education is cut by $450 million, limiting their potential earnings and future success in the job market. And need-based financial aid for more than 1.6 million low-income students who use the supplemental educational opportunity grants to finance their education is completely eliminated. I find it ironic that this bill was released on Labor Day. It slashes worker protection and abandons the working class, allowing corporations to exploit American workers' safety and rights and promotes cheap foreign labor. Overall, it cuts the Department of Labor by 30%, eviscerating job training programs by more than 50%, and eliminating funding for the adult job training, youth training, and the Job Corps program, destroying job training and career development opportunities for more than 300,000 adults and more than 150,000 young adults. And once again, the majority's bill will harm women's health, children's health, and public health, surrendering the safety and well-being of the American people to multiple health crises. It completely eliminates funding for HIV/AIDS prevention at CDC, a cut of more than $1 billion, and cuts HIV/AIDS treatment under the bipartisan Ryan White program by more than $500 million. The first Trump administration proposed a new initiative to end the HIV epidemic, and the second Trump administration, on the other hand, has abandoned the fight. The bill would eliminate funding for Title X family planning, which would be the end of support for preventive health services, including contraception and cancer screenings for 2.6 million low-income women and men. And it would eliminate funding for the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program. Also eliminated tobacco prevention programs, as well as gun violence prevention research, just days after a horrific school shooting while children were praying in church. The bill cuts NIH research funding by nearly $500 million. This comes as Russ Vought has canceled previously awarded grants, throwing away potential life-saving cures or treatments and wasting millions of dollars in the process. It is sad because it was not long ago that I worked on a bipartisan basis with Chairman Tom Cole for 8 straight years to provide annual funding increases for NIH research. We did it. Biomedical research used to be a bipartisan priority in Congress. Sadly, those days seem to be gone. And in keeping with the majority's other partisan bills, this bill includes the usual poison pill riders, including multiple provisions that target abortion rights, reproductive health care services. Policy riders in the bill create an open season for discrimination against LGBTQ individuals, and they prohibit policies and programs intended to promote diversity in the federal government. I'm really exasperated that the majority has taken the subcommittee, the Congress, and the American people down this path once again. I would urge my Republican colleagues to say enough. Stop supporting vaccine lies. Stop cutting Medicaid. Stop destroying public education. Stop hollowing out our health care and our public school systems. This 2026 Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education bill only deepens the harm wrought on the middle class, the working class, and vulnerable Americans. I cannot support this never-ending attack on our health care and our public school system. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and thank you, Chairman Adderholt. Thank you, Ranking Member Delora, and all the members of the committee for being here today. Our markup work continues with a bill of critical importance to Americans and to our nation. The legislation before us funds the operations of the Department of Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, and other related agencies. From biomedical research to our classrooms, the impact of this measure on public health and education is one of great importance. As the former chair of this subcommittee, I know firsthand the responsibility that comes with writing this bill. These agencies reach into every community, supporting students, advancing groundbreaking research, and helping families prepare for the future. And it's exactly why Chairman Adderholt and this committee have made disciplined choices to ensure we are laying a foundation for a healthier, better skilled, and more competitive America. We are providing appropriate and responsible funding to ensure these departments can continue to perform their core missions while also safeguarding American taxpayer dollars. This bill reflects a strong commitment to fiscal accountability while ensuring critical services are carried out effectively. It recognizes the need to foster medical research and innovation, strengthen our workforce, and ensure that education is preparing the next generation for success. The legislation maintains funding for important education programs such as TRIO and Gear Up and Pell Grants. It supports rural hospitals, public health programs, and robust funding for biomedical research. It invests in the nation's biodefense infrastructure and maintains safeguards for vulnerable populations such as Americans with disabilities and seniors. Importantly, the bill supports the Trump administration's effort to eliminate out-of-touch progressive policies. It takes important steps to end the weaponization of government and preserve parental rights. All in all, I'm proud to reiterate what's been previously stated. This measure enhances support for school choice, rural hospitals, and biodefense. Further, we uphold the right to life, safeguard fair competition for girls and women in sports, and support American workers and farmers. Each dollar is directed toward initiatives that truly help our community, students, families, and workforce. I want to thank Chairman Adderholt, Ranking Member Delora, and the majority and minority staff for their hard work, and I look forward to consideration of this bill. With that, I yield back. Are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Chairman Rogers.
Mr. Chairman,
Excuse me, let me go, I'll come back immediately. I'm sorry. A gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop's recognized for opening comment.
Thank you very much for allowing me this time. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Chairman Cole, Chairman Adderholt, and Ranking Member Delora and their staffs for all of the hard work that has gone into this bill. While it purports to cut wasteful and abusive spending with targeted cuts allegedly consistent with the administration's priorities, I have to submit that this is actually just another example of their being penny-wise and pound-foolish. Therefore, regretfully, I'll have to oppose this measure, and I'm especially troubled by the 50% cut to the Job Corps program, which has long received significant bipartisan support on Capitol Hill for its outstanding track record in providing effective career and technical education to the most vulnerable Americans in our communities. In May, the Trump administration targeted the program for closure. While I'm grateful that the House Appropriations Committee has rejected this drastic step, a 50% cut still would result in the closure of many Job Corps centers, result in the layoffs of Job Corps staff, and place at risk the dreams and aspirations of thousands of promising students. It is vital that we fully invest in Job Corps. For over 60 years, it has paid tremendous dividends in terms of ensuring that young people can become productive members of the labor force and not be reliant on public benefits. I also want to mention my strong opposition to the deep cuts that the Appropriations Committee is proposing for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm speaking now not just as an advocate for our nation's public health, but I'm also speaking in my role as the Dean of Georgia's congressional delegation. The CDC is one of the crown jewels of Georgia's economy, and it employs thousands of people in Georgia with a master's degree or higher. With students and researchers coming from across the world to study at Georgia research institutions heavily in partnership with the CDC, this organization contributes to a highly skilled workforce and a research ecosystem. The CDC's vital presence in Georgia stimulates immense economic activity, with every dollar spent generating $2 in economic growth for Georgia. Most of the CDC's budget doesn't stay in Georgia. 80% of its annual appropriation goes to state and local health departments, which mean that any budget cuts will be felt in our own backyards. From reduced disease surveillance to fewer immunizations and less screenings for breast and cervical cancer for constituents of all of the members of Congress all across the country. And it's heartbreaking to see the damage that the Trump administration and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. have wreaked upon the CDC over the last few months. The firings of high-profile resignations of top CDC leadership, the departure of experienced health professionals, the politicization of scientific guidance, and now the 23% cut in CDC budget as proposed do not bode well for our nation's ability to respond to current emerging public health threats at home and abroad. President Kennedy, HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy's uncle, once said that the time to repair the roof is when the sun is shining. Sadly, that's a lesson that he and the House Appropriations Committee appear to have forgotten. We don't want to wait for another pandemic to begin to make investments in our public health infrastructure. We want to do it now when the conditions are favorable so that we're not caught unprepared. I also strongly oppose the amendment that would make cuts to the Department of Education Title I funds. These vital funds, which are cut by $3.78 million from fiscal year 25 levels, help ensure that all children, regardless of their income or status, receive high-quality education. There's a profound need in our country to close this gap, particularly in rural communities. These funds are critical to ensuring that there are enough well-prepared teachers to support the services in these schools. I hope that the Appropriations Committee will reconsider these unwise cuts into all of these programs that will have an adverse impact on the health care, the education, the workforce development, and the overall economic well-being of the American people. Until then, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair now recognizes the distinguished Dean of the House and Chairman Emeritus Committee, Mr. Rogers, for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding me this time. I want to recognize Chairman Adderholt and Ranking Member DeLauro for their partnership in advancing this strong bill. I'm especially grateful that the bill continues to prioritize funding to combat the nation's opioid epidemic, an issue that has devastated communities across my district and across the country. Last year, more than 80,000 Americans lost their lives to overdose. And those numbers aren't just statistics. They represent families torn apart, families and state governments besieged. And they represent families torn apart, communities struggling to recover. As I've often said, and I think many of you have as well, this epidemic requires a comprehensive response: prevention, treatment, and long-term recovery. I'm encouraged that this bill provides $3.9 billion for treatment and $205 million for prevention programs like UNITE, the national anti-drug fight that I would like for you to join. The next summit of that group will be in April in Nashville, Tennessee, and I hope you can come. These investments help communities expand access to treatment, strengthen prevention for youth, and ensure states have the tools and data needed to respond effectively. I also want to thank the committee for maintaining the Hyde Amendment, a long-standing bipartisan provision that ensures taxpayer dollars are not used to fund abortions. So I look forward to working together as we move this process forward. And I thank the chairman, the big chairman, and the subcommittee chair, again, for leadership. And so I thank you for your work, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair now recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. And I thank the chairman and the ranking member. I'm not sure they were partners on this bill, my friend, but they both were on the committee. There are 63 of us on this committee, 35 Republicans and 28 Democrats. And we are here presumably because we're going to appropriate money that will be spent for the objects that we believe are priorities for our country. Mr. Aderholt said he appreciated DOGE. I condemn DOGE for taking action, the consequences of which it had no knowledge. It knew how to cut, it didn't know the ramification of those cuts. And certainly, Mr. Vogt does not believe he's our partner. In fact, he wants to make this a more partisan process. That's a quote from him. And he believes it is but a suggestion to the executive department as to how money ought to be spent or could be spent. In fact, he does not believe that he's a partner. He believes he's an arbiter. The definition of arbiter is one who settles a dispute and has ultimate authority in a matter. That's who Mr. Vogt thinks he is, and that's who he thinks the president is. Trump's political appointees tell our doctors and scientists that their research can continue so long as it's scientifically justifiable in the minds of non-scientists. Was it scientifically justifiable to terminate the NIH effort to develop an HIV vaccine after investing decades of time and hundreds of millions of dollars in the program? What about this administration's cuts to research grants aimed at cutting sickle cell anemia? Was that based on scientific merit? Was Trump scientifically justified when he ended funding for the Pediatric Brain Tumor Consortium or the CDC's 9/11 World Trade Center Health Program? Earlier this month, members of the committee, the Trump administration canceled hundreds of millions of dollars for vaccine research that has great potential for curing various forms of cancer. In fact, this administration and these bills that we are adopting cut over $400 billion of money that we appropriate. The bills don't. money that we previously appropriated and dedicated to certain objectives that we thought were important. $400 billion plus has been arbitrarily, capriciously, and without constitutional authority failed to be expended. Is that really the gold standard of science Trump claims to uphold? No, none of what we have seen past 9 months has been scientifically justifiable, only politically justifiable by the Republican doctrine of you're on your own. Last month, Trump issued an executive order that gives his political appointees greater power to fund or block NIH grants, a process normally determined through rigorous peer review from other scientists. Just days later, the Supreme Court allowed, sadly, Trump to maintain his freeze on some $2 billion in NIH grants. By politicizing science, this administration has endangered both scientists and the American people they serve. A few weeks ago, a conspiracy theorist shot up the CDC headquarters in Atlanta, killing a police officer. Every day, my office gets calls from concerned parents who are unsure what vaccine policies are at the national level. Now, we've only had 3 hearings in the labor health bill on substance. We had 2 others on informational from the public. That was good, but only 3 secretaries have appeared before the Appropriations Committee. No NIH personnel, who take up 25% of the expenditures in this bill, came before our committee. Nobody from CDC came before our committee. So it was the secretaries who are political appointees. And no matter how good they are not experts on all the facets of the agencies they head. And tragically, we only had 3 hearings on a bill that appropriates about $180+ billion, which is, by the way, much less than was spent, 11% to be exact, than was spent in '75. All of this fear, all of this uncertainty will continue so long as Trump, Vogt, and the rest of the administration continue their crusade against the health and education of the American people. So long as they do, the text of this bill means very little. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. This bill will not be law. This bill, whatever we do, will be largely dictated by what the Senate can do and what we should do in passing bills in a bipartisan fashion. Not doing so relegates us to an assured CR, the worst of alternatives, but at least an alternative that funds government.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I see no evidence in this year's Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Appropriations Bill to vote for it. Even though we have an America First agenda, let's think about it. Growth in our economy should be undergirded by job growth that is essential to prosperity for every American family. Currently, there are not enough jobs available for every American who is seeking a job. Study the statistics. And many jobs that do exist do not have trained individuals to fill those positions. Thus, for the administration and the majority on this committee to cut the Department of Labor by 1/3, 33%, is wrong and misguided. Meanwhile, the new administration just added $4 trillion to the U.S. debt to give tax cuts to billionaires, but it refuses to invest sufficiently in the workforce of our country. This bill, in fact, abandons our workforce. It eliminates funding for adult education programs. Every day, I hear from businesses around our region who cannot find the qualified and trained workforce they need to successfully run their businesses. And this just isn't a Northwest Ohio issue. Our Republican colleagues are turning their back on the industrious Americans who elected each of us to the positions we hold. And when you look around, how many seniors do you know who are seeking work? Why? Rent has just gone up and they can't afford to pay it, so they have to work. The adult education programs of the Labor Department allow the training of Americans who want to work, including those who are on Social Security. The number of seniors is growing. If you look at the birth rate of our country, we need every worker. And with many of those who are being deported from the United States, who are working in slaughterhouses and car factories and putting roofs on and planting in the fields, they're gone now. We're going to have more of a crunch in this country to get the work done. All the statistics show that. So with costs rising and without enough workers, the fact that we have more inflation is no surprise. Just look at the want ads. In the medical field, culinary arts, supportive care of those who are ill, more teachers are needed. The majority has chosen to demolish essential programs like the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. By decreasing the Department of Labor's budget by this drastic amount, House Republicans are deliberately defunding a key agency which uplifts not just every worker, but helps to lift the whole economy. Unfortunately, the majority's efforts to make deep cuts does not end with hampering our workforce, but also tampers with the future workforce even more. You destroy essential support for kindergarten through senior high schools by decimating the U.S. Department of Education. I've never seen anything like it. And the answer is, on your side, well, we're just asked the states to pay for the schools. Well, why don't we hold some meetings in Ohio and see how that's going to work out? Because you know how Ohio's funding itself now? Casinos, taxes on marijuana farms, lotteries. Now we got some kind of super lottery, Powerball that goes in. The way in which the state is funding is harming people. So it's going to be interesting to see how they find the hundreds of millions of dollars to fund education when you cut the money out of this bill. So the bill before us neglects investment in the American people, and you're going to see the economy get worse. Mark my words. In places like Illinois and Ohio, thousands of workers are striking or have lost their jobs already, and more is coming. One of the most important places to invest is the U.S. Department of Labor, to lift this economy, to allow American families to work their way forward, not to make it more difficult. And my goodness sakes, not to invest in the education of our children, to sort of throw this wild ball to the states. What an irresponsible decision by this committee. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
And to Chair Adderholt and Ranking Member Delora, there's a lot I could say about why I'm opposing the bill before us today. These investments in this bill touch nearly every aspect of daily life. I'm talking about the families in Ramsey and Washington County who are looking for a safe, affordable preschool close to home, the senior citizen that I spoke to this weekend who needs help with their Social Security, the cancer patient who finally feels hopeful after enrolling in a cutting-edge medical trial, the recently laid-off employee who needs job training in a new field, the teen with depression who needs support. Each of these are members of our community, and each of them are impacted by the funding in this bill. But instead of investing in our future, this bill makes some very devastating cuts to some of the best tools we have at our disposal to improve the lives of the American people. The size and the scope of this bill, it's vast, but I'm going to just give you a few examples. The first one has to do with something that's near and dear to my heart, public education. As a nation, we invest in our children's education because it's the foundation for their future, our economic and our democracy's future. One of the fundamental reasons for America's success has been a commitment to educating every single child in our nation. These commitments start at the local and the state level, and they've been strengthened by the federal government through the Department of Education. Now, President Trump has done his best to dismantle the federal support for our public education system during his time in office. He's issued an executive order in May to shutter the entire Department of Education. He and his staff have repeatedly delayed and withheld formula funding grants from our schools. For example, Ready to Learn, which we voted on in 2025. $31 million canceled, frozen, just disappeared, you could call it. And what does that funding do? It helps children through educational programming learn and be prepared to be better students in the future. And if a student needs extra help in the classroom, will they have it? Well, let's see. Another example would be the cuts to the school's mental health programs. 30,000 mental health professionals won't be available to help students in our classrooms. Well, if you've ever had a suicide in your classroom, and I had a student who committed suicide one evening and an empty desk in your room, or maybe the families in Minnesota, especially the families of Annunciation Parish, they need a little extra support. They need some mental health counseling. Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill created a giant loophole, however, for private school vouchers. And what does that mean? It means less money for our public schools. And DOJ's layoffs. They've already pushed out most of the staff who protect the civil rights of students with disabilities. College students are already finding it harder to get help, and the One Big Beautiful Bill made really ugly changes to student loans. So the Department of Education, cut by 15%, is going to be felt in every single level of our child's education. These grants that have been cut, funds that have been frozen, that we just appropriated, all gone, have had an impact in our school districts right now, and I'm sure you're hearing from your educators. I'm going to give one example close to home. Minnesota's in the middle of a 3-year grant right now, and this bill would help pull the funding that has helped us cut the funding that has helped us tackle the child care crisis that our state is facing so more people can get back to work. But the most devastating cut I will close with will be felt in the K-12 schools, where students from our communities get that little bit of extra support in the federal government in forms of Title I funds. This bill cuts the equivalent of over 730 teachers in Minnesota schools. And how are states supposed to cover the difference? Well, they can't. If we want to support our economic future, if we want to have everyone have a chance at the American dream, if we want to protect our democracy, we must protect public education, and this bill fails to do so. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized for opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today, again, disappointed that we're considering a highly partisan and dangerous funding bill. The Labor, Health and Human Services and Education Appropriations Bill is one of the most consequential pieces of legislation that we consider each year. It's supposed to strengthen the pillars of our society: healthcare, education, opportunity. It's supposed to lift up seniors, children, people with disabilities, families in rural America, and our underserved communities. But once again, Republicans chose extremist politics over people. Instead of keeping promises, this bill breaks them. Instead of investing in families, it abandons them. Instead of protecting health and safety, it strips them away. Since day one, this administration has taken a chainsaw to public health, slashing programs with no logic, no compassion, and no plan. Now, just weeks from a Republican-manufactured shutdown, they bring forward a partisan bill full of poison pills that put ideology ahead of lives and science. I am deeply disappointed, because in many ways, there are pieces of this bill worth fighting for, programs for which I have long championed. It includes funding for drowning prevention and the U.S. National Water Action Safety Plan. It includes investments in early cancer detection, like My PALS Act to guarantee access to annual mammograms at 40, My Early Act to educate young women and health providers about breast cancer, and it expands cancer prevention in vulnerable communities through the Alcee Hastings program, as well as new support for mobile screening. It also includes directives to strengthen survivorship care, with funding for the CDC and NIH, a landscape analysis of young adult survivorship research, and stronger leadership from the Office of Cancer Survivorship. And I appreciate the committee working with my team to include additional survivorship language in the manager's amendment. These are all critical victories, and I appreciate their inclusion. But the broader bill is riddled with contradictions and harmful choices. Those bright spots are drowned out by the darkness. For instance, the bill acknowledges tobacco use as the leading preventable risk factor in the United States, yet it eliminates CDC's Office of Smoking and Health. It cites the maternal mortality crisis, yet cuts Title X, maternal and child health programs, and funding for Planned Parenthood, all of which are essential to saving mothers' lives. We all know education opens doors, yet this bill guts programs that actually give low-income children a shot at a better future. You bemoan that children are murdered in school shootings, yet this bill erases prevention research even after 6 mass shootings scarred this country in a single month. These are not minor cuts, and this is not governing. This is heartless cruelty parading as policy. This bill acknowledges the crisis, yet cuts the solutions needed to solve it. It should not be this hard. Tobacco kills. Guns kill. Women and children need health care. Families need schools and a shot at opportunity. But Republicans would rather protect big tobacco, gun lobbyists, and their big donors over protecting the American people. And let's be clear, this isn't about fiscal responsibility. If it were, Republicans wouldn't hand tax breaks to billionaires while cutting cancer screenings for working moms. This is about appeasing the far right, no matter how many lives are lost in the process. So long as Republicans continue this crusade to dismantle life-saving programs, programs that prevent death, protect health, and give families hope, they will not have my support. My support belongs to the most vulnerable, to working families, and to children. That is where my values lie, and that is where this Congress should place its focus. But this debate is not just about this bill. It reflects a broader agenda, one that poses grave risks to public health. Just yesterday, I led a letter to Florida's governor opposing his reckless decision to remove all vaccine requirements, including in schools, a decision that is unsafe and irresponsible. Eliminating vaccine requirements isn't just bad policy, it's an open invitation to disease outbreaks and preventable deaths. We cannot allow fringe ideology to dictate public health. We cannot allow misguided leadership to endanger lives. And we should not allow appropriations bills meant to strengthen America's health and education systems to be used as vehicles for cruel cuts and partisan agendas. I urge my colleagues to work with us to craft a bipartisan bill that prioritizes our families and restores programs that saves lives and strengthens communities. Hopefully we have a chance at that with the Senate bill. Without that, I cannot support this one, though. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, this bill shows the GOP priority for programs that help real people. This was left for the end with the leftover funds, much like the leftovers in your refrigerator. It shows when we see a quarter of the cuts to the Health and Human Services budget are coming out of funding for HIV and AIDS alone, one wonders what the explanation for that can be. And regardless of the chaotic and strange leadership that's at HHS right now, these cuts are really deep. In fact, they even cut in the HIV area a program that President Trump himself started in the last administration that's helped reduce new HIV cases by 21% in the areas that received the funding, which is 3.5 times more effective than the areas that didn't. And yet, you cut President Trump's own program. When it comes to Healthy Start, a program that helps prevent infant deaths and cares for expectant mothers, particularly in underserved areas, you cut that funding as well. Now MAGA's against babies. You put our children's health at risk. You eliminate funding for the firearm injury prevention at a time when guns are the leading cause of death for children and teens. And you eliminate the Division of Tobacco Prevention Control. I guess part of the MAHA lifestyle includes lung cancer. And if all these cuts weren't bad enough, you create a $100 million slush fund for MAHA activities with no transparency, no oversight, no purpose, and you're defunding life-saving programs, but you're creating a mystery fund with taxpayer dollars. Where is Elon Musk when we need him? Well, I guess we'd never really need him. When you look at the Department of Labor, you've cut it by an astonishing 30%. All sorts of programs that help with jobs training. The Job Corps was cut in half. It's a bipartisan program that gives homeless and disenfranchised youth the training they need to build a better future. It's one of the most respected workforce programs we have. You eliminate all the WIOA adult and youth job training programs. So at a time when employers are desperate for skilled workers, this budget tells Americans, as Mr. Hoyer might say, you're on your own. It eliminates the Senior Community Service Employment Program, which has served low-income, unemployed, older adults over 60 years old. That helps seniors gain new skills and reenter the workforce with dignity. And it cuts the National Labor Relations Board by a third, gutting an agency that allows workers to have a voice in their workplace. It's not about saving money. This is about silencing workers. And then finally, the Department of Education, you cut that by 15%, a further attempt to dismantle the Department of Education. Cut $9.2 billion out of K-12 education alone, including nearly $5 billion from the Title I grants that support disadvantaged students, and the complete elimination of the English language acquisition and teacher training grants. You strip $1.4 billion from the federal student aid programs with a devastating 40% cut to federal work study and the total elimination of supplemental education opportunity grants. And this bill is full of contradictions. The report asks for renaming the workforce Pell Grants as Trump grants. Oh, don't worry, we have an amendment on that. But you're cutting all the job training programs, and just in the big ugly bill, you made it harder for people to access Pell Grants to actually have the help that they need. Look, this bill encompasses most of the funding that helps people the most. And it has some of the deepest cuts because it was left to be at the end with whatever leftover funds you had. And that's why not only will I be opposing this bill, but I'll make sure that we have some interesting amendments for you along the way. I think we have 50-some throughout the day to have some debate, and hopefully we will, Mr. Chair, have some debate, unlike the last hearing where I know it was a little difficult to get people to want to talk about things. I think today, hopefully, we could have a more lively debate about some of the programs that could be facing cuts, and maybe we could find ways to actually fund them. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for opening comments about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member. I must rise in opposition to this bill today. While I am appreciative the majority included my common sense amendment containing mRNA vaccine research, there are too many other cuts and program eliminations that I cannot support. This bill guts funding for the Department of Education, slashing resources for K through 12 education programs, and stripping support for students and with disabilities. As the cost of living crisis in this country continues to worsen under this president, this bill shifts even more of the financial burden of educating America's children onto individual teachers. Teachers already spend $750 of their own money on average every year on school supplies for their students. Some teachers spend into the thousands. And because of this administration's incompetent policies, the prices of these supplies are going to be up even more. When we fund public education, we invest in the future of our country. We plan for the long term. We think in terms of generations instead of election cycles. Cutting this funding will come back to haunt us. This bill cuts funding for the Job Corps in half, pulling employment opportunities even further away from Americans seeking work. We got a small taste of what's coming with last week's dismal job report. Unemployment is going to rise. This bill today proposes to rip away job placement resources that will become even more important in the months to come. We're staring down the barrel of an economic catastrophe of the president's own making. And this bill not only fails to prepare us for it, but actively makes us more vulnerable. It's more than short-sighted, it's reckless and irresponsible. This bill completely eliminates funding for HIV/AIDS prevention and treatment under the CDC, including funding for Ryan White grants to states and to cities. If Ryan had lived, he would have been 53 years old today. This is not an epidemic of a bygone era. In fact, there are still 40 million people living with HIV/AIDS globally. Eliminating the CDC's funding for HIV/AIDS treatment and prevention will cause this disease to spread further. More people will be infected, more cases will go untreated, and more people will die. This is pointless and cruel policy that pulls back the progress that we've made towards eradicating this devastating disease once and for all. The proposal before us today slashes funding for the Office of Minority Health by $30 million, a 40% cut from current levels. Now, I suspect that this particular office was targeted to lose funding because it contains the word minority. And this administration, it doesn't like to acknowledge that minorities exist or that they have any value if they do exist. But despite their ignorance, minorities do exist, and we suffer radically disparate health outcomes compared to our white peers. There are many reasons for this disparity. Socioeconomic factors like poverty and limited healthcare access, structural factors like systemic racism and historical biases, and political factors which we are confronting today. We cannot fully address this disparity unless we are equipped with the information to do so. We will not stumble blindly into solutions. We have to actively seek them out. This proposal, cutting funding by 40%, does the opposite. It is a blindfold. It weakens our ability to improve the health and the well-being of minorities throughout this country. The American people deserve much better than what's in this bill. So I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I thank you and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to the 2026 Labor, Age, and Human Services Education-related Appropriations Bill. Instead of protecting families, this budget bill exudes cruelty and denies common sense. It wipes out CDC programs that fight HIV, measles, and tuberculosis. It eliminates funding for Planned Parenthood and slashes family planning, cancer screenings, and other basic health services. It eliminates protections against job discrimination and erases the Women's Bureau. It reduces funding for fighting bigotry on college campuses. It rips teachers out of the classrooms and tells kids in the poorest schools their futures don't matter. It guts investments in the workplace, programs that help train people for good jobs and lift families into the middle class. Colleagues, these cuts are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They're the mom who misses her cancer diagnosis, the worker who can't get the skills to find a better job, the student who is afraid to cross a violent protest to get into her college class, and the child who's left behind without a teacher. Budgets reflect our values, and this one says to seniors, women's, working families, students, and children, you are on your own. This is the Trump age of survival of the fittest. Colleagues, I believe we can do better, and I hope that together we can shape this bill into something worthy of the American people. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this bill, which is full of harmful provisions, severe cuts, as it will stun the education of our kids, undermine frontline workers, deteriorate the public health system, decimate critical research efforts. Net, this bill will cut $24 billion in funding to our federal education, labor, and health programs. We're talking about a 10% cut here to education and health. This is remarkable. We just came out of a deadly pandemic. And as I respond, my colleagues decided to weaken our biological research and funding and undermine life-saving vaccination. This bill, of course, is a direct affront to women and families as well. It has disastrous riders that limit access to reproductive health services and cuts funding for child care. One of the most serious needs in our nation is the ability for family to have child care. Many women and men decide to stay at home and not seek a job because it is so expensive to have child care. So they stay home. They stay out of our workforce. It also destroys programs that are critical to the LGBTQ community, shutters agency field offices, greatly rolls back Medicare, and makes major cuts to Meals on Wheels. This is a disaster. This bill cuts lunches for kids, slashes education funding by 15%, hollows out Medicaid for our nation's most vulnerable, totally eliminates funding for English language learners. We ask immigrants to learn English and to learn our history so they could become citizens of this great nation. And so what do we do for kids that are English language learners? We zero them out. Unbelievable stuff. And cancels out job training programs for over 300,000 Americans. I could keep on going with this, but you get the point. This bill is anti-American. You would think that Vladimir Putin wrote this bill himself, and somehow it still throws gas on the fire and adds to our national debt. The legislation we are making up today is a disaster. It is anti-American, it is anti-students, anti-women, anti-LGBT, anti-worker, anti-everybody. I strongly oppose it and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for opening comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the fiscal year 2026 Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, and Related Agencies bill that we are considering today. This bill cuts a broad range of proven programs that train doctors and nurses, expand access to high-quality care, develop groundbreaking treatments and tools, prevent the spread of disease, address the overdose crisis, and keep our constituents healthy and safe. And that's just at HHS. Outside that agency, this bill also guts education job training, defunds worker protection and labor law enforcement, eliminates critical programs that support women in the workforce, and continues the Republican assault on reproductive rights. The Republican majority claims these cuts are necessary for fiscal responsibility, yet they managed to find $100 million for a new slush fund to allegedly make America healthy again. Mr. Chairman, if we actually want to make America healthy, why would we defund programs that the data shows are working? And why would we hand over our power of the purse to some slush fund run by the wildly unqualified HHS secretary? This committee should be demanding Mr. Kennedy's resignation, not bankrolling his reign of terror. Instead of solving our maternal health crisis or fulfilling Donald Trump's broken promise of IVF for all, Mr. Kennedy's primary goal seems to be taking America's healthcare backwards. He spews dangerous falsehoods about vaccines, damaging public trust in one of the most safe and effective public health tools in history. He is playing a leading role in the deadly resurgence of preventable diseases that have already killed children on his watch. In fact, while Mr. Kennedy's policies hurt us all, kids are at even more risk. He's cut CDC's lead poisoning program, their drowning prevention team, experts who study gun violence in schools, and so much more. He's using taxpayer dollars to promote junk science and allow fraudsters to profit off of the flaws in our healthcare system instead of fixing them. He's hiding information. Under his direction, the CDC has suppressed expert reports that did not align with Mr. Kennedy's ideology, including a report finding, unsurprisingly, that measles risk is high near areas with low vaccination rates. He has stripped much needed resources away from state and local public health authorities and presided over the largest cut to healthcare in our nation's history in the Big Ugly Bill. His anti-science, conspiratorial rhetoric has even fueled violent extremism that endangers his own employees, as we saw in last month's terrifying shooting at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta. One of the CDC experts who recently resigned in protest of Mr. Kennedy's dangerous policies, who served as the director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, wrote in his resignation letter that Mr. Kennedy's, quote, desire to please a political base will result in death and disability for vulnerable children and adults. As a public health nurse myself, I know that this warning is true. Mr. Kennedy is unfit to serve. His leadership has been a disgrace, and he needs to resign. But unfortunately, the Trump administration's attacks on science do not end with Mr. Kennedy. The president's budget request for fiscal year 26 also took a hatchet to the National Institutes of Health, proposing to consolidate the 27 institutes and centers that make up NIH into just 8. The Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, which supports some of the most promising work to end America's maternal health crisis, is just one of the many institutes that would be undermined by this misguided reorganization. The president's plan would also completely eliminate the National Institutes for Nursing Research and the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities, firing the scientists and other staff who have dedicated their lives to ensuring every single American gets the care that they deserve. Moreover, this bill includes a funding cut that will delay and derail the cutting-edge work being done by our nation's top medical researchers. If we actually want to make America healthy, this bill makes no sense. America, I hope you're watching. I hope you're listening, because you deserve better than this bill. I certainly will not be supporting it, and I urge my colleagues in voting no. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate certainly the hard work of the chair of both the Standing Committee, the Subcommittee, and the ranking members, but regrettably, I cannot support the bill before us. America's working families are facing a cost of living crisis. They need affordable health care, strong public schools, and real pathways to good paying jobs. Unfortunately, this is not a budget that supports working families. It's a budget that abandons them. Instead of telling families we are here to help them, it tells them they're on their own. This bill shortchanges our schools, our teachers, our children by slashing funding for low-income students, teacher training, and after-school programs. The result? Larger class sizes, fewer resources, and fewer opportunities for kids whose parents are already stretching every available dollar. For working parents, it eliminates community schools and child care support, making it even harder for parents trying to get ahead. The bill also undermines our nation's workers. It guts job training and adult education, the very tools people need to achieve higher wages and to compete in today's economy. It even cuts workplace safety, enforcement, putting workers at greater risk. This bill helps perpetuate the false narrative that families who struggle are fully to blame for their own circumstances, that there are no external challenges or obstacles to overcome. None of this helps working families pay their bills, put food on the table, or afford health care. This bill tells them that their government will only help the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. We should be doing just the opposite, investing in schools, expanding job opportunities and training, lowering health care costs. That's how we lift American families up and build a stronger middle class. And I hope we can support many of the amendments that will be offered throughout the course of the day. But without those amendments, I fear this bill and urge its defeat. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I, too, will be joining the number of people who are saying they're not supporting this bill. It has a variety of really terrible cuts that will impact all of our districts. And we will be proposing amendments all day and all night. And I think it will be a long day talking about the challenges that are in this bill. But a few of the worst things about it are that it really cuts into support for children in K through 12 elementary schools. Huge cuts to Title I teachers. In my state, that means $15 million in cuts and about 250 teachers. That's a very substantial number in a state as small as mine. It slashes research at the NIH and ARPA-H and so many agencies that we continue to depend on for life-saving research, cancer cures, childhood cancer, so many diseases that we're hoping to eliminate in the future. That research funding is being eliminated. Harms women's health, of course, going after that right away. And it abandons our college students and low-income workers, cutting college student support as well as workforce training. It also goes into funding for the CDC and SAMHSA, cutting programs we've come to depend on over the years, tobacco prevention, HIV/AIDS, substance use disorder, mental health treatment. And I want to talk about just one of these issues that our state will be facing. Huge cuts to the CDC funding, and we've heard a lot about the damage that's been done there. But I want people to understand that 80% of the funding that goes to the CDC comes directly to our state. So that means in a state like mine, we're losing a tremendous amount of funding, already have lost a lot of our staff there, and we're also losing the expertise at the CDC headquarters. So we have these drastic cuts in our states, and then we also don't have the expertise to turn to when we're going through infectious diseases and other challenges. One of those examples, it was one that occurred in Bangor, Maine. We had an HIV outbreak that started in 2023. This year, there are 28 confirmed cases. Now, Maine is a low-incidence state, and that might sound like a low number, but remember, we only have 1.3 million people. And we didn't have a lot of expertise in this area, so we were able to call on the United States CDC for epidemiological support, for our data infrastructure, and for best practices on how to control and contain the disease. But this bill completely eliminates funding for domestic HIV and AIDS programming at the US CDC. So we will no longer be able to go to them, and we will also be having the cuts at our state level. So we have to reinvent the wheel, know how to do all of these things ourselves with less people and less money. That just means more people will get sick and die, and each state will have to waste precious resources trying to figure out their own programs. This bill also completely eliminates funding for the Ryan White early treatment and intervention programs at HRSA. Why are we giving up prevention programs, which we know that it will cost us so much more when people get sick? It takes $300 million out of SAMHSA's budget. We know that mental health programs are vital. They keep vulnerable people healthier, and we're losing that as well. And also in the big ugly bill, of course, we've taken $900 billion in Medicaid cuts. All of this will compound the programs that we currently have. These are disasters for small rural states like mine. It's one more example of chaos that's being done with no scientific data behind it, no actual theory, no understanding of what the American people expect of us, and really denying and disagreeing with the things that people want us to do every day. So I can't say enough, frankly, bad things about this bill. We will have all day to continue doing it, but I wanted to make that point of just one example of what will happen in a small rural state like mine. And I yield back and encourage my colleagues to say no on this bill.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro, and thank you, Chairman Adderholt, as well. I want to begin by saying I have great respect for you, my friend, Mr. Chairman, and I know you take these responsibilities very seriously, and I appreciate your leadership. Unfortunately, I can't support the bill as written. The legislation, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, makes some of the deepest cuts we've seen to programs that serve our children and shape America's future. I want to focus on just a few examples because they go to the heart of whether this bill is consistent with the values that we all say we share. First, the bill cuts $4.7 billion from Title I schools across the country, and I'm the proud parent of 2 kids in Title I public schools, so I know what that means firsthand. Title I is going to ensure that schools serving children from low-income families can provide smaller class sizes, more individualized support, and a fair chance at success. Take away that funding, and you'll see overcrowded classrooms, diminished opportunity, and even lower pay for teachers who already sacrifice so much. And this comes at the worst possible moment. The new report card, the nation's report card, which if you haven't seen, I do hope you see, tells us that student achievement is already slipping. Since 2019, 8th grade science scores have dropped 4 points. 12th grade math and reading scores are down 3 points. Scores for our lowest performing students are at historic lows. This isn't just a statistic, it's a flashing red warning light. Colleagues, many of us went to public schools. Many of us have kids or grandkids there today. We know those schools are the backbone of our communities. If we defund them at a time when scores are falling and our students are struggling to catch up, we're not being good stewards of the responsibility voters entrusted to us. Our public schools are also central to our economy and our national security. Let me explain. They're where the next generation of engineers, scientists, small business owners, and service members come from. If we shortchange them now, we undermine our own competitiveness against nations like China, and we weaken the very foundation of American strength. I'm also deeply concerned that this bill eliminates funding for firearm injury and mortality prevention research. I know we don't all agree on gun policy, but surely we can agree that preventing accidental shootings is common sense. I've worked across the aisle on legislation to promote safe storage, and I believe this is an area where we could continue to find common ground, and we should. Wiping out research doesn't help families, doesn't reflect the values of responsibility and safety that so many of us talk about. Let me say a word about the Department of Education. I know there are some in this room, on this committee, who question whether the department should even exist. But here's the truth. States and local school districts remain firmly in control of what is taught in our classrooms. The Department of Education's role is not to dictate curriculum, it's to ensure accountability. It's to collect and share vital data, like the nation's report card that I just mentioned to you. And it's to help states and schools serve disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, and veterans pursuing education. Those are goals we should all support. Finally, let me say this. Our oath is to the Constitution. Article 1 gives Congress the power of the purse, not the executive branch. And I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'm going to say it again today. That power comes with a duty to invest in the people and the institutions that will keep this nation strong. We can and should debate priorities, but by stripping Title I, by hollowing out education, by eliminating research that saves children's lives, none of this squares with our duty or with the values that many of you and I share as parents or grandparents. I ran for Congress, I think most of you did as well, to fight for a safer, healthier, more prosperous nation for my children and yours. This bill, unfortunately, falls far short of doing that, in my view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Cole, Chairman Adderholt, Ranking Member DeLauro. I, too, rise in opposition to this bill, which abandons low-income workers, cuts life-saving health care benefits and research, slashes public education funding, and generally fails to address the cost of living crisis facing American families. Americans deserve better, both by this bill and by the Trump administration and by the majority party. That it is what it is to govern. They deserve better in terms of their economic health. They deserve better in terms of their physical health and well-being and safety. Thanks to this administration's disastrous economic policy choices, we are facing a desperately lagging job market, with data showing a slowdown in hiring over the last few months. But instead of investing in the workforce at a time when it is most needed, this bill cuts funding for the Department of Labor by 30%. This bill cuts funding for Job Corps in half, a key program for low-income adults to receive career and educational training to begin their own careers. And this bill cuts funding for workforce innovation and Opportunity Act state grants by 63%. As we all know, our states use this funding to carry out workforce development programs. Given the shakeups from Washington, it would seem to me that this program is needed more than ever. Further, after my Republican colleagues voted earlier this summer to take health care away from millions of families to fund tax cuts for the rich via the One Big Beautiful Bill, which of course we don't believe in that name any more than you do now, this bill continues the assault on our health care system. The top line, this bill cuts funding for HHS by 6%. Noteworthy, this bill harms women's and children's health by cutting programs that provide access to key health services and contraception. While I'm grateful that this bill does not enact Secretary Kennedy's ill-advised vision for, quote, administration for a healthy America, end quote, this bill does not sufficiently address the extraordinary health risks facing America, even by its own government. This bill cuts funding for the CDC by $1.7 billion, including eliminating all funding for domestic and global HIV activities. I had the chance to travel to the Indo-Pacific over the summer and Papua New Guinea and other places where USAID and HIV/AIDS programs were shuttered. They are stunned and they are in harm's way right now. The bill also cuts NIH funding by $456 million. It cuts SAMHSA funding by $298 million. And let's talk about education. This bill cuts funding for the department by 15%. I suppose I could say that at least my Republican colleagues are not eliminating the department, as the department's secretary and Project 2025 promise, but that's really about the best thing I can say about this title of the bill. Instead, this bill unacceptably under-delivers for our children. What a mistake. This bill cuts funding for K-12 education, just as we're starting a new school year, by $9.2 billion compared with FY25. It is Orwellian. Underfund education, watch it crumble, develop an ignorant electorate, watch our children fail, then shut it down, sell it off to your wealthy friends. And this bill slashes key federal student aid programs, including eliminating funding for the Federal Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant Program and slashing funding for federal work study. Finally, this bill reflects my Republican colleagues' continued concessions to President Trump's ego. It cuts funding for AmeriCorps as it renames it America First Corps. It renames workforce Pell Grants Trump grants, and it eliminates funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, a perennial target of the president, which will hurt local stations that provide critical services to Americans. Colleagues, this is not the bill that the American people deserve. We must and we can do better by their health, by their economic health, by their physical health, their well-being, and their safety. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, and Chair Edelhart of the subcommittee for the work on this legislation to fund the Department of Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, related agencies in the fiscal year of 2026. This bill does not serve the American people. Where we should be continuing investments in education, access to health care, and protecting workers, this bill proposes to get rid of the programs that support those goals. The disinvestment in our nation, families, students, and our economy is unacceptable. The majority claims to support families and workers, and they want to strengthen our economy and combat rising costs of living. However, their priorities, as outlined in this legislation, do not reflect those values. This bill only further worsens actions by the administration to gut the Department of Education. This committee should be continuing investments in programs that develop teachers to strengthen educator pipelines and increase retention. Instead, the committee is proposing to eliminate programs that have a proven track record in supporting educators. Schools in my district are struggling to keep teachers in the classroom, becoming reliant on long-term substitutes and functioning with shrinking budgets. We must prioritize high-quality education to keep up with a growing and changing workforce, a workforce that is also reliant on access to affordable child care. Head Start funding, as proposed, is not sufficient to serve families who need child care. This measure would continue to strain the budgets of providers, decrease the availability of spots, and increase wait lists, and even cause the closure of facilities that may be the only option for child care in the community. Head Start is a critical public option that provides young children with a safe environment to learn and allows parents to stay in the workforce. When we say we want to ensure better outcomes for our children, students, and their families, we should get rid of or gut the very systems that support their ability to succeed. Unfortunately, this bill is an attack on workers on several fronts. As a response to the administration seeking to upend regulations that keep workers safe, protect their hard-earned wages, and ensure their right to collectively bargain. The majority has decided that is not enough. For example, the National Labor Relations Board would face a 50% decrease in their budget for fiscal year 2026. The NLRB has been functioning with inadequate staffing, leaving regional field offices to manage increased caseloads. Our continued investment in the agency is not only essential, it is the best interest of our workforce and our economy. It also is disheartening to see the lack of consideration for preventative health care initiatives in this bill. This measure would slash funding from the NIH, medical research opportunities, and eliminate several CDC programs, including the Preventative Health and Health Services Block Grant. Additionally, ARPA-H, which invests in breakthrough technologies and medical research, faces nearly a 40% reduction in funds, hampering our nation's most vital public health and research efforts in such crucial times and transition in our healthcare system is an unjust consequence for all Americans. Further, the attack on women's health has gone too far. I am extremely concerned that the Health Resources and Service Administration Title X Family Planning Program, which provides patient access to critical family planning and sexual health services, would be completely eliminated under this bill. I will continue fighting against these detrimental attacks on reproductive care and women's right to choose. Despite these failings, I would like to acknowledge the committee's decision to maintain funding for our nation's community health centers, which deliver essential care to the most marginalized and underserved populations. It is particularly important that we continue to support these institutions as we enter these next era of uncertainty, where hundreds of thousands of families in Indiana will be negatively impacted by the impending cuts to Medicaid. I am committed to doing everything I can to see these individuals across the health care that they access the health care they deserve. Additionally, the committee has included $3 million for child sexual abuse prevention at the CDC Center for Injury, Prevention, and Control. The Injury Center does critical work on prevention, violence, and injury, including research to develop primary prevention practices regarding child sexual abuse. The continued funding for this program will help serve that mission, and I look forward to continuing to work fully fund the priority in order to protect children from maltreatment and abuse. Child sexual abuse is a public health and a safety issue that we have the ability to prevent. Increased investment in prevention activities at the Injury Center will help to ensure the responsibility to stop or report abuse does not rest with the children. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from the state of Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to Subcommittee Chairman and Ranking Member. There are a lot of objectionable things in this bill, but I wanted to elevate some of the things that are really encouraging for my community to see included in the base text. Number one, so I was talking to folks who run daycares. They were telling me that it was illegal for them to open a bag of chips. They could not legally peel a banana for their the children in their class, in their preschool program. The state considers that food prep, and they were not licensed for food prep. They were like, why can I open a bag of chips, but I can't peel a banana? And I spent 8 weeks or so chasing this down, and I kept being told that these people were lying to me or they were too dumb to understand the rules. And finally, we found in the rules that they would need a certain number of sinks per linear exterior wall space. And yet they would need 6 more sinks if them to be licensed to peel a banana. And this amendment makes a really important movement and towards affirming the positive right to serve minimally processed fresh fruits and vegetables, so that we're not going to cut off our nose to spite our face. We're going to pursue real health and real nutrition, and not through a morass of regulation, but to say, for people who are trying to serve carrot sticks, let them serve the carrot sticks. So we're very encouraged to see this, and I appreciate that. I visited a school, and I noticed at one point during the day, the 6th graders had to leave the classroom when they started doing shop class. Our federal Perkins grants are designed for middle grades, which can include as low as 5th grade. But our state had outlawed that. And so this amendment clarifies that these dollars should be eligible starting in the middle grades. And I think this is a really critical thing, because this is the point where kids start to feel like school doesn't make sense for them. The academics are the only thing that matters, and that their gifts and abilities, their kinetic intelligence, their spatial genius, whatever it is valuable and worthy of investment. And so affirming the use of these dollars starting in junior high is a really positive step, and I'm very appreciative of that. And the last thing I'll raise, is there a more romantic word than biosolids in the English language? We all rely on good sewer systems, good water systems, and I'm really excited to see a new apprenticeship program for wastewater management. I go and I visit these places. There's a lot of gray hair. This is a really important and often overlooked and taken for granted part of living in this great country, is that we have good water and sewer systems. But without stewardship of that knowledge, without apprenticeship programs like this, we put those systems at jeopardy. And so I was very encouraged to see a new apprenticeship program for wastewater treatment operators included in this legislation. So thank you. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing none. No other members wishing to make opening remarks. I'd like to recognize Chairman Adderholt to offer a manager's amendment.
Yep, have amendment at the desk, suspend with reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Chairman Adderholt is recognized to discuss the manager's amendment.
Very briefly, this amendment includes language that's been agreed upon by the majority and the minority for the report. And so with agreement, I would recommend a yes vote.
Ranking Member Delores recognized to address the manager's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, over the last few days, Chairman Adderholt and I have worked to make a number of non-controversial and technical changes to the bill, report for programs that are of interest to many of the members of the committee on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate the collaboration with the chair and his staff in putting this amendment together, and we are in agreement. And I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members wish to seek recognition to address the amendment? Seeing none, I now recognize Chairman Adderholt for 1 minute to close. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed somebody. Gentlelady from state of Washington, Ms. Perez, I apologize.
Chairman and the ranking member and all the committee and staff for their hard work on this. I I was getting emails back from staff at like 3 a.m. And so I know you guys are really grinding and working, and I'm very appreciative of the hard work and attention you've all put into bringing this. So I had a roundtable in my community on fentanyl, and I heard from a county coroner who had to do autopsies on 3 babies who were all born full term and had died with enough fentanyl in their system to kill a horse. Same mother in all 3 cases. I have horror story after horror story after horror story about fentanyl. And I was really encouraged to see in this manager's amendment the inclusion of some emergent research and prioritization that, you know, everybody's taking these GLP-1s. Well, turns out there are some really great studies that this can reduce fentanyl addiction as well. And so I think the pain is too bitter and too real to not use every tool at our disposal to start to unwind this evil from our American life. So I was very appreciative of that. When I get my prescriptions filled at the pharmacy here on the house, it costs me $330. When I go home and fill my prescriptions at the independent pharmacy in my community, it costs me $28. That is what PBMs are doing to Americans all over the country. And so I was really encouraged to see some language in here about PBMs reform in our system. And I shared, I saw a video, actually, a shop teacher sent me a video of, it's a clip of students graduating from MIT. And the interviewer says, if I give you a wire and a light bulb and a battery, you think you can make it work? And all these MIT graduates are like, yeah, of course we can. Yeah, we can do that. None of them can do it. None of them can do it. And this is not just an indictment against them, but like zooming out here, let's think about why this is happening. Students who are trying to get into these very competitive schools often aren't, they risk their GPA and the competitiveness of their resume if they take shop class. They want all the dual enrollment credits so they get a higher GPA and they can get into these programs they want to get into. That means they're missing out on a really critical part of knowing how things work, which is shop class in junior high. You know, I was able to take AP level photography in high school, which you submit a portfolio. And I had to ask myself, why do we not have dual enrollment credits, AP credits, for welding? Send in a portfolio of your work. Because when we don't have those students who are trying to go to college in shop class, we are debilitating generations of engineers and mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. We need to have that parity. We need the respect of dual enrollment, that these are things that are takes some brains, it takes some attention, and it ought to be recognized as such. I'm not the kind of person who thinks that college is the end-all, be-all, but I do think that we need to elevate shop programs to that same level and bring them into parity with other things like, ceramics or photography or whatever it is that you currently have AP level dual enrollment credit for. With that, I will yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. I recognize Chairman Adderholt for 1 minute to close.
Again, the amendment includes language agreed on by the minority and the majority, and I would recommend a yes vote.
Thank the gentleman. The questions now on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. I'll turn to the gentlelady, the ranking member, full committee. Ms. Delora is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. I rise to offer an amendment to protect access to childhood vaccines. This amendment is straightforward. It would prohibit HHS from removing any vaccines from the child and adolescent immunization schedules if the vaccine had been included on the vaccine schedule on June 8th, 2025, which is one day before RFK Jr. fired all 17 independent scientific advisors on the Advisory Committee on Immunization Policy, or ACIP. As I said in my opening remarks, RFK Jr. has no scientific or medical expertise. He pushes deadly conspiracies and spreads lies about vaccines. We know his agenda. He wants to take away life-saving vaccines from kids and families because of so-called research that has been discredited time and time again by experts. He has surrounded himself with political appointees or inserted appointees at the CDC who have no business advising on recommended vaccines. 2 weeks ago, President Trump fired the CDC director, Dr. Susan Manares, at RFK Jr.'s request because the CDC director, approved and confirmed by the Senate, a Trump appointee, refused to rubber stamp RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine agenda that would hurt millions of our children. Before being fired, the CDC director had been told by HHS to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel that had been newly filled with anti-vaccine ideologues handpicked by RFK Jr. Some may be physicians, but they have no expertise in vaccines or immunology. The CDC director refused to pre-approve the recommendations. Dr. Manares insisted that CDC's vaccine recommendations be based on credible data, not on ideology or preordained outcomes. For standing on scientific principle and refusing to rubber stamp RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine agenda, the CDC director was fired. ACIP's next meeting is scheduled for September 18th and 19th, next week. They are going to consider recommendations for an array of vaccines, including hepatitis B, COVID, RSV, chickenpox, and a combination vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella. After speaking with Dr. Deb Howry, who recently resigned as chief medical officer, I have serious concerns that a number of these recommendations are in grave danger. But we already know what the outcome will be. These anti-vaccine ideologues will vote to restrict access to vaccines. It is a preordained conclusion. As Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis, formerly director of CDC's National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, said in his resignation letter, and I quote, "Their desire to please a political base will result in death and disability of vulnerable children and adults," end quote. But this committee has the power to block that preordained outcome. This committee has the power to protect access to life-saving vaccines. This committee has the power to save children's lives. My amendment would prohibit HHS from adopting a recommendation by ACIP to remove a vaccine from the adult and child and adolescent immunization schedule if that vaccine was listed on the vaccine schedule prior to RFK Jr. firing all 17 of ACIP's independent scientific advisors and replacing them with anti-vaccine acolytes. In addition, my amendment would prohibit HHS from removing a vaccine from the Vaccines for Children program if that vaccine was included in the Vaccines for Children program prior to RFK Jr.'s replacing ACIP's scientific experts with anti-vaccine acolytes. I urge support for this amendment, which will protect our children, our kids, from RFK Jr.'s dangerous anti-vaccine agenda. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman, chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Aderholtz, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Unfortunately, I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment. The scientific process is an adversarial process built on data and evidence rather than belief. As the evidence changes, our policies must change. This amendment would increase cost on Americans by requiring that they obtain health insurance that covers or that the government purchase vaccinations potentially found to be harmful to their health, ineffective, or unnecessary. So fundamentally, this amendment would prohibit the advisory panel from offering advice based on the most recent evidence, and for that reason, I would oppose the amendment.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's really quite remarkable. From more than 50 years, there has been a process to advise our country on the use of vaccines. Think about it. Measles, polio. Just think about it, like so much being done by this administration. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is now in a state of chaos. The Secretary has stacked the committee with people who do not have the expertise in vaccines and immunology. And what we are trying to do here is to, with this amendment, is to reclaim science. There is a process, there is a procedure. The advisory committee, it is an advisory committee. It makes a recommendation to the CDC, and it makes these recommendations for children and for adults. It does guidance that affects insurance coverage and vaccine access. And to dismiss those 17 people and replace people without actually having vetted them. And they may be physicians, as I've said, but they don't have any immunology background or vaccine medical backgrounds. And to even have asked that the director preordain and pre-approve of what they were doing is beyond belief. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and reclaim science for our children's sake.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded.
Roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of support is evident. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Oh, Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum.
Aye.
Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong.
No.
Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Maine.
Ms. Pingree, aye.
Gentleman from Hawaii.
Mr. Case, aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers.
He's recorded as a no.
Rogers.
He's recorded as a no.
Oh, our gentleman's recorded as a no, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Reschenthaler, no.
The gentleman from Washington voted. Okay. Are there any others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally.
Thank you.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Now recognize Chairman Adderholt to offer a Republican en bloc amendment.
Yep, have an amendment at the desk and would ask that the reading be suspended.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized to explain the amendment.
I just want to thank the member offices for providing these important amendments to the underlying bill and the report. And with these changes, we're asking for a yes vote, and I yield back.
Excuse me, the ranking member, Delora, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. The Republican en bloc amendment would add yet another rider to the bill to block biomedical research. In this case, a prohibition on research to study the effects of interventions that disrupt the body's development, inhibit its natural functions, or modify its appearance to no longer correspond to its biological sex. This rider is clearly another targeted at prohibiting research that could be beneficial to trans individuals. As I said in my opening remarks, it is truly exasperating that the majority is taking the Labor H bill down this path again. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to address the Republican en bloc amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Adderholt for 1 minute to close.
Again, I want to thank our member offices again for submitting some important amendments that needed to be addressed in this bill. And with that, I would ask all the members to vote yes, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment is accepted. We have, as no doubt members have noticed, we've begun to vote on the floor. Do we want to try? You want to try and get one more? We're going to try and squeeze in an amendment. If it goes too long, then I'll adjourn us and we'll resume when we get back. We're try and move along. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for an amendment.
Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to offer an amendment to maintain no-cost coverage of vaccines by federal and private health insurance plans. This amendment would prohibit HHS from making any changes to the child and adolescent immunization schedule that would result in a loss of coverage of vaccines by federal or private health insurance plans. As you know, almost all health insurance plans are required to cover recommended vaccines at no cost. This is true for Medicare, Medicaid, employer-sponsored plans, and private insurance plans. And the Vaccine for Children program provides recommended vaccines for free to children who are Medicaid eligible or uninsured. In almost every case, these no-cost vaccine coverage requirements are linked to recommendations from ACIP, ACIP, or CDC. For Medicare Part D, Medicaid expansion plans, and private health insurance plans, including the vast majority of nearly 165 million Americans who receive their health insurance through their employer, the no-cost coverage requirement is based on an ACIP recommendation that has been adopted by the CDC director. For traditional Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP, the no-cost coverage requirement is based on an ACIP recommendation. For the Vaccines for Children program, the list of vaccines covered at no cost is determined by ACIP. If ACIP or CDC withdraw a vaccine from the recommended list, insurance plans are no longer required to cover the vaccine at no cost. If you are watching today and you work at a large employer, more than 50 employees, but live in a state like Connecticut that does not require a prescription for a vaccine, you may think you are good to go and protected from these changes. But I'm sorry to say, if you are under 65, do not have one of the eligible conditions, you could be looking at a $225 bill at CVS for your COVID vaccine. If ACIP or CDC withdraw a vaccine from the recommended list, millions of parents could lose access to free vaccines for their children. Parents could be faced with hundreds of dollars of doctor's bills to protect their kids from diseases like measles that had been eliminated in the United States. As I said in my previous remarks, ACIP is scheduled to meet on September 18th and 19th, which is next week. They are going to consider recommendations for hepatitis B, COVID, RSV, chickenpox, and the combination vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella. But we already know what the outcome will be. These anti-vaccine ideologues will vote to restrict access to vaccines. It is a preordained conclusion. RFK Jr.'s handpicked committee of anti-vaccine ideologues are preparing to take away free vaccines for children in less than 10 days. This is an emergency. As Deb Howry, former deputy director of CDC, said in her resignation letter 2 weeks ago, quote, "Vaccines save lives. This is an indisputable, well-established scientific fact," end quote. President Trump agrees. Last week, he was asked about vaccines. His response, quote, "Pure and simple, they work," end quote. This committee has the power to block RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine agenda. This committee has the power to ensure that millions of parents can choose to vaccinate their children at no cost. This amendment would prohibit HHS from making changes to child and adolescent immunization schedules that would result in a loss of no-cost coverage by vaccines by Medicare, Medicaid, the Vaccine for Children program, employer-sponsored health plans, or private health insurance plans. I urge support for this amendment, which will maintain no-cost coverage of vaccines by federal and private health insurance plans so millions of parents are not stuck with a bill for choosing to vaccinate their kids. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Edholz, recognized to address the amendment.
Fortunately, again, I oppose the gentlelady's amendment. The scientific process, again, is an adversarial process, and it is built on a process that we have to have the data and evidence rather than belief. And therefore, as the evidence changes, our policies must change. So again, as I had mentioned earlier, the amendment would prohibit the advisory panel from offering advice based on the most recent evidence, and for that reason, I must oppose it. Now yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Scientific process is a scientific process, not an adversarial process. It's data. It is a.
Gentlelady, I think there's a speaker wishing to speak to your amendment.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
You may have several.
Happy to yield.
Gentlelady, whichever.
I was just simply going to yield to.
Oh, well, the gentlelady will certainly be recognized in due course.
Thank you.
To close. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized to address the amendment.
Yes, I hope many rise, as I am, to make sure that it's understood the vaccination process and the science of vaccines is not an adversarial one, and there hasn't been any science-based conclusions in any way that are legitimate, that vaccines are not effective, are damaging, are harmful, cause autism, or anything else. That is, as in the words of a famous American, malarkey. Madam Chair, I rise in support of the gentlewoman's amendment, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, and thank her for introducing it. Let's be clear, vaccines must remain accessible and cost-free. That's what the gentlewoman's amendment ensures. The moment you put a price tag on vaccines, you create a barrier between families and life-saving care. Parents might delay a measles shot, seniors might skip pneumonia protection, and communities will pay the price in outbreaks, hospitalizations, and avoidable deaths. This isn't speculation. This is what will happen. This amendment ensures that never happens. Vaccines are one of the greatest public health achievements in human history. They have saved millions of lives, eradicated deadly diseases, and kept families safe. But they only work if people can access them with no barriers, no delays, and no cost. This amendment guarantees continued no-cost coverage through Medicare, Medicaid, the Vaccines for Children program, and private insurance. What are Republicans trying to do? Completely dismantle the vaccination program? Certainly they're trying to do that in my state because they're rolling back requirements on vaccines completely. We've already seen what happens when leaders spread misinformation. Vaccine skepticism grows, measles outbreaks return, and trust in science erodes. Rolling back no-cost access would double down on those failures and undo decades of progress. And let's not ignore the danger of anti-vaccine extremism. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has called the COVID vaccine a, quote, crime against humanity. He spread lies that fueled measles outbreaks and peddled bizarre conspiracies. That is not science, it's poison. If those views drive policy, more children, seniors, and vulnerable Americans will suffer. This is not about politics. It is about protecting families and keeping vaccines free, accessible, and grounded in science. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and stand against extremism that threatens the health and safety of every American. And I yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, who will also have a minute to close, but in case she needs it, it's all yours.
Gentlelady's recognized, or we can move to close. And I assume, Mr. Hoyer, you did not need time?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
The issue for me is whether my ranking member needs it.
okay, and certainly we can.
Mr. Chairman,
I think the gentlelady
I was yielding the gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Well, I
the
know,
rest of
that's
my
why I asked. Do you want that time or do you want to close? Whichever you want to do, but I think the gentlelady from Illinois would also like to speak. And then,
Okay, I can't reserve my time, so, okay, then I yield back.
believe me, she's going to have an opportunity to have her say. Gentlelady from Illinois is
Thank you, Mr.
recognized
Chairman.
to address.
I just wanted to say, this is so interesting. Today we're here talking about healthcare, we're talking about education, and one of the first principles that we learn in elementary school is the scientific method. Before you get to photosynthesis, when you all put your little seeds in the dirt and over the course of the school year, you grow a plant, you learn about the scientific method. That is the very foundation of public education in this country. And that is not an adversarial process. And so I would hope that as we debate things, we don't have to be as hyperbolic to advance misinformation and sow seeds of doubt on things where we all should be able to just acknowledge our foundational principles that our society as Americans, but I would say Western society, is really built upon. No matter how you feel about vaccines, we should be able to acknowledge that the foundation of a rigorous scientific process includes asking a question, doing some research, forming a hypothesis, conducting your project to get the data, doing the analysis, and sharing the results. Friends, that's it. Nothing adversarial there, nothing partisan there, nothing controversial there. And so I hope that the chairman of the subcommittee perhaps just misspoke in his comment about the scientific process being adversarial. Perhaps he might want to clarify at a later date. Maybe he meant a certain committee is adversarial, or maybe certain leaders are adversarial. But I do think that it is really damaging to the future of our great country to make a statement like that as a basis for policymaking. I yield back.
I've been advised that a number of members have already gone over, so we're going to hold the close until we return, and then we'll have the roll call when current. So we'll declare the meeting and recess so members can vote, and then we'll come back. Committee is now back in session. I recognize the gentleman from Maryland to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll rise in support of the amendment and yield to the sponsor.
I want to thank my colleague from Maryland, and let me address this issue. RFK Jr. has no scientific or medical expertise. He has surrounded himself with political appointees who have no expertise with vaccines. The main qualification to be appointed to a position by RFK Jr. is to be anti-vaccine. These people are not scientists. They are not experts. They were handpicked by RFK Jr. to deliver a specific outcome, to take away childhood vaccines. It is the opposite of science. RFK Jr. starts with a conspiracy theory and then works backwards to cherry pick the data. The world's foremost experts on child health are pediatricians. They are sounding the alarm. And for the first time ever, pediatricians and infectious disease experts are setting up an alternate advisory committee to give advice on vaccines. RFK Jr. fired all 17 independent scientific advisors from the ACIP, because they refused to accept a predetermined outcome driven by an anti-vaccine agenda. RFK Jr. fired the CDC director. The CDC's top scientific experts resigned because they would not rubber stamp his conspiracies. Mark my words, if we do not act, RFK Jr.'s hand-picked advisory committee will take away free vaccines for children in less than 10 days. Insurance plans will stop covering childhood vaccines at no cost. Parents will have to pay hundreds of dollars to vaccinate their kids. Just would say the recommendations by ACIP have significant impact on all of us. Most health insurance plans specifically look to the committee's recommendations for their coverage, and the states use their recommendations to determine whether vaccines can be provided at pharmacies with no cost. As I said, this is an impact that will take away free vaccines for our kids in less than 10 days. And parents are going to have to pay hundreds of dollars to vaccinate their kids. I urge my colleagues to return, please return to science-based decisions. It is not an adversarial process. A science-based decision about vaccines. Reject RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine agenda. I urge support for my amendment. Yield back.
I thank the
gentleman.
I thank the gentlelady for her comments. Again, I reiterate my support. Reiterate my support of the amendment. And ladies and gentlemen of the committee, don't leave these parents and don't leave these children on their own. They're counting on us to protect them, their health, and later we're going to talk about their education. So I urge the support of this amendment.
Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I think I've had ample time to speak out on this amendment. And again, it is about saving our children's lives. That has to be the most important goal that we have and mission that we have in the roles that we have been blessed to hold, is to make sure, and this committee is the only committee that has the power to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support is evident. The recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei? Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Guest? Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Joyce? Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. Ming? Mr. Molinar? Mr. Moore? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? The gentleman from Maryland,
Mr. Ivy, aye.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Harder, aye.
gentlelady from Florida,
Ms. Frankel, aye.
gentlelady from New York,
Ms. Ming, aye.
gentlelady from Minnesota,
Ms. McCollum, aye.
gentlelady from Florida,
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
gentleman from Mississippi,
Mr. Guest, no.
gentlelady from Pennsylvania,
Ms. Dean, aye.
gentlelady from Illinois,
Ms. Underwood, aye.
a gentleman from Illinois,
Mr. Quigley, aye.
gentleman from Indiana,
Mr. Mervan, aye.
gentleman from Hawaii,
Mr. Case, aye.
gentleman from Arkansas,
Mr. Womack, no.
gentleman from West Virginia,
Mr. Moore, no.
gentleman from Florida,
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Molinar, no.
Are there other, oh, sorry, the gentleman from Georgia and the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. Did Lee vote? Did you have a chance? Okay, gentlelady from Nevada. No, this is actually,
Ms. Lee, aye.
on this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 29. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, is recognized for purposes of amendment.
Following that. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to offer an amendment to protect our teachers from getting fired by House Republicans. In my opening remarks, I walk through Republicans' plans, years in the making, to destroy public education in our country, denying opportunities for students to learn and succeed in life. But with this amendment, my Republican colleagues have an opportunity to reverse the most egregious of these plans in their 2026 Labor H bill. Their $4.7 billion cut to Title I, which would kick 72,000 teachers out of classrooms nationwide. Make no mistake, Title I, which provides additional academic support to students from low-income backgrounds, is the cornerstone of our federal investment in public education. Nearly 95% of school districts in the country are eligible for Title I funds, and nearly 2/3 of all public schools receive these resources. With an overwhelming share of public school expenditures supporting educators' salaries and benefits, nearly 80%, the Title I funds provided in this bill allow school districts to hire teachers to provide additional academic support for high-need students. A cut of $4.7 billion to Title I would remove 72,000 teachers from classrooms serving low-income students all over the country, including 1,270 teachers in Arizona, 8,900 teachers in California, 7,300 teachers in Texas, and 2,100 teachers in North Carolina. By the way, if any of my Republican colleagues want to know the impact of this bill's cuts and eliminations to education in their state, just ask me. We also release these data on our website so their constituents can know where each of us stand on their children's education. With this amendment, my Republican colleagues have an opportunity to reject their bill's dangerous cuts to Title I, protect 72,000 teaching positions nationwide, and preserve the opportunity for children from working families to receive a quality education. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
The gentleman from Alabama, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, and unfortunately, as we all know, we've had to make some very tough decisions about some of the programs that's included in the bill. There are programs that I personally would like to have spent more on, but we've got to be fiscally responsible. This amendment does not have an offset, and it would cause the bill to breach its allocation. So I would oppose this amendment, but I would look forward to working with the gentlelady on this topic as this process moves forward. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing gentleman from Maryland, Ms. Foyer is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I've said this before, but it bears repeating. The subcommittee chair says we have to make some tough decisions. He's true. That's absolutely correct. Why do we have to make some tough decisions? Why do we have to cut out teachers? Because we gave a very substantial $1 trillion plus, many trillions of dollar plus, decrease in our revenue without discussing the ramifications of that. They're not for free. If you reduce your revenue, I talked about that at IRS, and I don't think it's penetrating that if you cut revenues, you won't have as much money to bring down the debt or to invest in the education and health care of your people. So, yeah, they're tough decisions, but you made those tough decisions, and it was to have a very, very substantial cut in revenue in the face of a very deep debt in the current balance sheet of our country. So I think it is a little bit like washing your hands like Pontius Pilate when you say we have some tough decisions to make. You made them. And these are the results. And what I've said continuously is that DOGE did exactly the same thing. What DOGE did was they knew how to cut numbers and cut employees. What they didn't know, the ramifications of that action. Well, this amendment deals with the ramification of some of the actions you've already taken. Tax cuts are not free. Somebody's going to pay for them. They're either going to pay for them in increased debt, increased spending, or deep cuts where you make yourself unable to fund that which I think you know to be necessary in your own states. So I would simply say, yes, there are tough choices. And the tough choices of cutting health care for our people and the education of our children was a lousy choice.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition in opposition to the annihilation of support for education and support the DeLauro amendment. The purpose of this would be to restore to the Department of Education Title I grants for local educational agencies. This amendment is needed because without these grant funds, 72,000 teachers would be removed from classrooms across our nation. That is simply astounding. And many of these teachers serve low-income students, including 2,580 teachers in Ohio. Cutting the Title I grant program by $4.7 billion is another extreme defunding meant to cripple our Department of Education and eventually eradicate serving the majority of our children, actually bringing public education to its knees in community after community. The states have no money to fill the gap. Again, the GOP majority shows a callousness toward America's children as they accede to political favors to the new administration. Our nation's young children must come first. No one who cares about children of this country, who are the future of our nation, could possibly imagine removing 72,000 teachers, qualified teachers, just as students from coast to coast are starting the new year and coming out of the pandemic era. This is a truly cynical effort by the majority. In my home state alone, there would be a loss of 2,580 teachers and over $167 million lost in funds to Ohio. Where does the majority believe the hardworking people of Ohio will find this enormous sum of money to support schools as the government abandons them? Ohio can't find the money to clean up Lake Erie. They can't find the money to modernize a rail corridor to handle the massive trade in our Great Lakes nation between the United States and Canada, with the Gordie Howe Bridge paid for all by Canada coming online shortly. So the majority really is putting the burden on our children. Those children's parents, their educators, and school administrators. I dare say, I wonder if any of the individuals on the other side of the aisle have ever been a teacher. So many of these schools are already pushed to the breaking point by the high cost of the families whose children go to those schools, the high cost of food, rent, groceries, utilities, you name it. I wish we could trust every state to do the right thing on behalf of educating children, but in my home state of Ohio, we see many places, including Ohio, siphoning off public school funds for charter schools, home schools, even though charter schools are held to less rigorous educational standards, and home schools have almost no standards at all. Fine, if you want to read to your child at night or do math, great, but they should go to school with other children and learn how to create community within their own classrooms. Many other states choose to divert a confusing array of funds to private schools, charter schools, home schools. And regardless of how those children perform academically relative to other schools, or whether or not those funds are being spent in an appropriate manner, it's actually been turned into an income generation scheme for a whole lot of folks that really don't stay with education. They start up and then they start again. Our children need steady progress. They don't need all this upheaval. Yesterday, the National Assessment of Educational Programs' latest results show, post-pandemic, an alarming trend. American students are testing at historic lows across every grade. So now is clearly not the time to pull the rug out from under them, to dismantle or defund public education and the Department of Education. The DeLauro Amendment assures all children, and frankly the future of our country, will have access to a rigorous juried curriculum with educators who care for them and show up every day willing to serve students, including in low-income schools. Elected officials like us should understand that that call to serve better than anyone. We should not stand in the way of children getting the best possible education. And I urge my colleagues to support the DeLauro Amendment for all children. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. Oh, there we go. I think it's working now. I rise in strong support of the amendment offered by the ranking member to restore funding for the Department of Education Title I grants to local educational agencies. As written, this bill cuts these grants by $4.7 billion compared to FY25. For my state, Pennsylvania, this would mean a nearly $200 million cut to public education funding, and our Pennsylvania Constitution guarantees our students a thorough and efficient public education funding. Why would the federal government not want to partner on that right? This would devastate school districts that serve our highest need low-income students. By far and away, the largest recipient of these funds in Pennsylvania is the Philadelphia School District. This year, Philadelphia received about $200 million in basic Title I grant funding and an additional $40 million in Title I grants specifically for school improvement. Cutting this funding would be devastating for Philadelphia public schools and their students as they struggle with investments in our students. And this comes after the administration is already illegally withholding education funding from school districts. I have to ask my Republican colleagues, what is the end goal here? The only answer I can come up with is that this administration, and with the help of the Republican majority, wants an uneducated and undereducated electorate. They want education to be a privilege rather than a right. That's not just morally wrong, but quite frankly, un-American, unconstitutional. It is not good for our future. How we educate our kids will determine their future, and it will determine yours and mine as well. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise to sound the alarm. I hope each and every one of us understands the consequences of what this budget does to public education. And I am willing to bet that most of us in this room very likely are the product of a public education. I can tell you in my state, the state of Texas, we have a state legislature that has been slowly but surely over time starving public education. And I don't know about you all, but I meet regularly with the superintendents in my district, and they are extremely worried about their ability to educate the future. They are extremely worried about how politicians are abandoning public education and the children of America. In Texas, in the last state legislature, the legislature passed a funding scheme that overwhelmingly benefits charter schools, private schools, homeschooling over public education. And I do not understand it. I do not understand why we wouldn't come together to not just adequately fund public education, but fully fund public education. The loss of Title I funding could mean the loss of up to 1,000 teachers in my district alone. And these are not just employees of the school district. These are public servants who go to work and take care of children and teach children in an environment that I think none of us would recognize. They have to worry about mass shootings. They have to worry about cell phones. They have to worry about kids' mental health. They have to worry about social media. And they have to buy supplies on their own dime. And we're not going to give them the support that they need, especially with Title I funding, which helps fund some of the poorest districts in America. This is really, really shameful. And I rise not just to support this amendment, but I rise to support our teachers and our superintendents and everyone who goes to work every single day to teach the future. The reason why we invest in public education is so that we have a strong and vibrant economy in the future. We should want the best educated workforce in America. And that means investing in kids, investing in their education. Unless we don't want a competitive country, unless we don't want well-educated children, unless we don't want to support teachers, well, I know on this side of the room, that's exactly what we want. We want to support those teachers. We want to support those school districts. We want to make sure those kids are ready for the future. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Ranking Member, for this amendment, and I would encourage every one of my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment to restore Title I funds to the local educational agencies. These vital funds, which were cut by almost $4 billion from their FY25 levels, will help ensure that all children, regardless of their income or status, will receive a high-quality education. There is a profound need to close the gap between students in high-poverty schools and their more affluent peers. And I just, during our break, had the opportunity to meet with representatives from the Georgia School Boards Association out in the hallway, who were accompanied by members of local school boards from both rural and urban school districts in Georgia. They were pleading for the restoration of these funds. These funds are critical to ensuring that there are enough well-trained teachers and support services for these schools. In Georgia, this bill will cut $166,008,949 from what was appropriated last year. It means that in Georgia, school systems, and this is especially egregious for our rural school systems with low tax bases, they will lose in Georgia, we will lose 2,560 teachers. That's a tremendous loss in educational opportunities and resources for a state like Georgia, a state where we believe we are the best state in the country to do business, as has been indicated by those accrediting agencies. So I urge us to restore these funds, adopt this amendment, and I am so happy that the gentlelady from Connecticut offered this amendment because the country needs it. America needs to be competitive, and the only way that we can be competitive in the global marketplace is to produce well-educated young people to grow up to be our leaders. Our country has got to do better. And in order for us to compete, we have got to make sure that every human resource in our country, from every corner of our country, has the opportunity to realize his or her full potential. And so I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to address the amendment.
The recent numbers, academic achievement numbers have come out. They are really sad numbers that show that our children, our students are dropping behind in different academic disciplines as compared to other countries and the rest of the world. So we're slipping back, we're falling behind. This is of critical importance, particularly as we engage in the artificial intelligence revolution that will set forward educational systems across the world at a speed that if we don't catch up, if we're not part of that fast-moving vehicle, we could be left behind hundreds of years. And this requires investment. This requires our ability to assess our teachers. And just think about it. Many teachers spend more time with our children than we do. They're there with them during the day, sometimes in after-school programs, in sports programs, in other type of extracurricular activity that the schools provide for them. And they become really part of our family. And how is it that we don't assist the teachers and they have to dig into their pockets? It is shameful that teachers have to dig into their own pockets to buy supplies to give to some of our students. Just think about that for a moment. We're here in the U.S. Congress, in the House of Representatives, and we're cutting a budget for our public education system. The only equalizer in America that will assist anybody, any kid from any neighborhood, any part of the country, has a shot at success because of our educational system. And yet teachers, our teachers, spend more time with our children often than we do, more than we do, have to dig into their own pockets to buy supplies and assist our students. It is shameful. We should be investing in teacher training centers to ensure that they get the professional development that they need. Teachers have a halo over their heads. That's how I see them. They're angels. They have a halo over their head. They're the ones that take our kids by their hands and assist them into the future. So we should be giving them every tool to ensure that these numbers come back next year a little bit better. We should be having longer school days and a longer school year. If we really want to be competitive, just think about it. For us to get through this agenda, we'll probably be here till 12 midnight. Extra time. It's nothing. We'll do it again tomorrow. And so why not give our kids a little more? They may not be happy about it, but giving them extra, a longer school year and longer school hours will assist them in being competitive with the rest of the world. We should not be cutting. We should be assisting. And maybe next year, just maybe, we can get better academic achievement numbers from the students of America. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that the chairman of the subcommittee that Alabama will lose 1,200 teachers. So I guess if that's okay with you, let's just see how the constituents feel about it. But this is the story here. You know, the people to whom my Republican colleagues in the administration have given a $4 trillion tax break. Their kids, their grandkids, our kids, the people in this room, our kids, our grandkids are going to be able to get the education that they need. We're going to make sure that that happens. But it is so that the wealthiest are going to be able to take care of their kids, give them that opportunity for education and for success. But it's about the millions and millions of kids all over this country who are not going to be able to get that opportunity. And what is this institution about? This institution, its principle is to create opportunity for people. We are going to deny kids the opportunity to realize their own dreams and their own aspirations. We can turn this around. We have the power to be able to turn this around. In January, after school districts nationwide were reeling from the uncertainty created by OMB's funding freeze, the White House backtracked. They said, we're going to protect Title I. The president in his budget said that through rhetoric, he's going to fulfill his promise to maintain funding for Title I. But it is House Republicans who are cutting Title I. This means that it's just rhetoric, the kind of thoughts that we are going to provide for our kids here. It's simply hollow. With my amendment, you can reverse course. You can demonstrate that there is a commitment to public education nationwide. Why would this committee, in the last go-round in votes, say no to kids and getting vaccinated so that they can survive? And now what we want to do is to deny them the opportunity for an education. That is not what this committee is all about. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and live up to the ideals and the aspirations of the values that this country is predicated on, and that education is the pathway to success in this nation. We know it as the great equalizer. Let's give these kids a fighting chance.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of supports demonstrated, so recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland?
Mr. Ivy, aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Gentleman from Mississippi?
Mr. Guest, no.
Are there others wishing to record or change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Oh, gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani, aye.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Valadeo votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Would the
I'm not
gentleman-
going to ask that the
would
amendment be read.
Gentleman, okay.
I'm not going to ask the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized to address his amendment.
And the reason I didn't ask it to be read, there are two parts of this amendment, and it's relatively long, I mean, a paragraph, and they're in the report. And they deal with the National Institutes of Health, and all we ask them to do is brief us. Now, some time ago, during this hearing, I said that we had no hearings on NIH specifically. Secretary Kennedy testified, he mentioned NIH, but there was no one from NIH who testified, either on what was proposed or the consequences of those propositions. I rise to offer this amendment to require the National Institutes of Health to brief this committee within 60 days on the politicization of American science and its impact on ongoing clinical trials and biomedical development. Frankly, NIH ought to have briefed this committee, as I said, long ago, but my colleagues across the aisle did not have a hearing. Last month, Trump issued an executive order that gives his political appointees greater power to fund or block NIH grants. That's what I mean by the politicization of this process. It is a peer review, historically, process. It is now a much more political process, a process that was normally determined through rigorous peer review from other scientists. This ought to be a pressing concern for every member of the committee. The NIH has been a major engine of innovation and economic growth in America. Virtually every medication you see at the pharmacy started with NIH funding. The Trump administration is putting all of that innovation at risk right now. He is laying waste to an entire generation of our brightest scientists and doctors. Many of them are now taking their talents to abroad. China, in fact, has help wanted signs for all of these folks opportunity. He is also undermining our Congress's power in the process. The GAO has already found, and this is the Second Amendment, or the second part of this amendment, that Trump has illegally impounded NIH funding. I know that the director of OMB says it's unconstitutional. He does not get to make that judgment, and the Constitution Supreme Court decision on impounding is that that cannot be done inconsistent with the Impoundment Act. That's the law. And Mr. Vogt refuses to follow the law. Now, is there any wonder in an amendment that I offered on report language some days ago, month ago, I guess, on another bill, I offered report language. And the subcommittee chairman, who shall remain unnamed, said they're not going to pay any attention to your report language. Why not? Because we don't do anything to hold them accountable. This committee consistently has voted against holding the administration, the OMB, accountable and other agencies. And you're going to do so again now. I wouldn't pay any attention to you either. If my colleagues are going to sit and be by and let that happen, why are we here today? What is the point of any of this? If appropriation law is irrelevant, as Donald Trump and Russell Vogt seem to think it is, then the Appropriation Committee is irrelevant. These numbers aren't going to mean much. We're going to figure out what we're going to do in the Senate, and then we're going to have some sort of legislation at some point in time that will hopefully fund government. Not correctly, but fund it. If you believe that we are irrelevant, your Congress and your constituents ought to have a say in how this government spends its money. The way to do that is to vote yes, and at least get a report on the ramifications of what is happening. Now, if you don't care, then I get your vote. But if you care about the consequences of your actions, you'll vote yes on this amendment, and I urge you to do so.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Alabama, the chair of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, but I must oppose it. The amendment undermines the current administration's efforts to rebuild trust in our public health institutions through robust oversight of federal grant awards and programs, including biomedical research opportunities. I oppose the amendment, but as the gentleman knows, I share the gentleman's interest in supporting biomedical research into cures and treatments for diseases, and I look forward to working with him as we achieve this goal.
Will my friend yield for question? It's a simple question. It's not a gotcha question. All right.
The gentleman has yielded back his time. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Floor, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. America's health agencies should not be left in the hands of people with a political agenda. Unfortunately, that is exactly what President Trump has done by placing unqualified leaders in charge of the NIH. The decision to cancel billions of dollars in research funding, including for revolutionary new treatments like mRNA therapy, are a textbook example of putting political goals above the health of the American people. They're also driving some of the best and brightest researchers in the world overseas because they can no longer trust our government's promises. Losing that talent to China and other nations will be devastating to our ability to achieve the medical breakthroughs of the future. This amendment also acknowledges the truth, as outlined by independent watchdogs at the Government Accountability Office, that NIH illegally impounded funds. Congress alone has the power of the purse. Remember, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7. This administration's constant attempts to erode that authority, centralized power under Russ Vogt, is resulting in chaos and uncertainty for the American people as the funding they voted for through their representatives is withheld. I might remind people, in fact, that the Supreme Court opined on this issue, and it was Justice Scalia not a liberal torchbearer. He it talked about the president's impoundment power, and he summarized it. President Nixon, the Mahatma Gandhi of all impounders, asserted at a press conference in 1973 that his constitutional right to impound appropriated funds was absolutely clear. Our decision 2 years later in Train versus City of New York proved him wrong. You also have, with the Assistant Attorney General, William Rehnquist, with respect to the suggestion that the president has a constitutional power to decline to spend appropriated funds, we must conclude that existence of such broad power is supported by neither reason nor precedent. The Office of Legal Counsel said the office has long held that the existence of such a broad power is supported, a broad power of being able to impound is supported by neither reason nor precedent. There is no textual source in the Constitution for any inherent authority to impound. GAO, the Constitution grants the president no unilateral authority to withhold funds from obligation. It was the framers of the Constitution who determined this, and if we really want to serve on an Appropriations Committee and be appropriators, let us reclaim our authority as appropriators. We must recognize, call out when the Trump administration is breaking the law. That is what this amendment does. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Hoyer Amendment that calls for a briefing to our committee within 60 days on the radical and extreme polarization of the scientific process, including the cancellation of National Institute health grants and the loss of scientists. This amendment also acknowledges that GAO found that the National Institute of Health violated the Impoundment Control Act during fiscal year 25. This amendment is needed because the current leadership at the National Institute of Health illegally froze $1.5 billion in funding for life-changing medical research, funding Congress had passed. So, the regime has provided, the Trump regime has provided $4 trillion more in tax breaks for billionaires while gutting groundbreaking medical research, taking money from medical research that saves lives. What's pro-life about that? For almost 140 years, the National Institute of Health have led generation after generation into groundbreaking medical discoveries. Last year alone, the NIH published research findings that sound like the impossible, but they were achieved. For example, NIH developed a simple skin test, which could lead to earlier and more accurate diagnoses of Parkinson's disease. They also discovered a protein that clears cataracts, first in small mammals, paving the way for a drug treatment strategy for people. Imagine that. Over 20 million Americans have a cataract in one or both eyes. The NIH has just found a pathway and potential cure. This study could have global impacts, and our nation, the United States of America, would be at the forefront. This is how NIH research and discovery pushes forward medicine and healing. It is how we advance the health of every American and how we put America first. NIH is involved in kidney transplant research and cancer treatments. NIH gives hope to all of us who have loved ones who have fallen ill. The NIH invests almost all of its budget each year into medical research. It aims to improve quality of life for all Americans and reduce illness and disability. Any administration of HHS, its secretary, or anyone who fails to grasp all of this should not be allowed to stop medical breakthroughs in their tracks. We need to move America forward. And that is why no administration is allowed to impound money authorized and appropriated by Congress. By freezing $1.5 billion of NIH support, you prevent humanity from moving forward. I'm not a betting woman, but if I were, I would bet that the work of the NIH has positively impacted every person in this room. And that is why this briefing and report is vital. We as Congress and the American people as a country need to better understand how we got to such a polarized and politicized state of the world of science and medical research. The taxpayers have a right to know. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. We must be honest by providing a conversation with the American people about the impacts of freezing $1.5 billion in funding for life-changing medical research. Particularly compelling as these funds have been transferred to more than $4 trillion in permanent tax breaks for billionaires. You know what, folks? They don't need any more. They need to get on their knees once in a while. May I observe this Trump administration death march is truly anti-life. Support the Hoyer Amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
At any point to Chairman Aderholt, if I have not heard you correctly, please stand up and correct me. But I believe that you said it was up to the administration to do oversight. I don't think it was your intention to say that we shouldn't be doing oversight as well. Is that correct? Would you yield?
I don't think I said that it was their sole responsibility to do oversight.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to have that clear between the two of us before I spoke, so I thank you so much for doing that. Oversight comes in many different ways. We need the authorizers to do oversight. We need to do oversight. The administration certainly has the right to do oversight over its agencies, but it's a combination of the three that leads to good outcomes. It isn't one independently doing its own oversight and then tells the rest, well, we've made a decision because this is the bias we had when we looked at it, or this is the material we looked at it. We have an obligation when we do oversight to look at how is this impacting our district, how this is impacting our state, how is this impacting our nation, how this is impacting us, in a worldwide situation. And, if we were really, and I'll use the Department of Defense as a clear example and kind of get us out of the discussion on some of the oversight conversations that we've had when it comes to vaccine doing it. Only the Marine Corps has done an audit. And when you talk about a gold standard for the Defense Appropriations Committee to start looking at doing oversight, it's getting audits. And so as far as I'm concerned in this one arena, the administrations, plural, both Democratic and Republican, have failed to do their obligation in getting audits done. So until I know exactly what is being used, and I haven't been impressed with what's being used for the healthcare, for the vaccines, for making the decisions on that, I think it's really incumbent for us to fulfill our oversight role. And when we just let empowerment go unchecked, we fail to do our oversight role. The authorizers aren't doing their oversight role. We have a committee with oversight in the title. And I haven't seen any of that happening in the Appropriations Committee and in the Authorizers Committee, where we've really dug in on some of these things where funds have been impounded, frozen, and denied, and did our due diligence on oversight. So I thank the gentleman for his amendment. I yield back.
Are there, where? Oh, gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, is recognized for remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I wanted some clarification from the subcommittee chairman, because I believe the subcommittee chairman said something to the effect that Mr. Hoyer's amendment is counterintuitive to the president's what? And I didn't hear the what.
I said this amendment undermines the current administration's efforts to rebuild the trust in our public health institutions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think that's exactly what I want to get at. First of all, I want to say that I do support this amendment. I think that this amendment is simply trying to get at information. And I don't know how information can be harmful to building the trust of the people in this country If anything, I think that the people in this country do not trust this administration in particular because of the way it operates with its one day on, one day off, one day this story, the next day a counter story. So I believe that this amendment simply is helping us to ensure that we will get a briefing and an understanding of the implications of the decisions that are being made by this administration in this very important office, the NIH. I don't know what we're afraid of if we are operating under truth. But it seems that every time an issue of an oversight issue comes up, a watchdog issue comes up, an inspector general issue comes up, in this case, a simple briefing comes up, my colleagues on the Republican side oppose it. What are we afraid of? If you believe in what this president is doing as he's dismantling government, taking away important research dollars, taking away important services, disrespecting whole communities of people, if you're okay with that, the militarization of our military on domestic land, our fear that guns are going to be put in the hands of everyday people, irrespective of whether or not they should have. If you believe in that stuff, then why don't you just let us bring forth every opportunity to have a briefing on the implications and the outcome of those actions? What do we fear? Certainly, we don't fear the truth. And so I stand in support of this amendment, and I thank you, Mr. Hoyer, for raising it, because I do believe that we have a responsibility as Congress to get the information. But I believe that the people of the United States of America have the right to understand how their government is operating, how their government is spending and wasting their taxpayers, and make a decision as to whether or not they want to continue to move in what is such an autocratic dictatorship that makes this country absolutely unrecognizable. Thank you. I yield back.
There are other members wishing to address the amendment. Seeing none, the the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I don't know that I could say it better than Ms. Coleman has just said it. If you see no evil, if you hear no evil, it does not mean that evil does not exist. The subcommittee chairman, I wanted to ask him a question. How does this undermine the administration in any way by A, following the Impoundment Act? Now, if we don't believe in it, maybe I'll give you an opportunity to vote on the Impoundment Act and whether it ought to be scrapped. But getting information, which is what the first part of this amendment asked for, from NIH of the ramifications, the consequences, the what's happening as a result of our actions is somehow undermining the administration. That shows little confidence that the administration is doing the right thing. Vote for this amendment if you have any self-respect for this institution, for this committee, or for our responsibility under the Constitution to conduct oversight. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. 23 seconds.
Well, actually, the gentleman's 23 seconds over.
Okay.
The chair was once again being generous
You're very kind.
with the time. I appreciate my friend. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siskamani? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Guest? Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Mississippi?
Mr. Guest, no.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Dr. Harris, no.
The gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Gonzalez, no.
Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Womack?
Oh, sorry, gentlelady from Nevada?
Ms. Lee, aye.
Gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Womack, no.
Are there others wishing to change their vote or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer is recognized for an amendment.
Unanimous consent to a suspended.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer this amendment as the sponsor of the Americans with Disabilities Act signed by George H.W. Bush on July 20th of 1996, excuse me, this amendment prohibits the administration from using funds in the bill to dismantle Section 503 of the Rehabilitation Act. The Rehabilitation Act was the act on which the ADA was based and from which drew much of its instruction. The administration has recently taken an aim at Section 503 requirement that contractors give applicants the opportunity to self-describe their disability. Give them the opportunity to do so. Clearly, that was the intent of the Disabilities Act. That is absolutely crucial to measuring disability employment. which is still far too low, and to ensuring the federal government is a model employer. The Trump administration claims that these requirements are inconsistent with the Americans with Disabilities Act. That is absolutely incorrect. I have a letter here, and we don't have a record, otherwise I would insert it as a record, but this is a letter from Bobby Scott, the ranking member of the Education Workforce Committee that has authorization authority over the ADA, and he says this: the ADA prohibits pre-employment inquiries regarding disability, but there is ample evidence this prohibition was not intended to prohibit applicants from voluntarily disclosing their disability status or prevent employers from inviting voluntary disability. In other words, do you have a disability? The administration wants to prohibit that. The administration's attack on Section 503 is what is inconsistent, frankly, with the ADA. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this amendment and standing against disability discrimination in our government and anywhere in our country. This amendment only says that a person can voluntarily describe the disability they have in an employment interview. How can we prevent people from saying that? That I have I have a hearing disability, therefore I need an amplifier on my phone. That's called a reasonable accommodation. A bill overwhelmingly adopted, signed in 1990 by George H.W. Bush, and he heralded as one of the great civil rights bills of our time. Let us not undermine its objective of making sure that people with disabilities are fully included in our government, in our private sector enterprises, in our public sector enterprises. I ask sincerely for a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, Chairman of the Subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Oh, I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, but longstanding federal civil rights laws protect individual Americans from discrimination based on their race, their color, their religion, sex, or national origin. These civil rights protections serve as a bedrock supporting equality of opportunity for all Americans. Unfortunately, the previous administration implemented regulations to impose hiring quotas and would have required that employers solicit information from job applicants related to their race, color, religion, sex, or disability status. The administration's revisions are necessary to preserve equal opportunities for every American, so I oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. Section 503 of the Rehabilitation Act requires federal contractors and subcontractors to take affirmative action to employ and advance qualified individuals with disabilities in their workforce. The law and its accompanying regulations prohibit discrimination against people with disabilities and mandate processes to ensure equal employment opportunities, and to help meet a federal utilization goal of 7% for employing people with disabilities. In July, Disability Pride Month, the Trump administration celebrated the occasion by gutting current regulations for Section 503. Their proposal included eliminating the ability for contractors to invite applicants and employees to voluntarily self-identify as having a disability. Without self-identification data, contractors will be unable to measure progress towards hiring individuals with disabilities. It also eliminated the 7% utilization goal, a benchmark that incentivizes improvements in disability recruitment practices. Removing this goal sends the message that hiring people with disabilities is optional and not a priority. The administration must reverse course on these changes to Section 503 that harm workers with disabilities. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, The subcommittee chairman talked about the disability rights that have been passed. I think we're eroding those, very frankly, under this administration and under legislation proposed by the Republicans in the last Congress. However, having said that, this does nothing to undermine any of those. In fact, it is offered so that it prevents this administration from undermining the ability of those with disabilities to self-identify themselves to an employer, so that the employer knows, and that if in fact they're hired or if they're not hired, we will understand whether or not those with disabilities are being included in employment. I will tell you, we have had great progress in most areas under the Disability Act. Employment is not one of them. And the administration's actions undermine those efforts. So I would urge the committee to support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. There's sufficient show of support. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Womack, no.
Gentleman from Indiana?
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Are there others wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for unanimous consent to suspend with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Again, this is report language, which apparently and asks for more information, asks for integrity in the information that is given by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it asks that those reports continue to be monthly. The administration wants to have it bi-monthly. The problem with doing it bi-monthly is therefore businesses who rely very heavily and investors rely very heavily on these statistics on a monthly basis would be less informed for a longer period of time. I rise to offer this amendment that expresses my concern that the administration will tamper, frankly, with jobs data at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This month's report is out, 22,000 new jobs. The latest figures I have are that there were about 450,000 less jobs created than the last 8 months of the Biden administration and then the first 8 months of this administration, a very substantial figure indeed. Job market has been floundering under this administration. BLS recently found through an objective and thoroughly reviewed process that the American economy actually gained about 258,000 less jobs over the summer than previously thought. That led Donald Trump to fire the agency's commissioner, Erica McEntry, on the completely baseless allegation that she somehow manipulated those statistics. Clearly, firing the commissioner didn't change the job market's poor showing in August, with only 22,000 jobs added. Additionally, that was inconsistent, I think, with a mandate, by the way, that the president got to us to create jobs and bring prices down. Additionally, there was another revision which found that U.S. employment fell by 13,000 jobs in June, the first net loss since the peak of the pandemic. I haven't heard a lot of talk about jobs lately. Trump may lie, but the data does not. The American economy is in a perilous position. The only person Trump has to blame himself. Mr. Chairman, this data is gathered and analyzed by a vast team of some of the best statisticians on the planet. They rigorously and transparently gather, analyze, and fact-check their data, no matter who is in the Oval Office. Sometimes I don't like the figures, but I don't shoot the messenger. Sadly, we've seen that the retribution of other agencies, including the Federal Trade Commission, where Trump fired Chair Rebecca Slaughter, saying that her service was inconsistent with the administration's priorities. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a couple of minutes. I'd like you to listen to this because I think it ought to be of great concern to us on both sides of the aisle. What the administration has done and what the Supreme Court has allowed them to do up to this point. We have many commissions that have 5 members, 3 of the majority party and 2 of the minority party. Clearly, the reason we have adopted those as such are to make sure that minority views are heard. Not necessarily followed, but at least heard. Now, if the president can fire, as Mr. Vogt says he can, anybody on these commissions that were designed by Congress to be bipartisan, with 2 minority members and 3 majority members, if the 5 members can all be fired if they don't have views consistent with the president's, that seems to me to be diametrically opposed to the premise on which we adopted 3 and 2 so that we would have balance and, as someone had mentioned previously, an adversary system, a system where both sides would be heard. If the president can fire all of them because their views are inconsistent, then we are in a bad place, in my opinion. We ought to care whether our nonpartisan federal workers service is consistent, that is the BLS, with the law, the truth, and the needs of the American people and American business, not the whims of the president. That's the entire point of our independent, merit-based civil service system. I know you're not going to vote yes on the other side. We're going to lose 34-27 or 34-28. That's the way it is. Just roll it out. But my friends, at some point in time, we got to start thinking. Vote yes.
Gentleman from Alabama, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Adholz, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Yeah, the reality is that changing the survey response rates and their effect on the validity of the data may adversely affect public confidence in BLS to an extent that the administration must consider changes to the rate of publication. And for that reason, I oppose the amendment. And just to note, this bill does include increased funding for BLS specifically in response to these challenges. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wish? Oh, gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of the amendment. Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, but the President and House Republicans are not laser focused on the cost of living crisis. They are making it worse. So when nonpartisan statisticians at the Bureau of Labor Statistics released monthly job report figures confirming what Americans already know, that it is getting harder to find and hold on to a good-paying job, President Trump was unhappy with the news, so he fired the BLS's commissioner. Forget about fighting for American workers and families. President Trump would rather go to war with our federal labor market data. To that end, he nominated an unqualified partisan ideologue to lead BLS, who baselessly claims that the monthly jobs report is, quote, unreliable, end quote, and that BLS should suspend it. Presumably, he'd like the public to be able to avoid receiving data that is unflattering to the Trump administration while he develops a novel way to juice the numbers. Just a note about the gentleman, Mr. E.J. Antoni, who has been appointed to head up the BLS. He made remarks about intelligence in a discussion with summer interns at Heritage in 2024. He said that women's IQs generally clustered around average scores, while men's IQs varied more between, quote, geniuses and low intelligence individuals, okay? Whoa, this is a guy in charge of BLS. Further, I just would repeat, separate from his remarks about IQ, some economists have expressed concern with Antoni's qualifications. BLS leaders have traditionally been statistical experts with CVs full of peer-reviewed academic studies. Antoni has produced only one such work, his doctoral dissertation. His work at Heritage and his frequent media appearances have been largely political rather than analytical. Whoa, okay? He's in charge. We cannot allow this lawless administration to destroy the independence of BLS surveys and data. Congress, policymakers, and businesses rely on fair, unspoiled BLS job reports. Those must continue on a monthly basis as they have always been. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other, gentlelady from Ohio is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of Mr. Hoyer's amendment. It aims to protect the integrity of our nation's jobs data. His amendment would assure that the Bureau of Labor Statistics continues to issue monthly job reports and notify Congress before making any change in methodology or frequency. These reports are not just numbers on a page. Families, businesses, workers in our districts, policymakers, mayors rely on the Bureau's data to plan for the future. These reports undergird some of the most important economic decisions in our nation. Real facts allow private enterprise, public sector, individuals, students to react appropriately to a constantly changing national economy. Hard statistics don't lie. Some people want to cover them up, not anybody offering this amendment or their supporters. from Federal Reserve policy to the way seniors on fixed incomes depend on labor statistics to determine their cost of living adjustments for Social Security. If these numbers are delayed, manipulated, or inaccurate, or obfuscated, the harm falls hardest on working families and retirees. We cannot allow sinister political agendas and know-nothings to manipulate job reports. The American people deserve nonpartisan objective data, and anything less undermines trust, and false data destabilizes our economy. Look at where we stand today. We're witnessing the worst jobs report since the COVID-19 pandemic, so of course they want to hide it. This month's job report is a stark warning and invaluable in understanding how Trump and his administration's policies are affecting everyday working people and companies. Reckless tariffs and tax policies continue to wreak havoc, certainly in the Great Lakes nation up where we are. Our largest trading partner is Canada, causing chaos, driving up costs, and plant closures, plant strikes, plant layoffs, leading to massive job loss. Since January, we've lost 78,000 manufacturing jobs alone. Youth unemployment stands at a crushing 10%, leaving isn't destiny, but it is 85% of it, and of course they want to hide it. As President Franklin Roosevelt warned during the Great Depression, no country, however rich, can afford the waste of human resources. Demoralization caused by vast unemployment is our greatest extravagance. So they want to cover it up. This amendment is about honesty and accountability. Protecting monthly job reports ensures Congress and our business community, and importantly, our people, can make decisions based on the truth, not on politics. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
This is about whether we want the truth or whether we want falsehoods. Simple as that. Give your answer.
Questions now, I thank gentlemen. The questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not accepted. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I'd ask unanimous consent to be considered read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. This is an amendment to restore the funding for HIV and AIDS programs that save lives every single day in this country. The current version of this budget that's before us has a $2 billion devastating cut to HIV prevention, treatment, and research programs. This is 25% of the entire budget cut to HHS for one virus. And I think my question is why this virus gets a 25% cut of the entire cut to HHS. It's coming out of HIV prevention and treatment and research. It completely eliminates the CDC's division of HIV prevention. It slashes $525 million from the life-saving Ryan White HIV AIDS program. And it's not about the numbers, it's about people. It's the people that are allowed to be able to work, to live, because of the help that comes out of this. These cuts would decimate any progress that there is to cure HIV and AIDS. And this would force clinics to close, it would slash access to medication, and it would endanger lives. The Ryan White program alone serves over 500,000 Americans living with HIV, and more than 90% of them achieve viral suppression, which means they're healthier and they can live longer and they can't transmit the virus to others. And that's what public health should want to do, and that's what good policy looks like, and that's
why those programs have been in place. And don't forget, it was George W. Bush who brought us the PEPFAR. It was Donald Trump in his first administration that brought a program that saved many lives. As I mentioned in our early opening comments, that initiative back in 2019 helped reduce HIV cases by 21% in some of the hardest hit areas in the country. If we get rid of this funding, you're talking about 100,000 new HIV infections by 2030 if we eliminate the prevention programs. And that'll cost taxpayers $50 billion, not just the $2 billion here, but $50 billion down the road. These programs provide testing, they advance research, and in the Senate, in a bipartisan effort, they've already moved to protect this funding. So why we, the House, would target a single virus with this deep of a cut when the Senate's already working on this makes me need to know why this is being targeted in this way. About 5,000 Americans die from AIDS-related causes every year, and we're on the cusp of actually curing the virus. So that's why we need to keep doing what we're doing. You don't take the foot off the pedal at this point. But I have to tell you, I am concerned. There were comments last week that made me feel like I was in the 50s when Senator Rand Paul made some comments, and I'll see if I can find these. I had them opened up on my phone. He talked about there was a gay CDC official who left the administration left the CDC because of what he saw was the wrong direction. And Senator Paul said that his lifestyle disqualified him from government. This is 2025, folks. And if we're going to start, it's one thing to say no pride flags, fine, you don't like color. It's one thing to say no drag shows, fine, you don't like entertainment. This is people's lives. And this is about costing us a whole lot more money down the road. So targeting a single virus and having people like Senator Paul, I'm going to write him a letter. I want to know what he meant. I sat next to him at a dinner one night. We had a nice conversation. But that's a weird thing he had to say. And unfortunately, a lot of what we're doing in this area is pretty weird. There's a lot of amendments before the NDAA that are pretty weird when it comes to discrimination against people. So I would hope that has absolutely nothing to do with this, but it is odd that one virus, I'm assuming there's some great scientific research that can explain why this cut needs to happen, but short of that, that's the concern many of us have, that this is nothing but a continuation, a scary downward spiral of the discrimination that we've seen, unfortunately, through this Congress. So I look forward to hearing the reasons why that this is up, and I will yield my 5 seconds back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the gentleman's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly appreciate the gentleman's amendment. And unfortunately, as I said this morning, we've had to make some very tough choices in this among programs that are located in this bill. That said, we have maintained a significant investment in over $2 billion in funding of the Ryan White program in this bill. And if you recall, the transportation HUD bill provided another $500 million in funding to address housing needs for low-income persons living with HIV/AIDS. So, but this amendment, the bottom line, is not offset, and it would cause the bill to breach its allocation. And so I will oppose the amendment. But let me say to the gentleman from Wisconsin that I look forward to working with him on this important issue as we move forward in this process, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Delores, recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment, and I thank my colleague for offering it. The majority's bill cuts domestic HIV care, treatment, and prevention programs by at least $1.7 billion. These cuts clearly tell us that the goal is not to, quote, make America healthy again, end quote, but rather to leave many Americans on their own and allow HIV infections to rise. 1.2 million in the United States People in the United States are living with HIV, and more than half rely on domestic HIV programs for treatment through HRSA's Ryan White program. In addition to helping people with HIV avoid HIV-related serious illness, treatment medications virally suppress HIV, which reduces transmission. There are at least 32,000 new HIV cases each year, all of which are avoidable with prevention interventions and available medication. Yet, the bill eliminates all HIV prevention programs at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. These programs are the foundation of our nation's comprehensive HIV prevention and treatment programs, which are primarily carried out by state and local health departments and community-based organizations that receive nearly 90% of the funding. We are on the cusp of ending the HIV epidemic with a twice-yearly injectable HIV prevention drug called lenacapavir that experts have called a game changer. Yet, this bill would reverse decades of efforts in the United States. Eliminating all HIV prevention means the end of state and local testing and surveillance programs, educational programs, and linkage to life-saving care and treatment. It will translate into an increased number of new infections, which will be costlier to treat in the long run. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and to restore funding for these essential programs. If I might, I'm hearing an awful lot about something that isn't a bill or something, a program that's not being offset. You know, the majority chose to cut this bill by $24 billion below current level. There's no reason for that cut. This bill is not going to go to the floor. There is no top-line cap at the moment. Democrats care more about offering the amendment to lower costs and improve the quality of life for our constituents than an arbitrary and unnecessarily low subcommittee allocation. Once again, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to restore funding for these essential programs. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank Representative Pocan for bringing forward this important amendment that I hope we can get bipartisan support for. I rise in support of this amendment because the bill as written incomprehensibly to me cuts $1.7 billion for HIV programs. It eliminates, I'm hoping I'm wrong, but as I looked it up, it eliminates funding for the CDC's global HIV/AIDS program funded in FY25 at $128.9 million, the global portion. I think I'm right about that. It's so upsetting. And I have to tell you, I just came back from an Indo-Pacific trip where I met with a USAID woman who was running an office there, and the cut to HIV/AIDS programs there, PEPFAR, is devastating, and people were immediately suffering infection and just the shuttering of that, and it was only for a short time. They were able to get it restarted. Injured people there. But let's talk about here. This includes a $525 million cut from the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program. As my colleagues before me have said, Ryan White maintains access to highly effective HIV care, particularly for individuals, for people who otherwise do not have access to care. It saves on costs. It is much more expensive to treat people in later stages of HIV than it is to provide preventative and early stage care. Every new HIV case prevented saves at least $500,000 in lifetime healthcare costs. In my home state of Pennsylvania, there are an estimated 40,000 people living with HIV. In FY24, Pennsylvania received $80 million through the Ryan White program. Cutting this funding will be devastating for the health of Pennsylvanians and your state as well. And it will result in higher healthcare costs down the line. This is just another example of how short-sighted the majority is in drafting such a bill. Investing in preventative care and health research is not only the humane thing to do, it's fiscally responsible. It saves lives. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to debate the issue? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, my question wasn't answered. I'm asking why this one virus is taking the hit of 25% of all the cuts to the Department of HHS. Why one virus? And what could be that reason? And you're eliminating, I'm glad we have some funding for housing and for other things to help, but this is eliminating all prevention funding whatsoever. So when you do that, you're talking $50 billion down the road. It's obviously short-sighted. So I just really just want to know why this virus is taking 25% of the cut. That's the simple question, just so I can get clarification. But unless I can get a convincing answer, I would urge people to vote to restore the funding, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Paying the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Aye. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Mrs. Henson? Mr. Hoyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Miss Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Harder, aye.
The other gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentleman from Hawaii.
Mr. Case, aye.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Womack, no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Franklin, no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. This vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for an amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that it be considered read. I just want to clarify also the subject.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment, did the gentleman ask that it be read? Or?
No, I just wanted to clarify, you've got the one, Meals on Wheels? Is that the one in front of you? We were changing the order.
Let me check real quick. Sorry. Which one is it? You want to go to Pocan's number 3?
Yeah, that was the second one we wanted.
Okay.
Thank you.
The gentleman want to dispense with the reading?
Yeah, please, ask you.
Okay, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this would restore the request of funding of $1.6 billion for the Meals on Wheels program. I am guessing that almost all of us have probably delivered Meals on Wheels in our district at some point. I know I have earlier this year. And this is a program that is more than just food assistance. This is someone checking in on people who live alone. 1 out of 4 seniors live alone. This is 13 million older Americans face food insecurity or live in fear of it. This is 95% of seniors who live with a chronic condition. And this is that check-in, gives them some food. And 1 out of 3 Meals on Wheels providers has a wait list right now. That means there's tens of thousands of seniors waiting to get assistance. In fact, one provider in Ohio right now has a 760-day wait list. That's over 2 years in order to get on the program to get food assistance. And federal funding just covers about 37% of what we spend on Meals on Wheels. Look, with what we just did in the reconciliation bill, has a severe cut to food assistance. And yes, there you're going to see kids and family members affected greatly, but also seniors. If they don't fill out the paperwork and do everything that they have to, we know from what happened in Arkansas in particular that people are going to lose access to food. And Meals on Wheels can help fill that gap. So that's why it's so important to make sure that our seniors of all people aren't the ones that are going hungry during this. My mom, in not her final years in a nursing home, but leading up to her final years, was one of those people that had someone come by and deliver Meals on Wheels. It was something, I grew up in a lower middle class family. She didn't have a lot of money. This is something that helped her. She wasn't especially mobile. And it was that check-in, it was the meal so that she got the nutrition, because trust me, she loved, her. You may not have heard of Kringle if you're not from Wisconsin. There's a dessert from Racine, Wisconsin that's very, very popular. She loves that, but you cannot live on Kringle alone, although people in Racine, Wisconsin will probably disagree with me on that. But she had the nutrition through those programs. And when I've delivered it, I've seen the people that are getting the Meals on Wheels programs. And in some cases, there are counties in my state, including in my district, where in order to save money to be able to offer this program, are having the same people who do the food for the county jail do the food for the Meals on Wheels program. Now, I think you can imagine the food at the county jail may not be the most delicious food, and yet that's exactly the food they're getting because they don't have the funding now. So for us not to meet the request, especially given what just happened in the reconciliation bill, where more seniors are going to go hungry, is really important. A lot of people on the SNAP program are seniors. We did a mailing a couple years ago to over 100,000 seniors in the district to let them know about this program. And what we found from some studies is that people weren't ashamed to get food assistance. They didn't know how to get it. So we actually had them call us up and we would actually fill it out for them and make sure that they could get that food assistance. But to cut the funds for the most needy seniors in this country especially after we just did a bill that's going to make even more seniors go hungry, and now we're not adding a penny to the program, is really draconian. So I understand there's less money because we're the last bill up. I understand. We got the crumbs and all the good stuff went to defense and everyone else. I get that. But this should be a priority for every single member of Congress. And just remember when you've done that door, when you've done those Meals on Wheels deliveries, and you saw the folks that are getting it. These aren't folks living in a very wealthy environment. This is people who need that extra check. They need the human contact. It's an important program. And it's pretty hard to say that that somehow isn't worthy compared to one more F-35 or one more mile of road built somewhere or anything else. So I would hope that this is something we could get together and say, yeah, should be a priority. It's a priority for my district. It's a priority for your district. It's a priority of this Congress. We respect our seniors, and we're going to do it and show that through Meals on Wheels, and I would urge supporting this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, recognized to address the amendment.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there's been some tough choices that we had to make in this bill, as you alluded to. There are programs that I would like to spend more money on, and but obviously the bottom line that we do have to be fiscally responsible. This amendment is not offset, and of course it would cause the bill to breach its allocation, and so I would oppose the amendment. But again, let me say to the gentleman from Wisconsin that I look forward to working with him on this topic and as we move forward in this process.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Well, we can't keep buying the offset argument. We really can't. That's really it's a red herring here. I rise in support of this amendment. And if you haven't gone out with Meals on Wheels, my God, you have no idea of the sense that you get of why you were elected to the position that we have and that we're blessed with this position. Sometimes it's the only visit that an individual has the entire day, the only moment of socialization that they experience, and they're eager to talk and they're eager to see you, and so it really is it's remarkable. That experience is remarkable. I rise in support of this amendment. This Meals on Wheels supports 2 million seniors. Home delivers over 250 meals a year. Despite this, nearly 13 million older Americans struggle with hunger each year. They struggle with hunger in the United States of America. We have an abundance of food. No one should be struggling with hunger here. With rising food costs and inflation, 1 in 3 Meals on Wheels providers have to keep seniors on wait lists for services. With an average wait time of nearly 4 months, some programs have wait lists that extend 2 years. This is only going to get worse as the cost of living crisis continues to get worse under the Trump administration. Prices for fresh food and proteins will continue to climb as tariffs raise grocery prices. Without additional resources, more providers will be forced to cut services, extend wait lists, or turn people away entirely. When seniors cannot eat, their health and well-being are at a higher risk. Studies have shown that lack of access to regular nutritious meals contributes to higher rates of depression, gum disease, asthma, diabetes, congestive heart failure, and heart attacks. Meals on Wheels has been found to improve health outcomes for seniors, reduce falls, and increase home safety. It has reduced nursing home use and costly healthcare services. It's not just about food delivery. 1 in 4 older Americans live alone. Drivers can be the only person in older America sees on a given day. Meals on Wheels, it provides social interaction, a sense of security, a healthy meal. It's a program that works and helps our most vulnerable. And when I talk to the drivers who I went with, some have said sometimes where there wasn't an answer, they couldn't get in, they looked in the window and they found that the senior may have fallen or something. When they finally got in, there was a medical necessity that they had to deal with. And if that Meals on Wheels program, that driver wasn't there, that would have not ever been detected, and they could be at grave risk and potentially lose their lives. Let me just put this in perspective. $4 trillion. $4 trillion to billionaires and to millionaires, the biggest corporations. Let me tell you, they're not getting Meals on Wheels. They're having 3 squares a day and more. They're dining on lobster. They're dining on steak, and they love it. Why? Why would we allow us not to provide the funding for a Meals on Wheels program that is so critically important in the lives of seniors in this nation? I strongly support Meals on Wheels, ACL's senior nutrition programs. I support this amendment and I yield back. And think about it. Think about who we are rewarding and who we are throwing under the bus. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of Mr. Pocan's amendment. This year, we've seen Republicans push through legislation that benefits their billionaire donors and leaves working Americans and our seniors out in the cold. You never seem to get tired of doing that, do you? Instead of investing in programs and offices that support seniors, we've seen this administration push Social Security to lay off or force out thousands of employees. And right as it's made it harder for seniors to get in-person help they desperately need, we see this cruel push to underfund senior nutrition programs like Meals on Wheels. 13 million seniors face food insecurity, and 1 in 2 older adults live alone who can't afford their most basic needs. In my home state of Florida, we have over 680,000 seniors who can't be sure where their next meal is coming from. So instead of rolling back federal funding to support local programs that tackle this senior food insecurity, we should be expanding it. You know, I guess this is another one of those series of hard choices that my friend Mr. Aderholt has been talking about all day long. This is not a close call. When it comes to hard choices, I know where I would come down. I would come down on making sure that seniors don't go hungry. If you look at the age of most of us here, I have one parent still living. He's in his 80s. Now, he's not food insecure, but if he were, and plenty of my constituents are, I would want to make sure that we were putting food insecurity and where their next meal is coming from at the top of my priority list. But apparently, because like I think it was the Treasury Secretary or maybe the Commerce Secretary said, you know, my mother, if you're a billionaire, you don't worry about where your parents' meal is coming from, and you think that no one else does either. This is just vile insensitivity. And I just, of all the things that we could be taking food out of the mouths of seniors and causing older Americans to go hungry is the height of cruelty and callousness. I mean, in South Florida, this is even more vital when it comes to our aging neighbors. Programs that get federal funds like Meals on Wheels can ensure that seniors aren't forced to leave their home around hurricanes when we get hit by them, or after medical procedures, or when they can no longer drive, which happens to so many. If ensuring our parents and grandparents have food on their table is not a priority, then I don't know what is. I thank my friend for offering this amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the Pocan amendment that increases funding from $1.058 billion to $1.6 billion. Last year's House bill authorized $1.041 billion. In 2022, nearly 7 million seniors in America were food insecure. 7 million. In Ohio alone, over 130,000 households are projected to lose an average of $96 a month in SNAP benefits because of the big ugly bill. I can't thank the gentleman enough for offering the amendment. That's more than $1,100 a year ripped away from rural and urban families already struggling to get by. including seniors who rely on nothing more than Social Security to make ends meet. The big bonanza for billionaires bill expanded harsh work requirements for adults aged 55 to 64. In rural Ohio, where jobs are scarce, health challenges are real. Doctors are few, if at all, and ageism shuts too many doors. Thousands of seniors will be cut off from food assistance they simply cannot replace. The consequences are severe. Food insecure seniors are far more likely to suffer from diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease, and nearly half of older adults are already malnourished. Poor nutrition doesn't just harm seniors, it drives up Medicare and Medicaid costs for every taxpayer. Rural Ohio is hit hardest. Another hospital just closed and one merged in my district. And my district will feel the deepest cuts as a percentage of population. Grocery stores are few, transportation is limited, and food banks are already stretched thin. The ugly cuts will leave too many seniors with nowhere to turn. But there is a better way. This amendment strengthens senior nutrition programs and gives them the resources to expand. And they could buy USDA, hello, they could buy local produce, local beef, local pork, local chicken, local fruits and vegetables, local honey. Programs like Meals on Wheels would have more leverage to feed our seniors with food from our own farmers, producers, and growers rather than importing product from these outfits that serve such unappetizing trays. That means more access to healthy meals for seniors and more stability for the local food and farm-to-table economy. Hear that, folks? Farm-to-table economy. We need to focus there, USDA. Hello, are you listening? By investing in senior nutrition, we not only keep seniors fed, we can support the very family farms who built America's rural economy. This keeps our farms family-owned, away from corporate control, and our seniors healthy and independent. It's a win-win for both sides of rural life. More funding for senior nutrition, if executed properly by this administration, could save farms as well as seniors. And actually, if you marry the senior food programs and the school programs for food for kids, you got a home run if you've got rural America, if you're surrounded by rural America. But it requires a commitment to source locally, cut red tape, and make sure dollars reach both the dinner tables of our citizens and the barns and fields of our farmers, producers, and growers who make and grow what makes and grows America. The billionaire tax breaks bill took food off the plates and tables of seniors and revenue out of the pockets of farmers. This amendment is a course correction. It keeps farms run by local farmers, keeps seniors fed, and keeps taxpayer dollars working in our communities, for me, Northwest Ohio, and communities across our Buckeye state and nation. This amendment is not about partisanship, it's about dignity for seniors, stability for farmers, and responsibility to taxpayers. Nutrition is prevention. Nutrition is prevention. And nutrition is prosperity. I urge my colleagues to stand with the American people and stand with our seniors and farmers together and support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to debate the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the dichotomy of what we did for the wealthiest in this country through the reconciliation bill and a tax break versus not funding seniors, I think you just got to look at Saturday night at the White House. In the newly paved over Rose Garden, they had a 3-course dinner, a fancy, extravagant dinner with a Rose Garden salad. I guess that's where all the things that were growing where the Rose Garden was wound up. A steak and a fudge-filled 7-layer cake was on the menu. So on one hand, the administration is having extravagant 3-course dinners, and on the other side, we can't even feed seniors in this country. And that's the message coming out of this Congress. Do we really want the message to be let them eat cake? I think not. I would urge we support this program. And I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Miss Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum.
All right.
Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Ivy, aye.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Alford, no.
I believe the gentleman is recorded as a no, but yes, the gentleman is recorded as a no. Are there others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered read.
Without objection, the reading of the gentleman's amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this one, we don't have to worry about allocations. This is simply an amendment to strike the change of the name of workforce Pell Grants to Trump Grants. Look, it's pretty ridiculous for this committee to even entertain the idea of changing the name of workforce Pell Grants to Trump Grants, given that this administration has clearly made education access for Americans not a priority. Instead, he chose to play politics by rebranding programs like workforce Pell Grants rather than expanding opportunities for students and workers. In the reconciliation bill, we restricted Pell Grant eligibility. We capped the amount of federal aid that students can get. We've also, in this bill, taking away job training programs and all of these things. And our answer is to rename a program from workforce Pell Grants to Trump Grants. Look, when Joseph Stalin came to power, he renamed a city Stalingrad, which has now been changed back. This is stuff that you get in places where Joseph Stalin reigns, not in America. And the fact that we're naming things after various members of the Trump family, and this is so Orwellian, something he's obviously worked to cut and diminish, we're going to name a program after him, is really pretty sad. If you want to, maybe the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we can change to the Bureau of Trump Statistics. At least that would be accurate, what he's doing these days, right? So we could do that if you want. I could make that amendment drafted, but this doesn't make a lot of sense. But this is about our self-respect as an institution, about Congress in doing all this renaming after the president to get his pleasure. Paula White, the Trump's spiritual advisor, had been quoted saying, to say no to President Trump would be to say no to God. That's crazy, right? I mean, that's blasphemy. Exodus 23, you shall have no other gods before me, right? What are we doing? Let's have a little self-respect. We've basically flushed Article 1 of the Constitution down the toilet, right? I understand that. We're not going to be responsible for, we're going to let the president do rescissions even though we've approved funds. We're going to let him do all these other things even though we've approved them as a body. But let's have a little self-respect. So when we look in the mirror, we don't have to feel like this is, Trumpistan, right? I mean, this is stuff you get from totalitarian regimes. This is stuff that George Orwell writes about. This shouldn't be something that we do in the appropriations process. So there is no funding issue on this, but there should be a self-respect issue on this. And I urge us not to name things after living presidents or their family members. We're a co-equal branch of government. We've been elected by our constituents. Let's show that spine. Let's look in the mirror and let's feel good about ourselves. And I hope you'll support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt's recognized to respond to the amendment.
Yes, the Working Families Tax Cut Act expanded eligibility for Pell Grants to those who want to pursue a short-term job training program. This is an important means of support for career changers or for those who do not wish to obtain a four-year degree, but simply want to go immediately into the workforce. Like the Trump savings accounts that were signed into law back in July, the Trump grants would be used to further the education and security of young Americans, and I actually support both. And so I would oppose the gentleman's amendment to strike these grants, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Delora is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Much. My Republican colleagues are full of contradictions in this bill. On one hand, they slash $1.4 billion from federal student aid programs that help students pay for college, including the elimination of the Federal Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant, SEOC, and a $451 million cut to federal work study. They also cut $367 million from higher education programs, including grants to expand pipelines into teaching, child care access for student parents, and foreign language programs. But on the other hand, they want to use their funding bill to rename a very short-term Pell Grant program established in their partisan reconciliation bill after President Trump. What the partisan reconciliation bill did, it moved Pell Grants going from a duration of 15 weeks to as short as 8 weeks. And I might just add, the U.S. Department of Education has already tested programs as short as 8 weeks and found that despite boosting program competition, program completion, offering these Pell Grants at a short term did not increase either employment or earnings. If you are a family planning to send your child to college, or if you're looking to go back to school and pay for a post-secondary program, here is what House Republicans have planned for you in their annual funding bill. Nearly $2 billion in cuts to financial aid and higher education programs, and symbolic language to demonstrate fealty to President Trump. The American people are demanding help with the cost of living. House Republicans are not laser-focused on the cost of living crisis. The choices they make in this bill make it worse. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to debate the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subcommittee chair, I appreciate you mentioning the Trump saving grants. I forgot about those. Look, how many things are we going to name after the current president, right? I mean, this is something we don't normally do. I get it. It's a different time, right? I understand that, but we've given up so much of our Article I constitutional responsibilities, just having a crumb of self-respect by not naming everything after this president, I think would be a good idea. I would hope that you'll join me in not renaming the program after the president. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for the purposes of amendment.
Is this thing working? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
All right, please repeat after me. My. Okay, here we go again, folks. This amendment would strike the very cruel and very unfair Hyde and Weldon provisions from the bill, provisions that attack the very core of women's freedom, dignity, and health. We know that Hyde simply punishes women for being poor because it prohibits the use of Medicaid funding for abortion care. It tells women who rely on Medicare that the right to control their own bodies counts for something less. Look, folks, if you have money, you can find care. But if you're a woman working 2 jobs, struggling to feed your kids, your own government tells you you are on your own. And then comes the Weldon Amendment, handing out a sweeping license to discriminate. It shields institutions and individuals who refuse to give women the care, referrals, or even the information they need. And picture this, a woman in a rural community standing in the only hospital for miles, being told that her pregnancy, her health, even her very life doesn't matter because of someone else's personal beliefs. That's not medicine. That's not compassion. It's pure and simply putting politics above patients. So, listen, my amendment says enough is enough. Enough of these cruel backwards policies. Enough of politicians deciding whether women can start or grow a family. Women, not politicians, should make their own personal health care decisions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and stand for freedom, equality, and common sense. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Hyde Amendment has been part of the Labor, Health, and Human Services Annual Appropriation Bill for, I think, over 50 years. And I would say that if you went back 50 years ago today when this bill was being debated, that an overwhelming number of both Democrats and Republicans would have supported this amendment. More than 20 peer-reviewed studies have shown that over 2 million people are alive today because of this very provision. The Hyde Amendment also reflects a longstanding compromise on controversial issues. And I think, to be honest, I think we have to recognize that even people who consider themselves to be pro-choice don't want their tax dollars to be used to pay for someone else's abortion. Likewise, the Weldon Amendment, which is also would be covered here, protects individuals who have moral or religious objections to abortions from being forced to participate in those activities. Both of these policies are important, and I would say that it's safe to say that these bills will never become law without these being included. So I oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Before I address the amendment, I'm just going to be snarky for a moment. I don't think the American people view that their taxpayer dollars ought to be used for yachts or McMansions or anything else, which is where this bill is going. So I think we ought to talk to the American people about that as well. But I rise in support of this amendment. It strikes a discriminatory policy that has been perpetuated for over 40 years. The radical supermajority on the Supreme Court's ruling overturning Roe v. Wade was not about protecting life. It was all about stripping agency and dignity away from women. And that has been the result of the Hyde Amendment for decades. When Medicaid covers the costs of pregnancy-related care, including abortion, it means patients can make informed decisions. Currently, 17 states and the District of Columbia, though not by their choosing, deny state funding to women seeking access to abortion. As a result, millions of women in these states are hostage to their geography. With the radical Supreme Court decision, it is more important than ever that we act to empower all women to make these decisions. This amendment also strikes the Weldon Amendment, which prioritizes a health provider's beliefs over a patient's health needs. It gives power to determine women's health choices to institutions, for instance, insurance companies, hospitals, or any kind of healthcare facility or organization, rather than leaving that decision to a woman. The Weldon Amendment has been used to block efforts to expand abortion coverage by threatening critical federal health dollars. If this debate was truly about protecting life, every member in this room would vote against this bill. Why? It cuts funding for maternal health, for public health, for biomedical research, education, job training, and more. But the other side's interest in protecting life doesn't seem to extend beyond pregnancy. Arguing that these riders have been law for decades, and therefore we are prevented from making changes, is disingenuous. You know, the activist Supreme Court disregarded science, decades of legal precedents, and didn't care a whit. They didn't care about the will of the majority of American people to strip away a woman's fundamental and constitutional right to make her own health care decisions. The decision to get an abortion should be made by a woman and her family in consultation with her doctor and in accordance with her own faith. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Deans, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment offered by Congresswoman Frankel, and I thank her for offering this amendment. The amendment is to strike sections 506 and 507 of the bill, commonly referred to as the Hyde and Weldon amendments. I want to take an opportunity to speak about the Weldon Amendment specifically, which is the portion of the language that prohibits any state or local government that receives federal health care funding from, quote, discriminating against healthcare entities, including hospitals, health insurance plans, doctors, and nurses that refuse to provide, cover, pay for, or offer abortion. In reality, this amendment allows discrimination. It allows healthcare providers to discriminate against their patients, denying them access to care. In states where abortion is legal, and it's absolutely crazy that in 2025, we are back to abortion care not being legal in every state, but that is a problem for a different venue. Patients have a right to access to abortion services. After all, abortion care is health care. It is unjust for an individual healthcare provider to be able to deny them that right based on their personal beliefs. And I am deeply concerned about what this administration will do with this authority. In the Trump administration's first term, it used the Weldon Amendment to justify withholding Medicaid funds from states and to engage in rulemaking allowing healthcare providers to deny patients coverage. I can't imagine what more will happen within a second Trump administration. What the administration is claiming to do with authority, whether they have it or not. Colleagues, we all have daughters, granddaughters, sisters. Some of you have wives. Can you imagine deciding for them what should happen? Shouldn't it be between the woman in terms of her personal physical state, her personal physical condition, what she does with her body? I don't understand how, thinking of your own daughters and granddaughters, how you can vote to support these kinds of restrictions on health care for women and girls. Colleagues, we must do the right thing and strike these dangerous amendments. I urge you all to join me in supporting this amendment offered by Representative Frankel, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. I believe every life has dignity and is worth protection under the law. My state, for instance, protects life starting at 0 weeks. And this is because we recognize the biological reality that life begins at conception. We passed that after the Dobbs decision when I was in state government. But even those who disagree with me on where life begins agrees that taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for abortion. That's why my former boss, actually used to work here, Henry Hyde, is who I used to work for, introduced an appropriations rider that has been included in every appropriations bill every year since 1977 under both Republican and Democrat administrations. All the Hyde Amendment does is prevent taxpayers from being forced to pay for abortions. It doesn't ban abortion. It doesn't prevent private entities from paying for abortions. It just says taxpayers shouldn't be forced to pay for abortion. And just a reminder, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Barack Obama all voted for this previously. This Hyde Amendment included when they were serving in the United States Senate. All three of them voted for this. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this radical pro-abortion amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. Just to remind my colleagues that the reason many Democrats have voted for these provisions in the past was to try to actually get a budget passed so that we didn't have to shut down government. But listen, I think it's ironic that this amendment is being opposed in the name of life when you look at the bill, how much damage and deaths it's going to do. And it is not an American value to force women to bear a child. And especially when you think about the tax cuts for the wealthy, we didn't give any to the under-resourced women so that they could care for themselves. This is a good amendment. It's a fair amendment, and I urge its support.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. A roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chair, here we go again. This amendment is to strike the anti-freedom, anti-health care, anti-common sense provisions that the Republican colleagues have jammed into this bill. These provisions don't improve health. They weaponize bill as a part of an obsessive anti-abortion crusade. It's government intrusion on steroids, and the result will end lives, not save them. That's why we call them poison pills, because they kill. They are killer poison pills. Here's what they do. One rider would block life-saving biomedical research by banning the use of fetal tissue in science. This is research that has given us vaccines for polio and treatments for Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and HIV. Cutting it off doesn't protect life. It condemns people to suffering and death. Another provision attacks medical education, making it harder for young doctors to learn how to treat pregnancy complications. Another provision strips funding from trusted providers like Planned Parenthood, clinics that millions depend on for cancer screenings, birth control, and preventive care. That means women in rural and low-income communities will simply go without care. Another provision repeals the Biden administration guidance clarifying that hospitals must provide emergency abortions to stabilize women, even in states with restrictive abortion laws. And then there's more. The bill gags doctors from giving patients full information about their reproductive options. It guts HIPAA privacy protections. It strips away clinic safety measures and even takes aim at women traveling across states for care. All while, and listen to this, this is, I think it's insane. This creates bounty hunter lawsuits to intimidate doctors, nurses, and anyone who cares to help. It's straight out of Texas playbook, deputizing strangers to sue doctors, providers, and even Uber drivers for helping a woman in crisis. It's cruel, it's extreme, and has no place in an appropriation bill. And let's be clear, these provisions undermine science, they restrict medical training, they censor doctors, they punish providers, and they deny patients the care they need. My amendment sweeps them out. Yes, that's what we need. We need to sweep it out, and we'll have a clean bill that invests in health and the well-being of the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Let's put patients over politics, protect the doctor-patient relationship, and reject these dangerous, harmful riders. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt's recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady's amendment strikes several of the pro-life policies that were included in this bill, and I'm proud to say that this is one of the most pro-life bills that we've considered in this Congress, and I stand by every section in it, and I would oppose the gentlelady's amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Delors, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can't be talking about pro-life when you're dealing away with maternal and child care and a whole bunch of other things in this bill. You can call this whatever you want, but don't put a label on it that is inaccurate. You know, what you've done, denying kids vaccines, whoa, you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. I support this amendment. Republicans continue to impose their extreme ideology on women, and this bill is a laundry list of extreme demands. The supposed party of smaller government is placing themselves squarely in the doctor's office, taking health care decisions away from women. In this bill, Republicans include poison pill riders to block funding to Planned Parenthood health clinics. They block funding for policies intended to help women who live in states that have enacted total bans on abortion. They also impose a gag order on Title X health clinics, banning them from merely providing information on abortion options. It's outrageous. Republicans would block doctors from providing accurate and comprehensive information to women. The bill includes a dangerous provision that would lead to fewer physicians receiving clinical training to provide a needed abortion. That means a woman with a life-threatening pregnancy would be less likely to find a physician to save her life or protect her ability to have children in the future. Nothing pro-life about that. And this bill includes a poison pill rider to amend the Public Health Service Act to create a private right of action to pursue monetary damages against a doctor, a hospital, or another healthcare entity for, and I quote, an actual or threatened violation, end quote, of the Weldon Amendment. Since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, took away the constitutional right, again, it was in place for more than 50 years. Republicans have led efforts to enact total abortion bans in 12 states and partial bans in 29 states. As a result of this bill, millions of women would be denied from seeing the doctor of their choice, denied the ability to travel to another state to receive an abortion if they live in a state with a total ban, and denied complete information on their health care options. This bill makes a mockery of the idea of informed health care decisions and of being pro-life. Ultimately, Congress must fix the error of the Supreme Court. But in the meantime, we must also defend health care for women across this country. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Frankel's amendment for the sake of women everywhere, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Is there further debate on this amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, Mr. Chair, there's obviously a difference of opinion as what supports and sustains life. This bill, as a whole, fails to do that. My amendment would expel some of the poison killer pills. I urge its support.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Can chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support having been shown, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer.
Yes.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Are there others? Oh, I'm sorry, a gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gonzalez, no.
Are there others wishing to record or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted.
Okay.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to keep trying. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
All right, this amendment is very simple. It's very, very, very pro-life. So everybody listen to me, okay? It ensures that none of the funds in this bill may be used to reduce phone services for Social Security beneficiaries or to close Social Security field offices. Look, we all know that Social Security is not a luxury. It is a sacred promise. Millions of American workers contribute with every paycheck with the understanding that when the time comes, they can count on a retirement with dignity and some basic financial security. But listen, that promise is in danger. It was endangered due to the alternate reality of Elon Musk and his Doge boys. They announced plans to shut down 47 Social Security offices and lay off 7,000 employees. They even proposed ending phone services to millions of seniors with disabilities. Listen, probably everybody here you've talked to your Social Security workers. I have, and they have told me that the casework is becoming unbearable. Each staffer handling close to 1,500 cases at a time. Sometimes the wait time on the 1-800 number has stretched to 2 to 3 hours, and now the phone lines are closing early. And I don't know about you, but seniors are calling us in tears. So listen, because they're worried they're never going to get through. So listen, folks, let's do this together. Let's not rob seniors of the security they spent their lifetime working for. Closing offices and cutting phone lines doesn't save money. It shifts the burden onto very people who can least afford it. And I urge my colleagues, stand with the seniors, stand with your disabled neighbors, stand with our veterans, our families, support this amendment to keep Social Security accessible and keep the promise alive.
Thanks, gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentlelady for her amendment and appreciate her interest in this important subject. I share the gentlelady's support for maintaining critical field office, telephone services for Social Security, and so therefore I'm happy to stand with her and support this amendment.
All right, I'll take it. Thank you, sir. My. Yeah.
Well, are there any others wishing to address the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Not the gentlelady's.
The chairman has indicated he'll accept the amendment. I want to support it and the amendment as well, so let's adopt it.
Okay,
Yield
all in
back.
favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Amendment's accepted, and
Let's go. Go low.
Moving right along. Mr. Chairman, amendment at the desk, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
So if I say so myself, this is a very interesting amendment. It ensures that seniors are not punished unfairly for mistaken overpayments on their Social Security checks when it's no fault of their own. Listen, I think we all know this, that Social Security is not a bonus for most of our seniors. It's their very livelihood. It puts the food on the table, keeps the lights on, and pays for the medicine that keeps them alive. But sometimes, believe it or not, and I know you believe this, Social Security Administration makes a mistake. And a senior who may have followed every rule receives an overpayment without even knowing it. Hey, listen, don't you know, sometimes you get a notice they paid too little, some they paid too much, they too little. Anyway, but this is what happens. Sometimes years go by before a mistake is discovered, and even a few dollars a month can add up to thousands. So I want to tell you about one of my constituents. She was a postal worker. She injured her back, had no choice but to retire. She reported everything correctly to Social Security, but they miscalculated her benefits for 17 years. And when the mistake was finally caught, the agency admitted that it was not her fault. But what did they do? They withheld her entire benefit check. She had to sell her car. She had to sell her house. She was forced to leave her community. Everything she had worked for her whole life, she had to give up just to survive. So listen, I think something that we can agree on is that no senior should be forced into poverty because of a government error. Now, listen, under the previous administration, a sensible policy was in place, capping repayment at 10% of a senior's check. Yes, the senior will repay, but give him the time to repay it. This way, the debt can be repaid, but someone can still live with dignity. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Musk's Doge reversed the course. First, they said, no, the entire check. We're going to still take the entire check. There was a lot of yelling and screaming. So then they changed it to 50%. But listen, I think that's even too high. So my amendment restores fairness and common sense. It caps clawbacks at 10%, ensuring that seniors repay what's owed, but without being punished into destitution. I'm not trying to protect fraudsters, okay? We're talking about honest Americans who worked hard, played by the rules, hit by mistakes that they didn't make. The 10% rule is fair, it's reasonable, it's humane, and above all, it keeps seniors from being punished into poverty for a government error. I urge support of this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman, and I do thank the gentlelady for her amendment and appreciate her interest in this important matter. I would note that there are a number of safeguards that are already in place to address the gentlelady's concerns. The Commissioner of Social Security is already providing beneficiaries the opportunity to appeal overpayment decisions, including the amount of an overpayment. In addition, the Commissioner is empowered to waive collection of overpayments for individuals whose overpayment was not their fault and who can afford to pay it and who cannot afford to pay it back. The agency does not pursue recoveries while an initial appeal or waiver of a request is pending. These are important safeguards, and I think we all will support these safeguards on behalf of our constituents. And I will note that the gentlelady's amendment proposes to authorize on an appropriation bill, and that falls squarely within the jurisdiction of the Ways and Means, and so therefore I would oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. No one wants the Social Security Administration to overpay someone, but overpayments happen, and many of these occur through no fault of the beneficiary who have been improperly paid. When a beneficiary is overpaid, even if it is due to an agency error, they must pay it back. But I was shocked last year when I learned that one of my constituents in Connecticut, who's a dear friend of mine, actually she took care of my mom for a number of years in her later years. And my mom had a dementia, but she was dealing with an overpayment in which the Social Security Administration was withholding her full Social Security check each month to recoup their overpayments. We looked into this, and every year, people are getting notices from Social Security demanding tens of thousands of dollars for overpayments that go unnoticed by SSA for years. In 2023, over 600,000 Social Security beneficiaries were repaying an overpayment out of their monthly benefits. My friend Phyllis was one of the 50,000 people who were having their full benefit withheld. Withholding large portions of a person's benefits can put some of these seniors at risk of financial calamity. I am proud of the work I did with Commissioner O'Malley last year to question this repayment approach, and the policy was changed. The Biden administration understood the overpayment issue and tried to balance the need to recoup overpayments with the need for compassion and, yes, for common sense. SSA reduced the withholding amount to 10%, of the recipient's monthly check so that people could work with government to correct honest mistakes. Each of us in this room knows we have seniors in our districts relying on their monthly benefits. But the Trump administration does not understand the financial realities facing everyday Americans. They are making life harder for seniors, announcing they would eliminate this common sense change and go back to withholding 100% of a monthly benefit check because of a mistake and overpayment by SSA. They didn't cause this. Public outcry made the administration change course, and they lowered it to 50%, but that is still too high. Overpayment recoupments can be addressed with a 10% withholding policy. I'm pursuing every avenue possible to restore this common sense policy, to cap monthly withholdings, to protect seniors and other beneficiaries who face financial crises from large, unexpected demands for repayment due to agency errors. I strongly support this amendment on behalf of the beneficiaries in my district. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Mr. Cullums, recognized to address the amendment.
I'm going to take this opportunity. You were on a streak, so I wasn't going to interrupt your flow on yours. And it doesn't, what I'm going to speak to fits in between what the two of you are talking about. This weekend, I ran into a constituent, and she's working with my office, and she received a form telling her she had to reapply for her Social Security disability. And she kind of wondered why, and she couldn't really get a hold of anybody. This is the St. Paul office, which I have to say, top-notch service the whole time I've been in Congress. But a couple things have happened. Doges happened, the retirements have happened, and so all of a sudden my office is way down. So she's like, I've been writing a letter, I've been trying to get a hold of them, I've been trying to find out what I need to do, I'm filling out the forms, and I got another letter from the Social Security office telling me that, you know, geez, you didn't reply to our letter quick enough. If we don't hear from you, you know, we're going to cut off your Social Security disability. So she's in the process of, you know, getting a hold of somebody to talk to that, filling out the forms, doing everything she needs to do her disability to keep her disability payments. And then she gets another letter saying, you know, we're going to cut off your Social Security. So we were talking, and she got somebody to tell her offline, and my office is working with this. But Chairman Adderholt, we have now found out that we're 2 weeks behind in doing the mail. So, and we know that the mail service sometimes is kind of slow, and no one's necessarily answering the telephone on time. So we've got some real challenges at the Social Security departments, and having one at the St. Paul office, like I said, just really floored me. We're looking into it, but Chairman Adderholt, if they have asked everybody, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you or talk to the committee staff, for everybody in this country that they have to reapply, maybe they're randomly drawing people out, and you don't get back to people in a timely fashion, and then you get a letter threatening to cut off your lifeline, your Social Security disability check. I think that's a problem. And this is an opportunity for me to bring this forward here in the committee. I look forward to working with you, finding out the answer to that. I thank the chairman for recognizing me from the full committee. I yield back. Over 2 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, what happened to the president's promise he's going to cut costs on day one? This is not cutting costs for people on day one, but you know, I want to say this because I do fear, Mr. Chair, that you understand the dilemma here. But it seems to me that is a much less expensive way to go with the 10% rule than creating this brand new bureaucracy to figure out all these different things, which may take another 5 years, and then this adds up the mistake, and it just compounds the problem. So I would just say, let's keep it simple. If we go with the 10% rule, it's humane, we're protecting our seniors, and we all go home with a win. And I yield back.
Thanks, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been shown. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mrs. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter?
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan?
Aye.
Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Utah.
Ms. Malloy, no.
Are there others wishing to change their vote or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
This is a good one. You're going to like this one, I hope. This amendment prohibits any funds in this act from being used to implement a recently announced Medicare pilot program for 6 states. Here are the lucky states: New Jersey, Ohio, Oklahoma, Texas, Arizona, and Washington. Lucky states. Raise your hand if you represent one of those states. But anyway, what this amendment does, it prohibits any funds in the act from being used to implement this Medicaid pilot program that forces authorization requirements into traditional Medicare. Now, let's talk about what this means for real people. And keep in mind, we've already seen this Congress throw millions of people off of Medicaid, and look, sounds like we're getting ready to end Affordable Care Act. So, but listen, what this plan would do, What this plan would do is create new roadblocks for seniors who depend on Medicare coverage, requiring them to get pre-approval from a bureaucracy before receiving certain Medicare procedures. Look, we know how this story goes. You go to the doctor, you get your diagnosis, and your doctor prescribes a test or a treatment. But instead of getting the treatment right away, you're told, wait. The government, or worse, the private contractor most likely, demands forms, faxes, phone calls, weeks of back and forth, deciding if you qualify. And let's be clear, this is not for frivolous procedures. The treatments on the list of prior authorization pilot programs include brain stimulation, a common treatment for Parkinson's disease, epidural steroid injections for seniors with crushing back pain. Well, I had one for my neck. I mean, it's really life-saving. Nerve devices to help people with sleep apnea breathe at night, and even skin grafts and tissue substitutes to help wounds heal. For seniors living with Parkinson's, chronic pain, cancer, heart disease, or diabetes, every day matters. A delay in treatment isn't an inconvenience. It can mean worsening illness, loss of independence, or even death. I'm going to share you a story of a constituent. He was on a private Medicare plan that required prior authorization. A retired teacher from Green Acres, that's my hometown. He had Parkinson's disease. His tremors were so severe he couldn't hold a fork to feed himself. His doctor recommended deep brain stimulation, a procedure that has transformed lives of many patients. But before he could get it, he was forced to endure months of paperwork and appeals with his insurance plan. And during that time, his condition deteriorated, his independence shrank, and his family watched helplessly. And while he endured hours and hours on the hamster wheel, going back and forth between the insurance and the doctor, and my constituent told me that the red tape was almost worse than the disease itself. So listen, colleagues, let's not bring this nightmare to Medicare. The one program that seniors still count on for guaranteed, straightforward care. Mr. Chair, this is not about waste. It's not about cutting care. It's about red tape disguised as reform, a backdoor to cut Medicare, a Medicare designed a program as a promise that after a lifetime of work, Americans would not face barriers to get the care they earned, and prior authorization shatters that promise. It puts artificial intelligence in charge instead of the doctor facing the patient. Look, artificial intelligence should be a tool of the doctor. The doctor should not be a tool of the artificial intelligence. And seniors don't need another maze of phone calls, paperwork. They want to see their doctor and get their treatment and know that the Medicare will be there for them. This amendment protects that promise, ensures that Medicare remains Medicare, not a federal government obstacle course. I urge my colleagues to support this very, very good, healthy, pro-life amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, and more importantly, I accept it.
Oh, wow, okay. This is my lucky day. I'm going to buy a lottery ticket right after this meeting. No, thank you, sir. I yield back.
Just quick formal vote. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Amendment's accepted.
2 for 4, Lo.
Okay, here we go. Here's another one. You really love this. Oh, my God. I think I'm almost on a roll. Okay.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for an amendment.
This is another very good one. So I say. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. This amendment requires a study on the economic impact of, if we failure to extend the enhanced premium tax credits for millions of Americans who rely on the affordable healthcare insurance marketplace. Look, we know this. The Affordable Care Act has been a lifeline for millions of families, helping people with pre-existing conditions working parents and small businesses owners access quality of care that they couldn't otherwise. It ended the days when insurance companies could deny coverage because of a cancer diagnosis or diabetes or charge women just for being a woman. It allows young people to stay on their parents' insurance until age 26. It expanded Medicaid for low-income families, lowered prescription drug costs, and provided protections against surprised medical bills. See what else it did. And listen to this statistic. It's really amazing, if you ask me. Thank you for asking me. Today, more than 24 million Americans are enrolled in the ACA Marketplace coverage. And I'm proud to say that Floridians were number one with 4.6 million Floridians in coverage. And listen, this 24 million now is the highest in number in history. And now listen to this. This is all important to know. 90% of them, that's about 17 to 18 million people, depend on the enhanced premium tax credit to keep their insurance affordable. So, and listen, it goes without saying that the ACA is not just about protecting individuals. It strengthens our healthcare system, and it keeps our economy going by keeping people insured, reducing uncompensated care, promoting preventative services, lowering medical debt, and helping people stay healthy, productive, financially secure. Now, this is a problem because of, and I don't mean to be, what do you call it, acrimonious, but I will for 1 minute. Because of the Republican mission to reduce federal spending to pay tax cuts for billionaires, there is rising concern that this Congress will fail to extend the enhanced premium tax credit, and this is going to have a devastating impact. It's unbelievable because the predictions is that the marketplace plans that their premiums are going to rise about 75% on the average. And that means the average enrollee would pay roughly $1,200 more a year and that's families. It could be another $3,000 or $4,000 annually. And so we're going to see premiums double all over the country. And it's estimated 4 million or more people are just going to completely lose coverage because they can't afford it. And listen, this is all, again, this all on top of the fact that we're throwing 18 million people off of Medicaid. And hey, listen, this is going to be a real mess, folks. It's going to be a real mess. So let's do this. Congress still has time to extend these tax credits. I hope we do that. But if the worst happens, the American people deserve to know what it means for the health of our people and economy. That's why my amendment directs the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to conduct a full analysis of what happens when we let these tax credits expire, and then we're going to ask them to give us a report. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Again, I thank the lady for amendment, but today on this one I have to oppose. As all the members I think are aware, the issue raised by this amendment is already subject of ongoing and active review by the authorizing committees of jurisdiction in both the House and the Senate. As the tax writing committees of jurisdiction, the Ways and Means Committee is actually the proper venue for that review. So I would ask members to vote no on the gentlelady's amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. The Republicans' big, beautiful bill that you all need to rename, apparently because it's polling so terribly, rips health care away from nearly 15 million Americans, including 156,000 people in Connecticut that rely on Husky, which is our Medicaid program, or buy their insurance on our exchange, Access Health Connecticut, all to provide $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for the richest and biggest corporations. Before this bill, the uninsured rate in the 3rd Congressional District of Connecticut was approximately 5%. That number is going to skyrocket compared to previous years. After all the progress we have made following the passage of the Affordable Care Act in terms of getting people covered, we are being forced to go back to square one. Premiums for individual plans sold on Access Health Connecticut may increase by as much as 25% next year. As a result, an estimated 13,000 people in my district who purchased their coverage on Access Health Connecticut will lose it because the cost will simply be too much. Last year, 92% of residents in my district received an average of $994 in financial help to purchase their plans. Overall, nearly 20,000 residents were helped, receiving more than $14 million in total assistance. What does this mean? Here are a couple of examples of how the premium tax credit is helping members of the middle class make ends meet. A single person making $66,000 currently pays $631 in monthly premium thanks to the enhanced subsidies. Under Trump Care, they will pay more than $1,770, an additional $1,100 a month, or $13,700 more for the whole year. A family of four making $84,000 currently pay $600 in monthly premiums because of the subsidies, and under Trump Care, they will now pay more than $2,400 a month for a new premium total of $3,000, an extra $29,000 per year. How many families can afford that? Maybe some of those people who are getting that tax cut at $4.5 trillion. Individuals and families are going to drop their insurance, no question, and this amendment will provide us with definitive answers of this coverage loss. I know our side of the aisle would prefer to see the premium tax cuts reinstated, which apparently was not a priority in the big, beautiful bill. But at the barest minimum, let us make sure that CMS conducts this very basic analysis. If you are so confident that people are not going to lose their health coverage, you should vote for this amendment so that we can see the data. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. These expiring tax credits are based on my bill, the Healthcare Affordability Act, which would make them permanent for the millions of American families who get their health care through the Affordable Care Act marketplace. I fought so hard to get these enacted during the pandemic because we know they work, both to lower costs and improve health outcomes. As a result, families of four who get their health care coverage through the marketplace are saving an average of $2,400 on their annual health care premiums. So it's no wonder that they're extremely popular, and we've seen a record-breaking and life-saving expansion of coverage. More than 24 million people signed up for health care through the Affordable Care Act this year, including 3.2 million new people. The data is clear. These savings have been transformative for healthcare coverage in America. As a registered nurse, I know the real-life impact that these savings have on our communities. They're the difference between a working mom being able to take her sick kid to see the pediatrician or just giving her some Tylenol and hoping for the best. They're the difference between a family being able to focus on their dad's treatment after his cancer diagnosis or spending that precious time filing for bankruptcy and financial ruin. Nothing about this is abstract. As we debate this amendment today, families are getting these letters from their insurance companies telling them that the cost of their premium is about to skyrocket to completely unaffordable levels thanks to Republican cuts to health care. The average increase in states across the country is 18%. In my state, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois has announced an average rate increase of 27% for individual plans. Now, on top of that premium costing more, Republicans are risking letting the subsidy that helps pay for it expire. Colleagues, in the Trump economy, families are struggling to afford groceries and other basics right now. Can we realistically expect people are prepared to take on thousands of new dollars and higher costs for their health care too? Are my colleagues on the other side of the aisle going to just stand by and do nothing when we have the power right now in this moment today to extend these savings and make sure that families can afford their health care? If we allow these tax credits to expire almost overnight, we will return to an America where millions of people simply go without coverage and all of the suffering that follows. Making sure that we understand the impact of letting these tax credits expire is a common sense step. And the next step must be to pass my legislation to make these popular tax credits permanent once and for all. I strongly support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment and by Congresswoman Frankel. And over the weekend, I met with cattlemen in my region. And the first issue they talked to me about wasn't the international markets, which is a big problem with tariffs and so forth. The problem they talked to me about was their health insurance. The farmer, his wife, and their kids, their bill every year is $30,000. I'm talking about family farmers, not some big conglomerate. And I wasn't expecting to hear that from them. So the issue of the Affordable Care Act, being able to buy insurance at affordable rates, and a job like that's a hard job. The farmer had one operation already. It's hard to work with cattle friends. They do odd things sometimes, and you can get injured. So we know that thanks to the Affordable Care Act, enhanced premium tax credits, which Democrats fought for during the pandemic, 24.3 million Americans can participate in the Affordable Care Act marketplace, giving them access to affordable health care. And as we say affordable, well, it's a struggle for every family just to be able to find the health insurance. And I couldn't be here for the discussion Congresswoman Frankel had offered and a discussion about phone service because I had to take a case call. My phone rang just now, and I had to go out there, and it was from a gentleman, 75 years old, who was he just got put back in his home. He lives alone in a wheelchair, and he'd fallen out of the chair, and all he has is his handheld phone. That is his. He doesn't have one of those things on his neck. He doesn't have one of those. And I said, what happened? He goes, well, I had to call the fire squad again to come and pick me up off the floor. But Marcy, I'm really calling you about my sister because she's been in the hospital. She's had 7 operations. And he said, I don't understand what we have to do. They want to discharge her from the hospital. And she's appealed it 5 to 6 times. He says, how am I supposed to help her? Where am I supposed to go? Thank God he has a telephone. And so we put our caseworkers on it right out in the district now, and he's facing a surgery. I've been working with that case for a month to try to get him in the hospital because he's swelling up. He's got fluid all over his body, and he needs another thing on his arm to keep the fluid down because the pacemaker wasn't put in the right way. I mean, it's so complicated. And these people are out there in every congressional district. So anything that would harm people at this moment in history and keep them away from their doctor. I mean, how many more appeals? I took care of my family members before their deaths, and I did the best I could, right? But you always have to appeal something to this person and that person, and while they're in very critical condition, I'm going, what kind of a system is this? When the perpetrant of the murder of the CEO of United Healthcare did that horrible act in New York, there's a reason the American people are so frustrated, because their loved ones can't get the care they need. So I support the gentlelady's every single amendment you've offered, and we shouldn't even be talking about that in this committee. We should have hearings and try to fix what's wrong with the system. And whether it's Medicare for all or whatever it is, we need to have a system in this country that doesn't put our people, hardworking people, this man that called, he's a veteran, 5 years, and can't even get him decent care. This is terrible for our country. So I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, find a different mechanism for us. Find a different way to talk about this so we don't have to, put this on a bill late in the day when so many Americans are totally frustrated. If we had a call-in, I urge the chairman, you know what, Mr. Chairman, give us a whole set of phones. Let the American people call us. They'll tell us what they think about the current health care system. I support the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. And I thank the gentlelady from Ohio for your words. Now, listen, whether you like this amendment or not, that's almost not even the point. Alert, alert, alert. This is what I want you to know. I want you to be alerted that we are facing what I call a medical calamity crisis. I don't know if that's an expression, a medical calamity crisis, because folks, you kicked off 18 million people are going to get kicked off of Medicaid, and we're talking about over 25 million who are now on the Affordable Care Act. And if all these people start to get sick and doctors are not getting paid and the hospitals are getting closed and the economy is suffering, what are we going to do? This amendment says, let's figure it out with a report. But in other words, alert, alert, alert. We got to head off this calamity, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not adopted.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady is from Florida. Ms. Frankel is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Uh-oh. Where's Debbie Wasserman Schultz? I know she wants to be here. Her people should get her. Okay. Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Okay. This amendment ensures that federal MAHA funds made available in fact may not be awarded to any state or local entity that rescinds or fails to uphold immunization requirements established by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. Let me be clear that this amendment is about keeping people alive and healthy, and it is surreal. It is surreal that I have to offer this amendment. But here we are. Here we are. In my home state of Florida, the Surgeon General, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, backed by our governor, is actually now, I know you're not going to believe it when I say this, but I'm telling you, this is happening. They're leading a dangerous crusade to eliminate vaccine requirements across the board for K-12 schools, daycares, college housing, and nursing homes. Florida would be the first state in the nation to take this reckless step. Folks from Texas, you better watch. You know they're in a race. But listen, what exactly are they trying to wipe away? Life-saving vaccines that every other state requires to protect children and families. Here's what they are. Polio. Let's get rid of the vaccine for polio. Once 35,000 cases a year in the United States. Now it is eradicated. The measles. Let's get rid of the measles vaccine, says our Surgeon General. The measles global deaths were cut by 90% since 2000. Mumps, once a leading cause of childhood deafness. Rubella, no longer causing thousands of babies to be born with devastating birth defects. The vaccine that shields kids from diphtheria, whooping cough, and tetanus. Wants to get rid of that one. Wants to get rid of the vaccine that cuts chickenpox hospitalizations, and it's cut them by 93%, kids under 4. Hepatitis B, let's get rid of that, he says, protecting infants from a virus that can cause lifelong liver disease. And also Hib, once the top cause of deadly meningitis in toddlers, has now nearly been eliminated. Oh, but that's not all. Pneumococcal, protecting seniors and children alike from pneumonia and bloodstream infections. The boosters that keep teenagers and adults safe from deadly disease. You know what? This is crazy. You're looking at me like, no, this is not happening. Yes, it is. We're not talking about experimental shots. These are time-tested, proven vaccines that have saved millions of lives and spared countless families grief. And now in Florida, we're talking about Florida. It could happen in your place too. 4.5 million children, 7 million seniors, and nearly 150 million tourists who visit Florida their lives or on well-being are put at risk. You think you're going to bring your children to everybody comes to Disney World, really? You're going to come to, if you want to get the measles, polio, the mumps, chicken pox, come to Florida. You're not only going to get a ride on the roller coaster, you can pick up some diseases. All right. Listen, this is not public health. It's reckless disregard for science and safety. And, so this is what Dr. Lapito says. He calls vaccine mandates immoral, and he even compared them to slavery. And in a recent interview, he admitted that his team didn't even study the impact of any vaccine mandates because, in his words, it's about parental choice. Really? Well, you might ask, what about the rights of parents who don't want their children exposed to the measles in school, right? Or chickenpox in daycare, or meningitis in a college dorm? And what about the seniors who don't want to risk pneumonia in a nursing home? And incidentally, the Supreme Court sometimes does something right, and they have upheld vaccine mandates for over a century, and all 50 states require them. This is not a partisan issue, folks. This is common sense. Eliminating vaccines doesn't just threaten individual families, it shreds herd immunity, undermines decades of progress, and endangers infants, cancer patients, and anyone with a weakened immune system. In Florida, it threatens our economy, which depends on people being healthy and tourists feeling safe. And this amendment draws a line. If you want to get rid of federal dollars, if you want to get rid of vaccines, no Maha dollars for you. Okay. Listen, let's not gamble with the safety of our communities, and let's not roll back decades of life-saving progress. This is a very good life-saving amendment, and I urge its support. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Chair of the Subcommittee, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Oh, I appreciate again the gentlelady's amendment. This amendment would turn public health recommendations into a one-size-fits-all mandate that would eliminate the ability of state and local governments to respond to unique needs of their particular communities. The United States faces a crisis of public trust, and requiring that American parents place the health of their children in the hands of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats is a surefire way to further undermine this trust. So for that reason, I will have to oppose the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Law, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment is another approach to one of the amendments that I offered regarding vaccines. I understand that for my colleague from Florida, changing vaccine policy is not a hypothetical scenario. The Florida Surgeon General is calling to end vaccine mandates, including for children enrolling in school. Ending the requirement that children get vaccinations before enrolling in schools will lead to the spread of more infection diseases, not only among children, but throughout communities. This is a significant risk, and therefore, this amendment includes a modest consequence of preventing states or local entities from receiving funding from the new Making America Health Again, the MAHA slush fund, being created in this bill if the state does not uphold immunization requirements. I support this amendment, which will protect our kids and our communities. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to bet that every single parent in here followed the recommended, required vaccination guidelines in your state because you don't want your children to get the measles, mumps, rubella, pneumonia, chicken pox. If they step on a rusty nail, tetanus. I mean, the list goes on. If they get bitten by a dog, rabies. I mean, those are all things that are required, which is why I rise in strong support of this amendment, because abandoning school vaccine requirements is not just misguided, it's reckless and dangerous. And respectfully to my friend from Alabama, It is not unelected bureaucrats who decide on vaccine policy. It is public health and infectious disease experts. By the way, in most states, including mine, it's elected officials because in some part, at least one part of these required vaccines are in state law. You know how state law passes? It passes by going through the legislative process and elected officials vote on it. Imagine that. In Florida, the Surgeon General, as my colleague to the north of me just described, issued a directive that strips away one of the most basic protections we have for children and families. Let's call it what it is, a political stunt, yet another one, that gambles with kids' lives, jeopardizes seniors with weak immune systems, and risks dragging us back into outbreaks of diseases we already defeated decades ago. Vaccines are not controversial. They are science. They are not adversarial. They are science. They eradicated polio, crushed measles and rubella, and saved countless lives. Generations of American children have been able to sit safely in classrooms. Yes, smallpox. Smallpox. I have a smallpox mark on my shoulder, one of the last of the generations that received a smallpox vaccine. Why? Because guess what? The smallpox vaccine isn't given anymore because we eradicated smallpox. Although now there have been that we've started to have some outbreaks. We have to make sure that we don't get back to a place where we have smallpox running rampant through our society. To rip away those protections now is nothing short of public health malpractice. And the rhetoric being thrown around that vaccine requirements are slavery, which our Surgeon General said, that is offensive, dangerous, and shameful. It spreads lies, stokes fear, and undermines trust in medicine. Florida families deserve better than reckless sound bites that endanger their kids and their communities. This amendment is about more than schools. It's about keeping parents at work, keeping businesses running, and protecting the very economy that states like Florida depend on. You cannot be a family-friendly destination when you make families unsafe. My colleagues, that is not partisan, it is common sense. If we care about children, if we care about seniors, if we care about public health and economic health, then we must reject this dangerous extremism. As I mentioned in my opening remarks on this bill, I led a letter with my Democratic colleagues in our congressional delegation to Governor DeSantis, urging him not to pursue the directive to remove all vaccine requirements, including in schools. And I was joined by all our Democratic members of the Florida delegation and none of the Republicans, even though we know many of them disagree with this risky and dangerous decision for the physical and economic health of the people of Florida. Look, Florida might one day soon, likely one day soon, will go from being known as the Sunshine State to the diseased state. So today, I'm quite sure that our tourism might drop a bit if that's what we're more known for than our fantastic orange juice. So today, I urge every member, stand with science, stand with families, stand with children, stand with the vulnerable, and support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing the gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, it's hard for me to believe that the base of either of our parties supports the lack of medical science that is being applied too often now in our policies. We know vaccines make a difference. We know vaccines save lives. We certainly know it has made a difference in the health of children throughout the world, not just here. And the fact that this is going to lose, presumably because you have made a determination that the majority of your constituents believe that this is good policy, I mean, this is like bleeding to solve some illness. To let this science-based health alternative of vaccines be essentially withdrawn. And the fact that I have small great-grandchildren now. My grandchildren are not in school, nor are my children in school. But I have great-grandchildren in school. And frankly, I don't want parents sending their children to school with my great-grandchildren that will possibly convey to them diseases that have been eliminated or largely marginalized. I hear some talk about mandates. I would bet the mandates, that is, voters who voted in the last election, either for president, Senate, or Congress, would be very, very small a proportion supporting this policy. I thank the gentlelady for her amendment.
We need to go back to leaching.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, for me, my number one, I almost call it my job in life, is being a grandmother. 2 little beautiful boys. And myself and Ms. Wasserman Schultz and others, we are trying to save our children in our state. That is what we are doing. And maybe this is going to save the children in your state. We're saving them from a reckless, dangerous, bizarre, it is bizarre thinking to try to get rid of these vaccines that are tried and true, that have wiped out polio, measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria, whooping cough, tetanus, chickenpox, hepatitis B, meningitis. What? So we can be the free state of Florida? Folks, you want some disease? It will be free. Come to Disney because that's where you can get it. Sir, I urge everybody, please, vote for this amendment and let's save our children and our grandchildren. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No. I think the ayes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? No. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Aye. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Aye. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Aye. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor? Aye. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. LaLota? Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Aye. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Aye. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California.
Mr. Calvert, no.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentlelady from California. Are there others wishing to cast their vote or change their vote?
Yes, you did.
Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 31, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you'll be pleased to know this is my last amendment for the day. And I think it's something we can all agree on because it fixes something that I think was inadvertently left out of the bill. And I bring this amendment as the proud mother of a United States Marine veteran. And I'm honored to offer this amendment to restore $19 million in funding for the Centers of Excellence for Veteran Student Success at the Department of Education. I'll explain what that is. But first, I just want to thank, I know we have a lot of people in this room who served our country in the military. I want to thank you very, very much for your patriotism. And what these student centers do is what happens with a lot of our men and women who come out of the military. There is sometimes a very difficult transition period for them. And since 2020, this program, Centers of Excellence for Veteran Student Success, has supported over 70 veteran student success centers across the country. It provides academic support, career guidance, and most importantly, a sense of belonging for veterans pursuing higher education. Every year, roughly 200,000, this is some statistic, 200,000 service members transition from active duty to civilian life. And many go to college using the post 9/11 GI Bill to build new careers and new futures. And I think, let's be clear, I think many of you probably know this, the transition is not always easy. Veterans face real challenges, some PTSD, some physical injuries, the loss of structure and camaraderie that they had when they had the uniform. And on campus, many feel isolated from their younger peers. So these centers are much more than help desks. They are lifelines offering connection, counseling, and community. I'm going to just tell you about one of my constituents, David, a 4-year Army veteran, graduate of Palm Beach State College. He dropped out of college in his 20s. He later enlisted and was a communications security expert in Afghanistan. But when he returned home, he's told us he felt lost, struggling in school, unsure about his future. And then he found the Military and Veteran Service Center at Palm Beach State College, and there he got help navigating his VA benefits. He reconnected with fellow veterans, and he earned his degree, and today he's paying it forward. He's working as a student advisor and guiding other veterans to success. And that's what this program does. It turns struggle into strength, and it transforms service into new beginnings. Mr. Chair, I think that that the bill must have been an inadvertent mistake because it's $9 million. That's not that it's a little money, but certainly I think the members of this appropriation committee will understand how worthy these centers are. So I just say, look, let's not turn our backs on the very people who have stood up for us. And Mr. Chair, I'm just hoping, I'm going to withdraw the amendment. I'm not going to call for roll call. I think there's some question about how we're going to fund this. But Mr. Chair, I'd love to work with you as we go forward to make sure that this gets back into the bill in a way that we can support the funding. I know the Senate has it in their bill. And so with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. She withdrew. Gentleman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, you know I subscribe to you have not because you ask not. So for tomorrow's dinner, could we have baked chicken, macaroni and cheese, and string beans? Just something plain and all-American. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of it.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment. Before she starts, I have no control over the food. That depends on the member who's handling the bill, but I will make sure that the request is forwarded.
Gracias.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. My amendment takes the $40 million allocated in this bill for abstinence-only education and redirects it to the Minority HIV/AIDS Fund, which supports science-backed treatment and prevention programs in communities with disproportionately high infection rates. As recently as 2019, Black and Latino communities accounted for 70% of the new HIV diagnoses, despite making up only 32% of the population. This is not a new phenomenon. The Minority HIV/AIDS Fund was established as part of the Minority AIDS Initiative in 1998 to deliver critical prevention and treatment options directly to the most impacted communities. The fund supports projects across the country in Black communities, rural communities, immigrant communities, etc. It prioritizes folks that are affected by substance abuse and mental health challenges and is a crucial part of our federal response to care, prevention, and treatment. So rather than cutting $35 million in funding from this initiative, my amendment increases it by $5 million without adding a penny to the bill's top line figure. Abstinence-only education is not education at all. It's the opposite. It is a strategy based on withholding information. It doesn't work, and it deprives young people of access to crucial medical information. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and the Minority HIV/AIDS Fund, which has provided evidence-backed prevention, care, and treatment to people suffering from this disease for nearly 30 years. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
I thank the gentlelady, but this amendment is offset with the funding, as you mentioned, from Sexual Risk Avoidance Program. And actually, there are many of us who believe that that's an important tool for young people for goal setting and respecting relationships. These programs go beyond just the basic sex education, and it actually empowers students through discussions about healthy relationships boundary setting, self-esteem, goal setting, decision-making, and avoiding other risk-taking behaviors. These programs help young Americans make healthy choices as they transition from adolescence to adulthood, and because of that, I would oppose the amendment. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Lohr, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. Abstinence-only education has been a failure everywhere it has been tried because it denies people necessary and even life-saving information about their own bodies and reproductive health. Research in the American Journal of Public Health has shown that not only does federal abstinence-only funding fail to lower teen birth rates, the more that state policies emphasize abstinence-only programs, the higher the incidence of teen pregnancies and birth. A separate analysis funded by HHS also found that abstinence-only programs do not affect the incidence of pregnancy, HIV, or other STIs among adolescents. By contrast, the Minority HIV/AIDS Initiative has been extremely effective at improving access to care and reducing disparities in health outcomes among populations that have been hit the hardest by HIV/AIDS. From providing core medical and support services, to conducting outreach and education, to providing culturally and linguistically targeted care, these funds are crucial to life, to saving lives and improving the quality of life for those living with HIV/AIDS. There are 1.2 million people with HIV in the United States, and more than 30,000 people are newly diagnosed with HIV each year. They deserve funding and support through proven programs. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with every word that my ranking member has just spoken on behalf of this amendment, and I urge the support from my colleagues. Thank you. And thank you, ranking member.
Thank the gentlelady. The questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New Jersey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the chair, the noes have it. And we called for noes. Gentlelady has requested recorded vote, sufficient number of, a few more hands, please. Sufficient number of hands having been risen and support shown, raised, and clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Aye. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Aye. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota? Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Miss Underwood? Oh. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to cast their vote, record their vote, or change their vote? Gentleman from Arkansas? Gentleman from Arkansas?
He's recorded.
Oh, is he recorded? Okay. Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Mississippi?
Mr. Guest, no.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar votes aye.
Gentlelady from the state of Washington?
Ms. Perez, aye.
Gentlelady from New York, are you recorded? Are there others wishing to change their vote or record their vote? Did you make that? Okay. Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Deans, recognized for the purposes of amendment.
I thank Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I have an amendment here that I think will, I hope, gather some bipartisan support. I rise in support of my amendment number 1, which would restore funding for several critical programs related to homelessness and SAMHSA. And let me begin by offering a few sentences out of a recent statement made by President Trump. It is a presidential message. This was September the 2nd of this year, a presidential message on National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. The president begins this statement: every day, drug and alcohol addiction shatters families, destabilizes neighborhoods, derails careers, and steals the lives of countless Americans. He goes on to say, tragically, tens of millions of Americans live with substance abuse disorders, a crisis that reaches every community, crosses every generation, and leaves no corner of our nation untouched, just as Chairman Rogers said earlier in the day. Though addiction is a disease, recovery is achievable. And he concludes partly by saying, again, this is Mr. Trump, for this reason, my administration is committed to making it easier for victims of substance abuse to totally and fully recover. I could not agree more with the president on those matters. What I want to do is make sure that several critical programs related to homelessness at SAMHSA are restored. This includes restoring funding for homelessness prevention programs within the mental health programs of regional and national significance to $28 million, the level included in the Senate bill, and restoring funding for the treatment systems for homeless within substance abuse treatment programs of regional and national significance to more than $37 million, also the level included in the Senate bill. This amendment also strikes language included in the report that states, quote, "The committee provides no funding for the homelessness prevention programs, noting that these programs are duplicative of the projects for assistance in transition from homelessness programs and other federal housing assistance programs administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development," end quote. Quite simply, I do not agree. We are finally making progress on tackling the overdose epidemic in this country. 3 years ago, overdose deaths in a single year topped 110,000 people, more than 300 souls a day. Overdose deaths decreased in 2024 by 27%, but it's still too many lives being lost. More than 80,000 souls were lost in 2024. I'm not sure what that noise is. Okay, I thought they were impressed by the overdose deaths. That's 220 people a day. Every single day currently die of overdose in this country. A jetliner a day is what I call it, dying in this country every day, but we have the power to do something about it, and we have been doing something about it. So now is not the time for us to take our foot off the gas and decrease funding to SAMHSA. We have still so much farther to go. As you all know, our nation also has a homelessness crisis, with more than 770,000 people homeless in any single night in 2024, the highest record ever recorded. While the lack of affordable housing is the primary driver of homelessness, research shows behavioral health conditions, including addiction, can exacerbate homelessness and can also be a consequence of homelessness. In 2024, 22% of adults who were suffering homelessness had a serious mental illness. That's approximately 18% had a substance use disorder or addiction. The numbers are staggering, and to me, it is personal. As some of you know, my own son, Harry, struggled with opioid addiction, and I'm happy to tell you he is now more than 12 years in recovery from opioid addiction, but not... But not every family is that fortunate. Every family should get to recovery. There are millions of Americans in recovery, and I can tell you that Harry worked hard. It's a family disease, frankly. I had the love and support, but every child, every adult should have that. Services that reach out for too many people suffering from addiction and homelessness in this country are cut under this bill. The research irrefutably shows that safely and securing housing for people who are both homeless and suffering from behavioral health issues such as substance abuse disorder or addiction often requires supportive services in addition. Unfortunately, too often, these services are siloed. Subsidizing housing is critical, and it's not enough. The grant program that my amendment restores funding for strengthens the connections between these services, ensuring that those who are homeless and have significant behavioral health issues will be better cared for and have a better chance of both recovery and remaining stably housed. Speaking as a mother of someone who has battled addiction, I know that reducing the barriers and streamlining systems, reducing and eliminating shame and stigma, all lead to the help and possibility of recovery. I urge my colleagues, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for going a little too long there. I urge my colleagues' support.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt's recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment. Federal housing and homeless programs should make sobriety and stability a priority. Unfortunately, under the previous administrations, funds were used to facilitate illegal drug use and promote policies that normalized and enabled substance use. The Labor, Health, and Human Services Bill makes a priority programs that support effective recovery and self-sufficiency, not programs that blur the lines between shelter and sanctioning drug use. This bill further offsets funding with the Making America Healthy Again initiative, and that's, as you know, is important to this administration. So I therefore oppose this amendment. But if we are able to work together on this topic as we move forward, I certainly would be happy to do so, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Delors, is recognized to address the amendment.
With all due respect and deference, I don't know what the chair means when he talks about the prior administration encouraging drug abuse and use. It really makes no sense. You know, you can't keep blaming the prior administration for the ills of society that you are contributing to. I rise in support of this amendment. Once again, the majority is targeting programs that provide support to members of our community that are the most vulnerable. And this time it is the homeless. In order for individuals to be successful in permanent housing, we need to support mental health and addiction services. Sam says homelessness programs improve access to treatment and services that support health and wellness. And they were in place by a prior administration, which is now what you want to cut back on. A few minutes ago, we talked about this being one of the most pro-life bills that we have seen. Quality of life, pro-life, doesn't affect just pregnancy. It is about the quality of life. And you listen to Ms. Dean and her own personal story about the life-saving support services that her son received in order to be able to survive and have the family survive as well. I thank my colleague for offering this amendment, and I urge others to support it. Why would we be cutting back on mental health and addiction services and permanent housing for people who are in circumstances that we need to help them deal with, instead of running them into the ground and potentially allowing for them to lose their lives? I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Dean amendment and restoration of these funds. If we don't do this, the number of deaths will increase. If you look at the 988 Lifeline that was launched in July of 2022, they've received nearly 14.5 million calls, texts, and messages, and that was only launched in July of 2022. 14.5 million calls. Think about that. Every single jail I represent, 70, and there's 8 of them, every single one, 75% of the people in those jails are drug addicted or mentally ill. So when the mentally ill were released by Ronald Reagan, all right, they've landed in places like the parks here in Washington, D.C. I asked the question I will ask again that I asked this morning. So where are those people? Where are they here in Washington? Are they being, did they export them to Maryland? I mean, I don't know. I don't live in Washington. But we can't seem to deal with fragile humans that need some attention. So I think that this is really important. And my neighbor is now drug-free for about, I think, 6 years. I watched what happened to that family, and they never gave up. And that young individual is leading a more productive life now. But many of these individuals, if they're mentally ill, they are so vulnerable to traffickers. And there's a percentage of the population that are. And they really need help. Housing and a transitional shelter situation is the best way to go. I'm just amazed at the people that work with these individuals. I think that they are extraordinary human beings, and I'm proud that they are Americans. A couple weeks ago, I spoke with local health officials from one of the counties I represent, Sandusky County, and they there, with some help we brought them, have been able to cut overdose deaths in half. In half. That's better than the national average. I know there are members on the other side of the aisle that have devoted a lot of their careers to the opioid epidemic, and we brought down nationally, maybe I don't have the exact right numbers, from about 122,000 down to about 86,000 or 82,000, whatever the number is. But it's headed in the right direction, so why take your foot off the accelerator? Now, we need to strengthen these organizations at the local level, and they're doing God's work. I mean, this is something that's been ignored for a half a century. And coming out of the pandemic, we know that the challenge got a little bit harder. So I support the gentlelady's amendment. I commend her for doing it and for taking what hurt your heart into a proactive stance to make it better for others, not just your own family, but others. So I support her amendment and urge passage.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleagues for the conversation around this important issue. And I do know, and I've spoken with many of you on the other side of the aisle, your communities, your families are touched by addiction and have been ravaged by it. And now with fentanyl, we know it is even more deadly. My son Harry and I talk about it. If he were using now, if he were in active use now, he most likely would not be here. When he was in active addiction, fentanyl was not a thing, or at least not in his world. Let's build on the progress of the previous administration. The previous administration made great progress. This administration came in saying, let's shut down SAMHSA. Fortunately, I think they're trying to pull it back from saying that. Let's build on the progress. 27% downward trend. We can do better. And I want to mention that if you take a look in this bill, the supplemental funding provided for SAMHSA via the American Rescue Plan, what happened here? $1 billion canceled or terminated. That's the 988 suicide line you were talking about, Ms. Capter. Thank you for raising that. Take a look at this one. Frozen, $150 million in SAMHSA substance use prevention funding. This is the wrong direction to go, and our own president recognizes that. I'll close with his final sentence in this statement that, as I say, he put out 3, 4, 5 days ago. During National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month, we renew our resolve to build a future where every American has a chance to live free from addiction and to lead long, happy, hopeful, vigorous American lives. Please support my amendment.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Being chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amodei? Mr. Amodei, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin? No. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris? No. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce? No. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota? No. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow? No. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy? No. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse? No. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Maine?
Ms. Pingree, aye.
Gentlelady from Florida?
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana?
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Are there others wishing to record or change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Oh, the gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud votes no.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 2, which would restore funding for critical federal student aid programs. This includes restoring funding for the Federal Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grant Program, which is used for grants to undergraduate students who demonstrate exceptional financial need. To restore it to $910 million, the same as FY25 enacted level, and as included in the Senate bill. As written, the bill eliminates funding for this program. This amendment, my amendment, also restores funding for federal work study, which, as we all know, provides part-time jobs for undergraduate and graduate students with financial need. $1.23 billion, the same as FY25 enacted level, and the same as included in the Senate bill. As written, the bill funds federal work study at only $779 million. As a former college professor, this is an interest near and dear to my heart. Financial aid is essential for ensuring every student in our country, regardless of their parents' financial status, is able to access post-secondary education if they so choose. Currently, about 3,400 post-secondary institutions receive funds under FSOG, or however that is pronounced. Students qualify for grants of up to $4,000 by demonstrating financial need, with a priority given to Pell Grant recipients with demonstrated exceptional need. Nearly 2 million students rely on this program to help finance education. As for federal work study, approximately 2,900 institutions participate, serving more than 455,000 undergraduate and graduate students. I had the chance to work with many such students. We need to be investing in our young people. In fact, I think of no better investment. Imagine the returns for their futures to our society as a whole. I want to take a moment to highlight a few points made by my alma mater and the university where I taught for 10 years, LaSalle University. The president writes to me, and he says, quote, calls for the reduction and or elimination of federal work study and the Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant, which colleges and universities use in tandem to provide on-campus work opportunities for students and to help offset the cost of living on campus, would significantly increase attrition. Reduction and or elimination of these programs at the same time that other programs are potentially being cut would all but ensure that many students would be without steady income and job skill training and potentially forced into living situations not conducive to their education. He goes on to say, with these potential cuts, students and families would have to lean more on alternative funding sources to complete their education. The loans that the federal government provides for undergraduate students through the subsidized and unsubsidized program, parents through the PLUS loan program, and graduate students through the Grad Plus loan program combine to enable more people to get a degree or an advanced degree and better help shape the direction of this country upon their graduation. Putting in place additional caps when there already exist or outright eliminating them would set advanced degree attainment back significantly and accordingly set the United States back in our role as the world's leader in education, innovation, and discovery. That's from the president of LaSalle University, a university whose mission it was founded to educate the students of the children of the poor, to educate the working class children. I had the privilege of teaching there for 10 years. Many of the students were first generation. Cutting these programs will reduce the number of students able to access it. Unfortunately, the majority is once again demonstrating short-sightedness and an unwillingness to make these critical investments in our young people, in all of our future. Once again, I have to conclude that what is wanted is an uneducated electorate or an education for the wealthy only. I urge my colleagues to rethink and to revise and to accept my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, difficult decisions, choices in this bill, but this bill does make a priority of $22.5 billion in funding to preserve the Pell Grant program and to help low-income students pursue their educational goals after they leave high school. Pell Grants are the foundation of the federal financial aid, and it follows students to the school of their choosing. However, the increases in this amendment are not offset, and it would cause the bill to exceed its allocation. Therefore, I oppose the amendment. And but obviously, as always, look forward to working with the gentlelady as we continue this process. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to respond to the amendment.
I rise in support of the amendment. The President, House Republicans are not laser focused on the cost of living crisis. They are making it worse. Nowhere is this more apparent than in their approach to post-secondary education and student financial aid. This bill slashes $1.4 billion from federal student aid programs that help kids pay for college, including the elimination of the Federal Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grant, SEOG, and a $451 million cut to federal work study. Again, this offset response is really spurious. The majority chose to cut this bill by $24 billion below current levels. No reason for the cut. This bill is not going to the House floor. There's no top-line cap. What are we doing but trying to offer opportunity, quality of life for our constituents and their families? The elimination of CIAG will take away need-based financial aid for more than 1.6 million low-income students who use these grants to finance their education. What are we about if we're not helping people who can't afford it to finance their education? The cuts to federal work study will take away work-based financial aid for 220,000 students who need it to help pay for their post-secondary education. These are students from working-class families. They are, yes, working their way through college. You know, some families do not need financial assistance to go to college. That's your crowd of the millionaires and the billionaires and the people who run the biggest corporations. They got $4.5 trillion. They're not worried about paying the tuition for their kids. You see the kids in the library sitting at the desk and working? That's a federal work-study program so that they can go to college. My God, what is wrong with us? This is, you know, it just defies imagination that we would just tear asunder the ability for kids to succeed. House Republicans have reckless plans for our federal financial aid programs, will hold college students back, limiting their potential earnings and their future success in the job market. But just let me take a second here. Title I, kids without teachers. So let's go to elementary school, and then let's go to post-secondary. So let's just take it all away from middle-class families, from working families, from vulnerable families. Let's do that in order to provide tax breaks for the richest people in this nation, because they don't have enough. With this amendment, my colleagues across the aisle have a chance. Reverse the course. Help your constituents with kids who are working their way through school to get an education. Again, it's not my kids, it's not my grandkids or any of us here, but there's millions of kids around this country who have an opportunity to grab the ring and to get that chance to go to school. And my God, why would we take it away from them? I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I look forward to working with the chairman on trying to make sure we adequately, and I would argue excellently, give our kids, our young adults, the opportunity for a full education, for what they want to pursue, for their futures, their dreams, their final destinies. When we cut off federal partnership in their education or cut it short, I think we make a grave mistake. I'm home, Philadelphia is home to many universities. It's a wonderful place. A lot of young people love to come there, and then we get them to stay. And I'll read just one other statement. Many universities wrote to me at this time, knowing we were considering this. This is from the Association of Jesuit Colleges and Universities, and they say in part, at Jesuit colleges and universities, student access and success rely on a partnership with the federal government. We would like to work with you to advance our nation's competitive economic advantage and build an educated and informed citizenry. Please consider voting yes for this amendment for the future of our kids. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Paying the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not adopted.
Roll call. Alan, you want to roll?
Well, fine, just get the hands up. It's not hard to do.
Hands up, guys.
Sufficient number of
Up against the wall.
members having called for a vote. The recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Alford? No. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei? Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyde? Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro?
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Ms. Dr. Harris, no.
Gentlelady from Nevada?
Ms. Lee, aye.
Are there others? Oh, gentleman from South Carolina?
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Are there others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. This vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I rise in support of my amendment number 3, which would increase funding for the Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor to $23 million, the same as is included in the Senate bill. As written, the bill does not provide any dedicated funding to the Women's Bureau. The Women's Bureau was established by statute in 1920 and is the only federal agency mandated by Congress to represent and promote the interests of women in the U.S. labor force. Let me say that again. Established by us in 1920 to represent and promote the interests of women in labor. The Bureau has played a pivotal role in the research, formulation, and implementation of landmark bipartisan policymaking with major implications for gender equality, equity, including the Equal Pay Act, the PUMP Act, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. The Bureau also administers programs with strong bipartisan support, like the Women in Apprenticeship and Non-Traditional Occupations, WANTU, grants that help women get into high-paying trades jobs while helping American employers meet rising workforce demand. The Bureau also manages the national database of child care prices, and provides technical assistance for states to expand paid leave programs, among other key initiatives. This work not only helps working men and women, it strengthens our economy at a time when our economy needs greater strength. Yet the administration has called for the elimination of the Women's Bureau, with the Department of Labor stating, and please listen to these words that are shocking to me, quote, "The budget eliminates the Women's Bureau, an ineffective policy that is a relic of the past. The department will work with Congress to craft a repeal package of the Women's Bureau organic statutes, including women in apprenticeship and non-traditional occupations grant authorization. Apprenticeship work will be handled by the Employment and Training Administration," end quote. A relic, doing the powerful work that they have done for more than a century. The administration does not have the authority to eliminate the Women's Bureau without our approval. It was congressionally established. Yet this seems to be what they are planning to do, with reports of decreased staffing. Cut the funding, decrease the staffing, make it untenable, and then shutter it. To me, this is unacceptable. While the administration claims the Bureau is no longer necessary, since, quote, "women's participation in the labor force has increased and changed dramatically in the 105 years since its founding," I think what this administration really wants to do is to take us and to take women back in time, to when women were not so welcome in the workplace. Women are gaining fewer jobs than men right now, and the gender wage gap has widened for the first time in 2 decades. Women are facing real economic headwinds, quite frankly, including in this administration. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, support the Women's Bureau and the work that it does, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Adholz, recognized to address the amendment.
Yes, this amendment would reduce funding for the Make America Healthy Again account by $23 million. It would also undermine the ability of the Department of Health and Human Services to support chronic disease prevention, chronic care, and nutrition services in rural America. As a member that represents rural district, the proposed amendment would adversely affect my constituents, and I would oppose the amendment, and I go back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Dolores, recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of the amendment. Congress created the Women's Bureau in 1920 at the Department of Labor to take on critical needs of working women. Over a century later, while women have made progress in many regards, we know far too many critical disparities persist. Across the United States, women still earn just 75 cents for every dollar paid to a man. That results in a gap of $14,170 every single year, a wage gap that costs women in the United States nearly $1.7 trillion a year. A lack of a national comprehensive paid family and medical leave policy forces workers to choose between caring for their families or themselves and keeping their jobs. That's a dynamic that disproportionately harms women. We know that the United States would add $775 billion to its GDP per year if women participated in the labor force at rates similar to those in comparable countries with more robust work-family policies. For over a century, the Women's Bureau has been the federal government's brain trust, grappling with these urgent issues that impact women in the workplace. I had the opportunity to chair this subcommittee and to chair this full committee a number of years ago, and during that time, we were able to almost double the amount of money that was provided to the Women's Bureau. We cannot allow House Republicans to turn their backs on working women by eliminating the Department of Labor's Women's Bureau. But let's just take a look overall at this bill with regard to women. We are looking at denying services with regard to maternal and child health for women. We are eliminating reproductive health services for women. There are cuts to the Office of Women's Health at at HHS. We cutting back on the ability for women apprenticeships in the trades, and we're taking childcare away from the student parents. It mostly affects women. So it's a full-scale assault on women overall. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and understand the significant role that the Women's Bureau plays, which it has played since 1920. Do we want to go back before 1920? That is really pretty incredible. I yield back. Support Ms. Dean's amendment.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank you, Chairman Cole, and I thank the ranking member for your comments in support of my amendment. And let's just keep this in perspective. This bill here drafted eliminates the Department of Labor Women's Bureau. We're talking about a $23 million investment, not a $500 million, not $1 trillion. This is $23 million to support women in labor, apprenticeships, the trades. We are making progress with more and more women coming into labor, especially as a result of the passage of and the implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which I notice Mr. Trump is taking credit for on multiple projects. Good. Let's keep labor going. Let's keep the building going. Let's support women in labor. And yet you are right, this would take from the MAHA slush fund, and I think that's an appropriate place. I ask for support of this. I ask for support of working women, and I yield back.
Thanks, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment. Any more hands, please? Thank you very much. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support's been shown. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Aye. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Dr. Harris? Mrs. Henson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Aye. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland?
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Harder, aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Are there others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I rise in support of my fourth and final amendment, which would strike language included in the bill to prohibit any federal funds from being used for the, quote, operation of a supervised drug consumption facility that permits the consumption on site of any substance listed in a Schedule 1 of Section 202 of the Controlled Substances Act. In other words, overdose prevention centers. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak about this issue, which I think is discussed and very misunderstood. I spoke earlier about my connection with my First Amendment regarding my son and his own addiction and his joyful recovery. As I said, we are making progress on tackling the overdose epidemic. Overdose deaths decreased in 2024. We're talking last year, decreased 27%. That's more than 30,000 souls walking around today that we would have lost the year before. We are making good progress, but still too many lives are being lost, especially with the prevalence of fentanyl and now more different, more deadly drugs coming into the pipeline. So more than 80,000 souls were lost in 2024. I call it a jetliner a day for a reason, because do you remember when 2 jetliners crashed within weeks of each other and hundreds of people died? What did the industry do? What did the world do? They grounded the plane. They grounded that model plane to figure out what in God's name was going wrong that 2 would have crashed to the earth. Well, we have that jetliner a day crashing to the earth every single day. So we have to think about what are we doing wrong or what more could we do right in order to save more lives. We're down to now 220 souls a day dying every single day, Monday through Sunday, 365 days a year. And as much as we're making progress, I do want to point out there are real inequities in that data. Overdose deaths continue to rise among certain populations, Native Americans, Alaska Natives, and Black Americans. We need to continue the downward trend, continue to support programs that we know are saving lives, naloxone, harm reduction, fentanyl test strips, access to treatment, education, other public health investments, and curtailing the flow of fentanyl and other drugs, just as this administration wants to do. We need to be using every possible tool in the toolbox to confront the epidemic. Overdose prevention centers are understandably misunderstood. They are facilities where trained personnel are available to intervene, to prevent and reverse an overdose. They often provide important connections to other essential services, including connections to treatment, to recovery, to employment, to housing, as we were describing before. Overdose prevention centers engage the most vulnerable members of our communities. People have nowhere else to go and would not otherwise seek treatment. Most importantly, overdose prevention centers save lives. I've seen this life-saving work firsthand in my own city of Philadelphia, in an area hard hit known as Kensington. I understand that not everyone supports overdose prevention centers, and I want to tell you one quick story. Well, I don't want to say quick. I wear this band every day. I wear other bands for other lives lost to represent the thousands and thousands lost. I met the parents of Michael Leonardi this summer when I was out with Mike Thompson in California. Their son, a college student, I would dare say probably not addicted like my own son, bought a pill that he thought was, I don't know what, an opioid, let's just say an opioid. I won't name which kind of pill he thought he bought. He didn't buy it from a reliable seller. He bought it online. He was with some friends. He took that pill. The friends dispersed. It was a fake pill laced with fentanyl, and he died. You know what fentanyl does. It reduces respiratory response to the point where his own roommates and friends, he was about 20, college kid, his own roommates and friends, as they left the room, said, yeah, he was snoring kind of funny. He was snoring kind of funny because he had been poisoned with fentanyl. They are doing everything in their power to try to tell people, to engage people, to warn people. You don't have to be an addict to be killed by fentanyl. So why not make sure that if somebody's going to use, they have some company, they have some chance at being revived by Narcan, and also some chance for somebody to talk to them and say, are you ready for treatment if you are addicted? I think it should be up to states and localities to decide what strategies work best for them. This is not a one-size-fits-all situation. We need to learn more about effective policies. We need to let communities have flexibility to deal with the tragedies and the overwhelming spaces where addiction is ravaging communities. And I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And I thank you for the opportunity to discuss this. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama and the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
I think the gentlelady's amendment strikes language that prohibits funds from being used to create supervised drug injection sites. I don't know why we would want to, the American taxpayers, to subsidize sites for people to use illicit drugs. We should instead focus on breaking the cycle of drug addiction through effective treatments and prevention efforts. And for those reasons, I oppose the lady's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Lohr, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This can be an uncomfortable discussion, but to save lives, we cannot outright dismiss harm reduction approaches. In an ideal world, no one would use dangerous and potentially deadly drugs, but many people do. The opioid epidemic continues in the United States, and we need to be open to evidence-based programs. Lives depend on it. We should not place limits on an evidence-based program that has the potential to save lives in the midst of an unprecedented overdose crisis. We need to be open to the ideas on how to save lives, and thereafter, I support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the chairman of the subcommittee for your response. And I would like the opportunity in the future to discuss this more, because it surely seems like an ugly thing, a place where drug addicts are just using. But that's not really what it is. Drug addicts are going to use. They're going to continue to use. It's a place where their lives could potentially be saved. I remember when I was in the State House and we were discussing Narcan availability. And I remember colleagues on my side of the aisle saying, Narcan, you're going to make it available? What do you want to do, just enable these folks? Narcan saves lives. We've learned a lot in the last 12 years about how that saves lives. But what I will say, I'll end with what a drug treatment specialist doctor said to me. I can't treat someone who is dead from an overdose. Let's give addicts a chance to survive and to get to treatment and recovery. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. For all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not accepted. Just for information purposes, the gentlelady from Florida had to step out. We're going to move past her. We'll come back when she's able to get back to the markup. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a Quail number 1 amendment at the desk and ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is the amendment I've been asking everybody to look at, and hopefully at the appropriate time we'll do that. As members of this committee, we have a responsibility not only to appropriate, but also to provide oversight to make sure that the agencies are measuring the right things, making sure that we look for cost savings in a sensible way, identify cost savings, and making sure that we look at rules that might be outdated or duplicative. And again, members, I ask you that we consider this at the appropriate time. With that, Mr. Chairman, I offer and I withdraw this amendment.
Thank the gentleman very much.
Chairman, I have Quail number 2 at the desk, and I ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, members, this has to do with 2 areas that we've been funding for many years. One of them is the Hispanic Serving Institutions, and the other one has to do with a program that we're familiar, and that is Gear Up. First of all, this amendment, what it does is to make sure that we don't delay the funding that we already appropriated, and because that will cause problems for the universities and the schools that are working with this. First, the Hispanic Serving Institutions, as you know, for many years, we have funded Hispanic Serving Institutions. My district is at 78% Hispanic, and now with a little redistricting in Texas, I'll go up to 90% Hispanic voting population. So we have different and many Hispanic serving institutions. And as you know, these are engines of mobility and gives first-generation college students the tools to succeed. And we've been funding this Hispanic serving institutions for many years, and ask you to make sure that we don't delay the funding. The second one has to do with Gear Up, and I think everybody's pretty much familiar with Gear Up. This program helps prepare low-income students for college all across the United States, starting off in middle school, following them through high school graduation. Gear Up has opened up the doors for many students that otherwise would have not seen college as a possibility. Again, we cannot allow this bureaucratic delays to interrupt this pipeline of hope and preparation. Gear Up is making sure that the students and the parents can count on this funding year after year as long as Congress appropriates them, and making sure that schools plan out and plan the programs. If this funding stalls, then opportunities will disappear, and we want to make sure that we do this. So this amendment just basically says for those 2 programs that we don't stop the funding, and as long as Congress appropriates the funding on that. So that is my very simple amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Alabama, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Adholt, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, and we are prepared to accept his amendment. And I look forward to continue to work with the gentleman in the future regarding funding for institutions of higher education programs such as Gear Up that would help low-income students be prepared to pursue and succeed in education after high school.
Mr. Chairman, I support the amendment. No need to speak.
Thank you very much. Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, I've learned when your amendment's accepted, you say thank you, and I'll sit down. Actually, I do have another amendment before I say that.
I know, but the gentleman's a very wise man. We'll, of course, have our vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The amendment's accepted. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for the purposes of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk, Quire number 3, and ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I will offer and withdraw this amendment. I do know that half of the amendment was added to the manager's amendment, so I want to say thank you for adding part of the amendment, of my amendment to the manager's amendment. Look, Job Corps is a program that I think almost everybody has a Job Corps. I used to have 2 Job Corps in San Marcos, Texas, and then in Laredo. Right now, I just represent the Laredo one. But Job Corps are just an opportunity to give members, young kids that might have gotten in trouble, but they need a second chance on this. I don't need to go into this, but I think everybody pretty much has a Job Corps in their district or close by with that. Just giving some of the young kids an opportunity to be able to succeed. I've seen the ones in Laredo. They do a great job. I've seen the Gary Job Corps in San Marcos, and it is amazing what they do with kids that need that second help. So again, Mr. Chairman, part of the amendment got accepted in the manager's amendment. I say thank you. And the second part on the funding, I would ask you all to consider at the right time funding this program when we get to the right timing to do this.
Thank the gentleman, and gentleman withdraws. Is that correct?
Sorry.
You withdraw the amendment, is that correct?
Yes, and look forward to working with the chairman.
Yes, we look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to rise in support of the gentleman's amendment, and I appreciate the cooperation in working to try to deal with this issue. I happen to be the co-chair of the Congressional Job Corps Caucus, and I think this is a valiant effort to try to restore these funds, and I look forward to working to see how we can do that. I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman's remarks. I will allow, in wake of the conversation, the gentleman to have 1 minute to close if he cares to use it.
Yes, so just to say, look forward, I think you're the co-chair. I used to be also the co-chair, and it's always bipartisan, Democrat and Republican. And again, look forward to working with you. With that, say thank you and withdraw my amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, for the purposes of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I move the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment tonight is about the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. So remember the Corporation for Public Broadcasting? It wasn't that long ago that an act of Congress basically wiped out the funding. Somewhere about mid-June, there was a rescission bill taking away all of the funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. But the good news is this amendment is here tonight. So for all of those of you who went back to your district, maybe got some complaints from your constituents, or are regretting that vote, this is your chance to turn it around. So my bill supports funding again for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And another bit of good news is it doesn't start until 2028. So it is advance funding. It would give them the assurance that funding is coming, but you don't have to worry about the fiscal impact in this bill. It's kind of like free money because it's in the future. So you just get to do this today, vote on the right thing, and support the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Now, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, in case you've forgotten, includes the National Public Radio and PBS, two beloved institutions that have a huge impact on our country and in our state. And even if you don't always like every story on NPR or PBS, or you don't like every program, they provide an incredible service. And one thing to remember is that 70% of the funding that we could provide them today goes to our local stations. Now, these local stations are in serious trouble without this funding. There are about 1,500 of them around the country, and if you come from a rural state like I do, they perform a vital service, and you're probably already hearing a lot of concern about what is going to go away when this funding is gone. If we lose these local stations, just remember what will be gone. No more PBS Kids, all the wonderful programming for our children and our grandchildren. No high school sports coverage like in my state. We wait for the basketball tournament every year. Can't wait to sit down and watch all the high school teams that compete from around our state at the civic centers in our state. And it's all covered by public broadcasting, local public broadcasting. There are also the emergency alert system. How often are we dealing with disasters, flooding, tornadoes, hurricanes, all the things that we depend on an emergency alert system that is part of their job? And I know in my state, they do one of the most important services, which is local news. They provide excellent news coverage in our state, and with the diminishment of newsrooms and a local coverage opportunity, they provide a very important service. There were huge concerns about what would happen to many of the tribal communities when these local stations went away. And while there were promises to protect them in one of these bills or some coverage somewhere, none of that has come through, and there's been no sign of a follow-up. So now that I've reminded you of all those vital services that you're able to receive because of these local stations and because of the money we invest, I just want to give you this opportunity again. This funding does not count against the bill allocation. It doesn't require an offset. It provides an incredibly important service to all of our states, even more important in rural states, many of the states that you all represent, as I do. So I hope you will support this amendment, see the value of this, and see the opportunity to mend your ways and undo the bad vote that we took last June. That, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say, first of all, that this amendment provides a 2-year advance funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting in FY 2028. And I think that needs to be clarified. Congress and this administration has spoken clearly on this matter back just earlier this summer when a 2-year funding advance was rescinded for CBP. Although I support, and let me just clearly say, I support Alabama local television and radio stations, but objectionable and controversial programming has been produced by NPR and by PBS. And therefore, the CPB should no longer be subsidized by the American taxpayer. It makes no sense to fund these programs 2 years in advance. No other program in this bill enjoys this sort of advanced treatment. And so, like I said, while I support local Alabama public television, I must oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment to restore funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which millions of Americans rely on for high-quality news, educational programming for children, and yes, even life-saving emergency alerts for severe weather in rural areas. I do not know about my colleagues, but when I talk to my constituents, they never mention wanting less educational television for their kids or less information about dangerous storms. Public TV and radio is a public service, gives every community, even ones that are too small or too remote to access anything else, the opportunity to be part of the national conversations and to keep their community safe. I just want to mention the impact of some of these cuts. When there was a magnitude 7.3 earthquake struck off southern Alaska in July, it was local public media that helped relay a tsunami alert. This cut directly impacts critical weather alerts that save lives. In Mississippi, they were expecting to lose 15% of their operating budget and a 24-hour streaming service that airs children's programming. There are already several programs that have been eliminated. Allegheny Mountain Radio is a public radio collective in West Virginia that receives around 65% of its funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Now, it might not be able to continue providing essential news to a part of the country that does not have consistent internet access. A 2023 study by the Public Media Company, an advisory firm, found that 78 local stations across the country were at risk of having to shut down operations if they lost that government funding. This bill continues the Republicans' campaign to shut down rural television and radio stations, cutting off coverage of local news, eliminating emergency information, as I mentioned, severe weather alerts, jeopardizing access to kids' programming, canceling educational programs, and making it more difficult to receive life-saving emergency alerts does not create efficiency, nor does it help the American people. And I would love for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to demonstrate which of the programs that have been offensive or do not follow some policy that the administration may have come up with. The work that public television has been doing has been nothing but successful in, as I say, educational programming, alert, weather alert, and getting to the remotest areas of the country and providing them with access to news. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
So I'm going to repeat some of the same things, but there's an adage in sales, sometimes you need to hear things 3 times. That's why we say 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out, and other things that have 3 in it a lot. So here I go for the 3rd time. You know, eliminating the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, 50 years of high-quality programming, free programming for children, and programming now for seniors. We were working on that at my local public television station, working with how to age gracefully, what to do about your health, the things that you need to do to put your life in order, the things you need to think about as you're getting older to prepare yourself and your family. But I want to talk of a few examples. So maybe some of you remember Newton's apple. It's not on anymore, but the Congress decided to digitize it. Newton's apple is math and science. And I happen to know that a lot of people who homeschool use that digitized program, as well as a lot of the other science and math programs that are provided by PBS Kids. Educators use it in public and private schools. In fact, if I was to go back and start teaching again, I think about pulling out Ken Burns and some of the things that he worked on. Think about our national parks, baseball, the Dust Bowl, the West. Opportunities for us to sit and share our collective history through our Library of Congress, through the humanities, and through archives, and tell our American story in a way which we can share with one another. Ready to Learn is a recent example of an educational tool which creates opportunity programming for low-income children. That's also eliminated in this bill. It's been one of the most reliable forms of communication when an emergency strikes. Ms. Pingree pointed out, flooding. Well, after flooding happens, after the tornado, after the big heavy rainstorms, how do you find out when a local bridge has been washed out or a road isn't passable? It's neighbors calling into their local public broadcasting station that's on live. Because a lot of the radio stations, if you think about it, not only in big metropolitan areas, but throughout rural America, now are owned by these big corporations and everything's automated. There's nothing out there except your local station. And our tribal nations are very concerned that they're going to lose their chance to communicate with their constituents, not only at times of emergency, but other things that are going on because quite frankly, how many of you have local newspapers anymore? It's your local radio station, public broadcasting, that's giving that all of that. So I had a listening session at my state capitol, and I heard from, I heard from my Twin City station, NPR. Yes, they're cutting programming. I wish that they weren't. But what really, really sunk into my heart is when I heard what was happening at the local public broadcasting radio stations and what was going to be disappearing. So the rescission package was, a death blow. This is a chance to restart the heart. And I really hope that we can do something about this in the future. So the administration was kind of talking, at one point in time, like, well, maybe we can make sure that these services are provided. So when I wrote to the administration to ask them how they plan to make up for lost services, well, I'm still waiting to hear back. I yield back.
Thank you, Lady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amade, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, this is kind of a strange thing to start with. I want to kind of look at the political history of this as is short. And I want to start with, I guess, the three things, like my colleague from the Twin Cities said. It's local, it's local, it's local. I understand why when we did the rescissions bill, the first two things that were put up were, hey, we're going to get rid of that thing in the State and Foreign Ops Subcommittee. And let's just be blunt, the administration wasn't real pleased with the national folks coming out of the East Coast and their editorial policy. Okay, fine. But I think there was collateral damage in that lust to get after those, no offense to those of you who represent, east of the Rockies, in the lust to get after those folks and that editorial policy. And it's a fair question. Why are we using taxpayer dollars to have people disagree with me politically? Okay, I get that. This is the map, kind of rough, on the 2022 election. Now, if you overlay that with where the public TV and radio broadcasting stations are, I would suggest to you that the president did real well in the local context in those areas. They weren't getting the message from the East Coast folks. Why am I up saying that? I think, quite frankly, it was collateral damage. I'll say it again. I think it was collateral damage. We're going to go after these guys, and we're going to get them all. And so I'm not going to repeat all the good stuff and all that other sort of stuff, but I will say this. It's a fair question for all of us to ask, where's the value in spending public dollars to give to those local stations? And the speakers before me have done a pretty good job of saying, here's the value, here's the value, here's the value. And it does nothing. Not one of them talked about, hey, I think they're right on the editorial stuff, let's give the shank to the other side. There's value in those things that have been talked about. And to make them collateral damage, listen, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting on a national basis are shut down as of a week ago or something like that, at least for our funding. I am not here saying we ought to give them their money back. Let me repeat it again. It's local, and it's local. My colleague from Maine, it's like that deal about 28 is interesting. My colleague from the Twin Cities, when she says, I think we can work on the future, remember that bill passed by 2 votes over here. I think that there were discussions had with people to get us past that rescission package that are still in the works in terms of when we get to conference. And God knows I'm not an expert on conference. It sounds like something interesting, but anyhow, hopefully we'll get more interest in that as we go on. I don't think this dog has run its last lap. And so while I'm not going to support the idea of my colleague from Maine, I fully support the idea of we really ought to make sure, and this is an opportunity, the reason I'm standing up now is this is an opportunity to send a message to those folks at OMB and whatever. It's like, I get if some people want to take editorial policy personally, but you know what? The locals didn't do that to anybody personally. They didn't do that editorial policy. And we really ought to think long and hard before you say, well, we'll just do that emergency. Oh, by the way, we have spent a lot of money with those stations so they can broadcast after the grid gets taken down or a hurricane or a flood blows things up. That money, it's like, well, what are we going to do with that? in terms of those resources, in terms of continuing to update those and that. And so I'm here to help deliver the message of we really need to go back, because when you say, well, how come you did that to the locals? I'll just conclude with this. Really didn't get an answer. Here's why the locals should be defunded. Here's why there's no value in local stations, radio, and TV. And so I'll just say this. I fully support exploring how we get money back to the locals because I think it's the right thing to do and they provide valuable value to the taxpayers in all the areas that they serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise in support of the amendment offered by Congresswoman Pingree. And I almost thought Mr. Amadei too, but alas, let's work with him and see if we can't get this stuff restored. We need to provide advance funding for fiscal year 2028 for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. A thriving and well-funded public media system is essential to a healthy democracy. This administration's effort to end federal support for NPR and PBS is an attack on the foundations of that democracy, an attack on the First Amendment, an attempt to destroy any media that might hold the president accountable or who simply might be critical. As written, this bill includes no funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, CPB. And this comes after the administration and the majority voted to rescind $1.1 billion in federal funding in July. For many Americans, public media is a lifeline. We're all talking about that. They give 99% of the U.S. access to public broadcasting, and 3 in 4 Americans say they rely upon their public radio for alerts and news for their public safety. In the most remote areas of this country, FM radio signals are often available even when there is no cell service. In fiscal year 2024, my state of Pennsylvania received nearly $15 million from funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Of that, $10 million supports public television, almost $3 million supports public radio, $500,000 supports television programming, $184,000 goes to system support. WHYY, the public radio station serving Philadelphia, that beautiful East Coast city, and my district, was one of CPB's first partners, as well as a founding member of NPR and the PBS networks. Public media plays a critical role in ensuring Americans, no matter their registration, no matter where they live, have access to information they need to stay safe and engaged with their communities. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the gentlelady's terrific amendment, in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentlelady from Maine for offering this amendment, and I'm proud to support her. Our office has received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of communications about PBS in our region. They've come with phone calls, they've come with letters, they've come with texts, they've come with emails. For us, in 8 counties in Northwest Ohio, PBS helps to define our community. And there's so much local programming that nobody in Washington cares about. Okay, I'm with it, you know. But we need to protect local stations and public media systems nationwide. And this amendment, the Pingree Amendment, reaffirms that public broadcasting must remain independent, accountable, and accessible to every American. For millions of Americans, particularly in rural counties and underserved communities, which I represent, public radio and television are the only trusted sources for local news, farm reports, emergency alerts, local high school sports, and children's educational programming. I was at a fair the other day, and we're sitting there having hamburgers, and they're locally raised, locally processed, and these 2 women from across another table are yelling at me, save PBS, save education. And I said, thank you, ladies, I'm hearing what you're saying. Stripping funding will silence local voices and deepen news deserts. And look at the garbage that's on our media today. It's amazing anybody thinks in a sane manner. So public broadcasting is different. It's real. And public broadcasting supports public radio satellite systems, which is the backbone of our emergency alert system and Amber Alerts. And when storms collapse communication, Americans turn to radio stations for life-saving updates. Pulling support in the middle of hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes is reckless, and public broadcasting overall makes up less than 1/100th% of the federal budget, but its reach is profound. And free educational TV for children, trusted journalism without a paywall, cultural programming and civic coverage, far less than a penny on the dollar, the American people gain unfettered access to knowledge and participation as citizens of the Republic. In Ohio, federal funding makes up 25% of the local operating budget and supports 13% of the station in Columbus, our capital. But without this support, these stations would face layoffs, programming cuts, and potential closures. That simply can't happen. So whether it's covering high school sports in rural counties, providing Sesame Street in every living room to help teach ABCs when our children are underperforming in high school on reading, their scores are going down on reading, the operating budget and support that we can give will help these stations not face layoffs or program cuts and potential closures. So whether it's covering high school sports, rural counties, providing Sesame Street, as I've mentioned, or keeping citizens safe in times of disaster, public broadcasting funding has been a bipartisan promise for over half a century. We must keep that promise. This amendment bars discrimination of any kind, and it explicitly prohibits spending on receptions or entertainment for government officials and prevents any political tests in hiring or programming decisions. This is about the public, not politics, ensuring that the public media remains free, fair, and accessible to every American community. I urge my colleagues to support the Pingree Amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wholeheartedly support the gentlelady from Maine's amendment, and I yield her the balance of my time.
Thank you to the gentlelady for yielding. I'm back. I just had a brilliant thought that I knew I needed to share with all of you, and I really appreciate Mr. Amadei, who I know has been a strong supporter of this, sort of laying out this issue of if we have political differences against PBS, was it worth throwing everything out there? And the idea that some people don't like the coverage. I just wanted to remind you of what actually happens on National Public Radio and PBS. Now, I know many of you probably are like me. You go home and you need to unwind a little bit, so you log into some streaming service. Maybe you pay for Hulu or Netflix or TCM or Prime or Paramount or Apple or Disney. All these dumbass services that cost you $5 or $10 or $15 a month. And before you know it, you look on your Apple thing and you've paid, hundreds of dollars a month because you're streaming on all these things. And then you go on them and you can't even figure out what to watch because you've already watched all the good shows. Or they're just dumb shows or the repeats of the things they used to do. But I want you to remember what you get from PBS. When you log into PBS, absolutely free for you, free for your children, free for your neighbors, free for everybody. Think about these things that you've been watching. Just go to it right now. You're just on your phone anyway. Go look at what the programming is. Masterpiece Theater. Who doesn't love all those classics on Masterpiece Theaters? The crime dramas, the history dramas, Call the Midwife. What about Walk with Dinosaurs? How about the Antiques Roadshow? Now, who doesn't love watching Antiques Roadshow? Yeah. This year they came to Maine. You can see them. You got this idea, I got one of those in my attic. I should do that too. Austin City Limits. Come on, Texas. There we go. Austin City Limits. A Capitol Fourth. Why shouldn't all of America watch what we get to see if we stay here on the 4th of July? Finding Your Roots. Who isn't interested in everybody's backstory and where our ancestors came from? Firing Line. The classic conservative show started by William F. Buckley, still there today. We can all learn lessons from watching that show. Programs about Alzheimer's, caregivers' perspective. If you're into crafts, Fit to Stitch, doing a little bit of sewing on there. All kinds of cooking shows. Signature Dish, The Great American Recipe Show. Bob Ross, remember Bob Ross, where we all learned how to paint? And all kinds of wonderful history shows. D-Day over Normandy, Dad's Secret War in France, Elvis and the USS Arizona. There are so many programs. Who hasn't sat down with their spouse or their friends and neighbors? Who hasn't put their kids in front of the TV to watch Reading Rainbow or Sesame Street or all of the wonderful children's programming that there's there? And it is free. It is free to everybody. That's what a democracy is about. It's making sure those equal opportunities are there for everyone, making sure that there are differing points of view. I don't always agree with everything I see on a history show. Who hasn't watched Ken Burns and once in a while said, wow, I never knew that before about the Civil War, about Vietnam, or about our national parks and where the origins came from? Don't we want to make sure that everybody gets these educational and entertainment opportunities? This is what was lost in that vote. You might have a difference of an opinion on somebody's show or some news coverage, but really, we are giving up incredible programming because we decided we just wanted everybody in America to have to buy Hulu and Apple and spend all that money that most people don't have and watch it go down the drain. So just one more reason for you to be reminded of what a bad vote that was. But the good news about Congress is you always get that second chance. So I just urge you to stick with this amendment and say, great, I got an opportunity to do the right thing tonight, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, recognized to address the amendment.
I think it'll work then.
Thank you. I will take the Democrat mic. So no telling what's going to come out now. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair, for that recognition. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I rise in opposition to this amendment as a former broadcaster with 35 years' experience. Okay. I rise in opposition of this amendment to provide advanced funding for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting based on fiscal responsibility, market realities, fairness, and their violation of non-commercial principles. Now, I do acknowledge that they produce quality programming. That's not the question. But they can monetize it commercially, like selling advertising or licensing for films, and I'll get into that in just a second. NPR and PBS already rely heavily on private support. NPR's budget is 60% non-federal. PBS thrives on viewer pledges. They can survive without taxpayer money. Secondly, the media landscape has changed. When these outlets began, broadcast options were limited. Today, streaming platforms, podcasts, independent creators offer endless educational content. PBS's viewership has fallen 20% since 2010, showing audiences do have alternatives. Public broadcasters should compete, not depend on taxpayer subsidies. Taxpayers should not be funding content that often leans ideologically. 60% of Americans, per a 2022 Pew survey, see public media as left-leaning. It's unjust to make all taxpayers subsidize programming that may not reflect their views. Either way, a free market should rule here and let consumers choose content aligned with their own values. Finally, NPR and PBS often blur the line between public and commercial media. Their underwriting spots and sponsor messages often mimic ads promoting brands like Audible with polished call to action despite FCC rules requiring non-promotional content. This undermines their non-commercial status and claims taxpayer funding.
There are quality programs on PBS, but they can sell those programs outright. How many of you watched Downton Abbey that ended in 2015? I did. I love Downton Abbey. Guess how much money they have made once they went commercial? It was a PBS masterpiece hit. It ended up in the theaters earning more than $287 million in revenue, and they have another movie coming out this fall, which will earn even more millions. You mentioned Bob Ross. I love watching him create those little happy clouds. Guess what? He has his own channel now. He's no longer with us, but his family owns the rights to that, and they are making a lot of money with his own channel. Quality sells. In conclusion, cutting funding for NPR, PBS, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting aligns with fiscal prudence, market realities, and fairness. It's time for Big Bird to fly out of the nest, Bert and Ernie to move out of their parents' basement, and for public broadcasters to grow up and compete in the open marketplace. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address? This has been some of the best entertainment today. So, but if there are no further debate, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everyone, for the rigorous debate here. I just want to emphasize one last time, and I appreciate the thoughts of the gentleman who just spoke, but the idea that you're a fan of Masterpiece Theater and Downton Abbey, all good, all very good. And a good Bob Ross plug, although you should watch the documentary. I'm not sure his family got all the money. But anyway, I just want to be reminded, though, yes, we could monetize everything here. But it's just like, should we have public education? Why not have public education and entertainment for adults? Because as I said earlier, you can monetize everything, but then you got to pay every time you want to watch something on a streaming service. And that doesn't make this an opportunity for everybody in America. Maybe they have to pick and choose how much programming they can really watch, how much entertainment they could provide for their families. And what if we don't have children's programming? They got to pay for everything, every cable service. And if you looked at your cable bill lately, that's not cheap either. So let's support this. Let's support this opportunity for all Americans. And I hope you will all vote yes on my amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Maine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCollum? Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming? Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan?
Aye.
Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Aye. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Iowa?
Mrs. Henson, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Are there any others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Just to remind everybody, the gentlelady from Florida had to leave for a minute. She's back now, so we're returning to our original rotation. So the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you and my colleagues for your indulgence, and I ask unanimous consent. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill inexplicably eliminates funding for the CDC's Office on Smoking and Health, the only federal office devoted entirely to reducing tobacco use. That decision is reckless, dangerous, and a clear handout to big tobacco. My amendment would restore this essential but already underfunded account. Tobacco use remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease in the United States. It kills nearly 500,000 Americans every single year still. That cost to our healthcare system is staggering. More than $241 billion annually, and over 60% of that burden falls on Medicare and Medicaid. You want to talk fiscal responsibility? Compare funding this program at $246 million to the $241 billion it saves in healthcare costs. That should be a no-brainer investment. In my home state of Florida, more than 30% of cancer deaths are caused by smoking. These aren't just statistics. They are families in my community and in your community and across America who are losing loved ones to an entirely preventable disease. Yet the majority proposes eliminating the very cost-saving programs designed to prevent these tragedies. Without the Office on Smoking and Health, states would lose federal support for prevention and cessation programs, including quit lines that are proven to double or triple a smoker's chances of quitting. The impact would be immediate and devastating. States would lose more than $15 million annually in quit line funding. 5 states and 2 territories, including Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, rely on CDC for at least 75% of their quit line budgets. Those programs would almost certainly shut down. And then there are 18 states like Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Michigan, Missouri, Mississippi, Nevada, and Texas rely on the CDC for between 1/4 and 3/4 of their cessation budgets. They serve millions annually, and this bill would gut them. It would also end CDC's highly effective Tips from Former Smokers campaign, where real people with smoking-related illnesses connect with viewers to get them to quit. This campaign helped more than 1 million Americans quit smoking, saving more than $7 billion in healthcare costs. Every single life saved is worth this investment. Ending these investments makes no sense unless the goal is to protect tobacco industry profits. Because eliminating this program is not just a cut, it is a cost shift, and one that guarantees higher spending and higher human costs in the years ahead. The consequences will be felt everywhere. More children smoking and vaping, more families suffering from cancer and heart disease, widening health disparities, and the erosion of decades of progress. Every state and district relies on this funding and benefits from this work. But taking it away will hurt communities across the country, red states, blue states, rural and urban alike. This should not be a partisan issue. It should be about whether we stand with our constituents' health or with big tobacco's bottom line. Eliminating the Office on Smoking and Health is short-sighted, fiscally irresponsible, and deadly. And sadly, it's a pattern. Last year, Republicans proposed the same elimination, and I offered an amendment to restore the funding. So let's reject this approach, restore this critical funding, and keep working to save lives. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Again, I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment. Unfortunately, again, a lot of tough choices that we had to be making this bill. Programs that I would like to have spent more time on, but, well, of course, obviously, we have to be fiscally responsible. Unfortunately, the amendment does not have an offset. It would cause the bill to breach its allocation. Therefore, I oppose the amendment, but look forward to working with the gentlelady on this topic as the process moves forward. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delora, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. This amendment would restore funding for CDC's tobacco prevention program, which has been eliminated by the Republican majority. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks. It's the licorice. My God, thank you. Tobacco use remains the leading cause of preventable disease and death in the United States. It kills nearly 500,000 people every year, costs more than $241 billion in annual health care expenses, more than 60% of which is paid through government programs like Medicare and Medicaid. Do you want to save money? You do not eliminate funds to implement a successful tobacco prevention and cessation program. This works. Again, we are going backward. We have spent years dealing with tobacco prevention. And in our schools, you know, the problem now is kids are not smoking, they're vaping. That's the other crisis that we have to address in tackling that issue. But we have been successful in the programming, the information, the Tips from Former Smokers media campaign, as the gentlelady from Florida mentioned. You've got former smokers on talking about their own physical and health disabilities as a result of smoking. And why would we? Prevention is the key to being able to success. We don't want people to start up again. We have been successful in addressing this issue, and now, once again, it's like vaccines. We know how valuable they are and they save lives. We know that tobacco prevention programming has saved lives. And again, I go to the point that the chair of the subcommittee is talking about being pro-life. This is pro-life. This is saving people's lives. And the issue of offset, again, is spurious. The majority chose to cut this bill by $24 billion below current levels. No reason for that cut. This is not going to the House floor. There is no top-line cap in this bill. So Democrats really care about offering an amendment that, in fact, deals with the quality of life, helps to save the lives of our constituents, than an arbitrary and unnecessarily elimination of a program that has done so much good. I urge my colleagues to support Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz's amendment. It is, again, about saving lives. We have a program that works and has been successful. Why do we want to eliminate it? Is it an industry issue? Is it, is it a profit motive? My God. Make the right decision. Vote for life and saving lives and preventing people to take up smoking that really has such a detrimental effect on their health. And we know it, it's been seen, and we just not walk away from, again, life-saving program. Support the amendment.
Thanks, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
I've never even tried smoking a cigarette. Lots of times people look at me and they can't believe it. I'll tell you why. My father started smoking during World War II, unfiltered. And I was in the house, and I remember the ashtrays being full. My mother used to smoke. She stopped smoking because on Sundays, when my father had ran out of cigarettes because we hadn't gone over to the PX to pick them up, now he had to pay for them. They were free when he was first in the military. When we go to the PX, he was she said, well, you're not going to smoke my filtered cigarettes. So she quit smoking. Oh, that set something off in the house. That one Sunday he found out that there weren't any extra cigarettes in the house, even though he didn't like her brand. He dug through ashtrays. Ashtrays. I watched him try to quit year after year after year after year after year. It's the hardest addiction to give up. It took a toll on his heart, took a toll on his lungs. His mother lived to be 93. He didn't make it past 70. I was with him July 4th when he was having his last scan being done. And the radiologist, I said, you don't look very happy. And I was standing back there with him, and he said, no. He said, it's worse than the last time. And, it's too late for him to quit now. So cigarette smoking is something that also affects everybody else in the family. I remember my dad saying one time, he wouldn't smoke around the grandkids. He used to smoke in the car with the car windows rolled up with us. He never smoked around the grandchildren. Well, that was kind of because I was the enforcer that wasn't going to happen, but he didn't. But he often wondered all the times that he smoked in the house, that he didn't start the house on fire, or that he didn't cause one of the three of us to have secondhand smoke cancer. And I'll tell you, my brother and sister and I still wonder if the jury's out on that. I support the gentlewoman's amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Now, despite decades of progress, smoking remains the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death in the United States. Every day, approximately 1,500 Americans under 18 smoke their first cigarette, and for many of them, this is a life-altering choice. Without meaningful action, we will lose more kids to addiction and more Americans to preventable deaths. Yet that is the path that this bill puts us on by eliminating the CDC's entire tobacco control program. This drastic cut would devastate our progress. States would lose about $70 million in funding for their tobacco control programs. And in Illinois, CDC funding helps schools and community organizations teach kids about the health dangers of tobacco and e-cigarettes. These programs work. They save money, also returning as much as $55, mostly in healthcare savings, for every dollar invested. Without this amendment, the cuts in this bill would reverse the progress that we've made. It would raise our costs and put our youth at greater risk. We cannot afford to go backwards. So I thank Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz for offering the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it to protect our youth in our communities, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? If not, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleagues for standing up and speaking in support of this amendment. This is a deeply personal issue for me. I lost my mom and both of my grandmothers to lung cancer caused by smoking. Watching someone die from lung cancer is the most horrific thing. Any of you who have been through that experience know what I mean. Both of my grandfathers were hit with devastating conditions due to smoking. One, a stroke that he never recovered from, and the other, circulatory issues and multiple heart attacks. I know the pain and loss that tobacco brings to families, and I will not stand by idly while we dismantle the very programs that can prevent others from experiencing that same heartbreak. I've long championed tobacco prevention. I will do everything in my power to make sure this critical funding is restored because lives depend on it. The Senate bill includes funding for this program, and I would have hoped the House would follow suit. I'll withdraw this amendment and trust that when this outrage is reviewed in final negotiations, this vital funding will again be restored as it was last year and the year before. And I look forward to working with any colleague who actually cares about people's health and preventing cancer to work with me in a bipartisan fashion to ensure this funding is restored. I yield back the balance of my time. And I withdraw the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. And the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment to protect our kids from rising anti-Semitism and hate crimes on campus. My amendment would restore the $49 million that Republicans cut from the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights by clawing back money from the RFK Jr. raw milk account. OCR, yeah, you can't make it up. OCR is the federal watchdog looking out for the civil rights of students, faculty, and staff at our nation's educational institutions. It upholds protections against discrimination on the basis of race, sex, disability, religion, and heritage. And with anti-Semitism at K-12 schools and on college campuses surging year over year, especially since October 7th, it has faced immense resource constraints. Complaints are at an all-time high. Anti-Semitism in our campuses and in our schools are at levels not seen in decades, and OCR is already stretched to the limit. Cutting their budget when students need them most is reckless and dangerous. It is especially galling for Republicans to neglect serious threats, only to turn around and waste $100 million on anti-science conspiracy theories. The Trump administration has already devastated the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice and severely cut the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties at DHS. Tomorrow we'll mark up the CJS bill, where Republicans plan to gut the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, which is actively working on a special report requested by Congress on campus anti-Semitism. And given the president's assault on due process, militarization of American cities, and attempts to revoke citizenship from native-born Americans, I'm not sure there are any civil rights that this administration is in favor of sustaining. We hear constant rhetoric from Republicans about fighting anti-Semitism. I wish they were genuine, especially when they can weaponize it against international students or immigrants. But when it comes to actually funding the Office for Civil Rights, whose express responsibility it is to carry out that mission, they slam the brakes. They say they want universities to take stronger action against anti-Semitism, but they're firing the very lawyers who investigate violations when they're not complying. They say they want to stand with Jewish students, but then they strip away the resources those students rely on to fight to protect them when their rights are violated. And there's a troubling pattern here. Republicans underfunded nonprofit security grants after freezing reimbursements for months, despite synagogues and other houses of worship pleading for protection. They have attempted to zero out hate crime and domestic terror prevention programs as anti-Semitic attacks and mass shootings hit record highs. And when Jewish students and faculty cry out for action on campus, Republicans respond with unlawful tactics that hold little merit in the courts. The hypocrisy is glaring. The majority is willing to hurt kids by funneling money into a fund that weakens vaccines and public health measures that keep schools safe. And at the same time, they're leaving kids defenseless against anti-Semitism, harassment, and discrimination by gutting the very office that enforces their civil rights. That means children are endangered on both ends, from anti-vaccine pseudoscience to growing threats of hate and harassment on campus. President Biden assembled and implemented a whole of government approach to fighting anti-Semitism. Republicans are satisfied to force the Office of Civil Rights lawyers to use garden hoses when they need a hook and ladder. The truth is, some things cost money, but we need to prioritize urgent threats that put kids at risk. And because of my amendment offset is an anti-vaccine and conspiracy slush fund, we can curb highly questionable health schemes and use it to protect students whose safety is endangered and whose civil rights are undeniably under threat. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill's funding for the Office of Civil Rights does meet OMB's budget request. Back in May, the Secretary of Education told our subcommittee that the budget reflects a leaner, more focused Office of Civil Rights. She made it clear that even with a smaller budget, that the Office of Civil Rights was laser focused on enforcing our civil rights laws and processing complaints. This amendment would also reduce the Make America Healthy Again account by $49 million and would undercut the department's innovative efforts to address health challenges in rural areas. Therefore, I would ask that the committee oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman, I rise in strong support of the amendment.
Mike.
I rise in strong support of the amendment, Mr. Chairman. The Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, OCR, enforces federal civil rights laws to ensure that educational institutions receiving federal funding do not discriminate based on race, color, national origin, sex, disability, or age. This amendment will protect OCR's ability to carry out this vital mission by restoring funding to its fiscal year 2025 enacted level. With overburdened staff and new complaints filed every year, OCR has thousands of pending investigations, including some that date back nearly 2 decades. You cannot do more with less, despite what the Secretary of Education says. OCR needs sufficient funding and staff to ensure that students and families are supported in academic environments and that the department will not tolerate discrimination of any kind. Whether we are talking about children with disabilities accessing rigorous coursework in elementary and secondary schools, or young women feeling safe from sexual harassment and assault on college campuses, all children and students in schools and colleges deserve access to justice and a quality education. Accordingly, we must equip OCR with the resources and the staff to make this principle a reality. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
I thank the gentlelady, and the other gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of Ms. Wasserman-Schultz's amendment to restore full funding, also known as OCR, which is our federal watchdog that ensures equal access to education for every student, from kindergarten to graduate school, regardless of race, shared ancestry, disability, sexual orientation, sex, or disability. OCR helps schools prevent and respond to hate crimes, which have more than doubled in recent years. And this is especially true of anti-Semitism, which since October 7th, it has surged on college campuses. And according to the FBI, nearly 70% of religiously, or I should say, shared ancestry motivated hate crimes in the United States target Jews, even though Jews only make up 2% of the population. It has, it's an avalanche. It's become an avalanche of harassment. Just listen to this. Since October 7th, according to the Anti-Defamation League, in 2023, there were 732 incidences of of attacks against Jews on college campuses. In 2024, according to Hillel International, there were 2,334 incidents. Just some examples. Cornell University, students received online death threats saying they should be slaughtered. At Harvard, chants of "From the river to the sea," a call to erase Israel and its people, rang across campus. At Cooper Union, New York, Jewish students were barricaded in a library as protesters pounded at the doors. And across campuses, Jewish students have been cursed at, spat at, told to go back to Poland, or called colonizers. And I want to be clear, a disagreement with foreign policy is not an excuse to threaten, harass, or endanger students. Children, I'm going to say this, children are not responsible for the actions of adult political leaders. Every student, whether they're Jewish, Muslim, or otherwise, has the right to feel safe on campuses. Free speech does not mean the freedom to intimidate. Every student deserves a fair shot, an equal education, and that starts with safety. And that's where OCR plays a crucial role. Because OCR doesn't just investigate discrimination after it happens, it works proactively to prevent discrimination and harassment before it causes harm. Through compliance review, technical assistance, and guidance, OCR helps schools identify problems early, whether it's anti-Semitism, racism, bullying, LGBTQ and youth, sexual harassment, or barriers that are faced by students with disabilities. OCR holds schools accountable, not based upon politics or ideology, but based upon federal civil rights. And it helps schools create environments where all students can thrive. And yet, I don't understand this, because I certainly believe that the colleagues on both sides of the aisle oppose anti-Semitism and bigotry and discrimination against any student on campus. And yet this budget cuts OCR's funding by $49 million, or 35% reduction, at a moment when hate and harassment are rising on university campuses. And so it makes no sense. Why are we cutting the office charged with fighting discrimination? It makes no sense. I said it again. Instead of defunding OCR, we should be investing more in it. And if we're serious about protecting students and supporting quality education, then we must fully fund the Office for Civil Rights. I urge my colleagues to support this very, very good amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's what doing more with less means and what it looks like when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism. In 2024, ADL's audit of anti-Semitic incidents recorded 1,694 anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses, an increase of 84% from 2023. Anti-Semitic incidents on campus comprised almost 20% of all incidents in 2024, a larger proportion than in any previous audit. There were 860 anti-Semitic incidents in K through 12 schools in 2024 alone. In FY24, OCR received the highest volume of complaints in its history, 22,687 complaints, which represents an 18% increase over the previous record high in FY23 of 19,201. By the way, in March of 2025, around half of OCR's staff were terminated and 7 out of its 12 offices were closed. Now some investigators have caseloads that exceed 300 cases, when the typical number prior to March was 40 to 60, when they were already overwhelmed. If you care about anti-Semitism and fighting it and protecting kids on campuses and in schools, you'll vote for my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time and urge my members' support of it.
Thank the gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Mr. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Joyce, no.
Are there any other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
3 times a charm, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment that would restore level funding for the Promise Neighborhood Grant Program, which has helped communities across the country provide comprehensive services to improve outcomes for children. This bill eliminates all funding for a program proven to raise childhood literacy and high school graduation rates, reduce chronic absenteeism, and increase the dream of college for so many. Promise Neighborhoods builds sustainable networks of social services in underserved communities. Grantees unite schools and nonprofits to support children throughout their entire lives with built-in accountability measures to monitor its success. When Republicans claim this program doesn't deliver solid educational outcomes, they're clearly ignoring the data. In my own district, the Broward College Promise neighborhood saw a 20% increase in kindergarten literacy and nearly a 10% rise in core subject proficiency. Working with 13 community organizations, Broward College now serves almost 90,000 children in Broward County and partners with Florida Atlantic University to improve lives. They do it with housing assistance, crime prevention programs, technology access, and mini libraries. These wraparound services are a proven backbone for student success. That's why Promise Neighborhoods remains such a unique and effective model. Tragically, while the Department of Education received over 970 applications for Promise funding, it's only been able to establish 46 nationwide. It's insulting that Republicans would slash this data-backed program while they funnel money into RFK Jr.'s slush fund to promote his dangerous anti-science policies. Even more shocking, there are Republicans on this committee, who represent districts that benefit from this program, yet they work to cut it. Chairman Adderholt, just last year, your community received funding under this program for the Walker County Promise Neighborhood to create a cradle-to-career pipeline for the city of Jasper and Walker County, Alabama students. And in the last 2 years, 8 out of the 10 new Promise Neighborhood grantees were in Republican districts, from Representative Rogers' district in Letcher, Kentucky, to Representative Guest's district in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I truly cannot comprehend how members of this committee would put these proven community programs in their districts at risk of losing continued funding. It delivers results in your own backyard. Even Republican senators can see its value, maintaining level funding for it in their committee's labor HHS bill. There is always talk about the need to raise literacy rates and improve education. But when it comes to programs that actually improve education and raise literacy rates, you opt to fund conspiracy theories instead. I urge my colleagues to reject the anti-education wave sweeping across America and vote yes to fully fund the Promise Neighborhoods program, a proven results-oriented program in our backyards. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Chairman Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
I thank the gentlelady for her amendment, and unfortunately, the offset that funds the Promise Neighborhoods program is cutting $91 million for the funding in Make America Healthy Again activities. It's difficult to support an effort to undermine the innovative programs at the Department of Health and Human Services that aim to advance chronic disease prevention and other critical activities in rural America. And therefore, I oppose the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady from Connecticut. Mr. Lord is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this
Mike.
Mike. Is he here too? Mike. Okay, I rise in support of the amendment. I just would make one point. This MAHA slush fund, by the way, there is no delineation of how it's going to be used and so forth. So in effort, it is a slush fund, and it is an appropriate place to take the funding for such an outstanding program as Promise Neighborhoods. Congress has supported community-led local innovations through the Promise Neighborhoods program for nearly 2 decades, with the mission of improving education outcomes for students in distressed urban and rural neighborhoods nationwide. And when I had the honor of chairing this committee and understanding the value of this program, we increased the funding every single year. It has been an effective and popular program, and I might add, this was done on a bipartisan basis. Over the years, the projects have been massive success stories. Federal dollars which have catalyzed additional public and private investments in economically disadvantaged neighborhoods to help students thrive academically and holistically, once again, providing opportunity for youngsters to succeed through education. Again, I would characterize it as the great equalizer. It says that your God-given talents will, and not your socioeconomic status or your gender or your religion or your political party, will determine what your success is. In the Mission Promise neighborhood located in San Francisco, California, 71% of early learning center students were ready for kindergarten when parents engaged in programming, compared with the neighborhood average of 47% in 2019. In rural Kentucky's Berea College Promise neighborhood, rates of kindergarten readiness at targeted schools increased from 16% when first reported to 38% in year 3 and up to 42% in year 4 when data was last reported. Meanwhile, South Ward Promise neighborhood in Newark, New Jersey, is working with community partners, colleges, workforce development organizations to offer college and career options to underserved students, including unique pathways partnerships for students interested in medical assistant careers and those interested in the tech industry. A pathway to success. That is what this program is all about. And on the Appropriations Committee, we do have a tradition of investing in programs that work, which is why we cannot turn our backs on the highly successful, effective Promise Neighborhoods programs. As I said, this has been done on a bipartisan basis in the past. Let's do that again. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is inexplicable to me to understand how it is more important to fund raw milk and ridiculous conspiracy theories that have no scientific evidence backing them up as a justification for not providing $91 million in funding in proven programs that help not only improve education, but the quality of life and the long-term success of people in our districts across America. And, you know, the gentleman from Alabama has, we've been friends for a long time. It would ring truer if I felt like I could find a different $91 million somewhere in this bill that I would think you'd sign off on and say, oh, if only you chose the $91 million from another place. You guys are locked. You have very little interest in making sure that we actually have, evidence-based decision-making and results when it comes to the education and healthcare and well-being of Americans. And that's just a fundamental divide that we're going to lay out before the American people, and ultimately they'll have to decide. Doesn't seem like it's going so well in the polling outcomes lately, so I guess we'll just have to see over the next few months. I urge the members' support of my amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Klein? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Mrs. Henson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke.
Are there any members wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland.
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Montana.
Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there others wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Oh, sorry, the gentleman from Texas. Mr.
You're
Cloud.
not recorded. Mr. Cloud votes no.
I assume Clyde voted. Okay. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have to notice that a few hours ago, Mrs. Watson Coleman made a request for dinner. Given the hour and the extraordinary pace we're at, was going to make a request for breakfast tomorrow. I can just imagine
It's all in
you.
the gentleman and his friend's hands.
Well, look, I can just see you and
So if you're going to
Mr.
keep us
Diaz
here till
Balart
breakfast-
operating an omelet bar.
Just to respond to my friend, if you're going to keep us here till breakfast.
No, and
maybe
you know,
it
in this
will
spirit,
actually-
Mr. Chairman,
Maybe it
because-
would be actually your turn to buy breakfast. That's all I'm
All
suggesting.
right, all right.
I'm not
I
suggesting
think we
anything
have
about the
some
time.
McDonald's
I would
friends
put in
here
a personal
today.
request for a screwdriver or a Bloody Mary, but, you know, whatever you
I
provide
was
will be
thinking more
added.
Egg McMuffins for everyone.
My friend is recognized for the purpose of amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be waived, and I am not going to ask for a recorded vote, given what we just talked about.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we are less than 2 weeks out from the tragic Catholic church shooting in Minnesota. Now this committee is trying to ban, quote, any research relating to gunshot injury or mortality prevention that treats crimes committed with a firearm as a public health epidemic and prevent the CDC from studying firearm-related policies. You have to understand that can come across as confusing. In 2023, 47,000 Americans died of gun-related injuries. That same year, an estimated 27,000 Americans died from the flu, and 41,000 died from car crashes. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teens in the U.S. No other high-income country experiences this level of violence from firearms. Today is also National Firearm Suicide Prevention Day. The ban on gun violence research also bans research on suicide prevention strategies. More than half of all firearm deaths in this country are due to suicide. For veterans, at 70%. We have to treat gun violence with the same urgency that we do these other leading causes of death. It shouldn't be called political to talk about this as a crisis or an epidemic. And it shouldn't be bipartisan to want to have evidence-based solution. This amendment would reinstate funding for gun violence prevention research at the CDC and NIH at $35 and $25 million respectively. And look, I live in Chicago. We recognize there is a violent crime crisis there. This research is one aspect of actually solving it. If we want to prevent gun violence in all its forms, we should be using research and data to know and implement the strategies that work best. A few examples: improving police's ability to respond quickly to an active shooter, researching community mental health and the crisis text line after the Uvalde shooting, studying how the Army can improve safe storage of firearms to reduce the risk of veteran suicide. These types of programs can have a real direct impact on preventing gun violence. So again, cutting this research funding is ill-advised and will only hurt our communities. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Yes, sir. I think, first of all, we need to.
Mike.
First of all, we need to recognize the funding is not necessary for this because rather than provide a fair and balanced understanding of the benefits Americans exercising their Second Amendment rights, the CDC and the NIH never have supported research into crime through self-defense with a firearm. This gap in the data further feeds the false narrative that firearms presents a public health threat. So this amendment is also not offset. It would cause the bill to breach its allocation, and therefore I oppose. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in strong support of the amendment. Gun injuries are now the leading cause of death for children and teens ages 1 through 17, surpassing car crashes for the first time in 2 decades. Is this not a public health crisis? I find that statistic extremely unsettling, and I would hope that we can all agree that gun injuries should not be the #1 killer of kids. The reality is that gun violence is preventable. Gun violence is preventable. The bill before us eliminates firearm mortality and morbidity prevention research at the National Institutes of Health and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This is absurd. Collecting timely data, addressing the gaps in knowledge around this issue, identifying effective prevention strategies are needed to keep individuals, families, schools, and communities safe from firearm injury and death, and to enhance safe firearm practices. The National Institutes of Health has funded research in New York that allows emergency room healthcare providers to ask about firearms in the home and if they are stored safely, an issue I care about deeply. CDC supports a diverse portfolio of research projects to advance our understanding of the characteristics, risks, and protective factors of firearm violence, suicide, and unintentional injury, and the effectiveness of interventions to prevent firearm-related injuries and death. Many funded research projects focus specifically on youth or will have implications for youth, while others are relevant for specific populations at elevated risk for firearm violence and suicide. Suicide by firearms is the leading cause of deaths for veterans. Those who have been victims of violence, that this is what we're doing with this research is relevant for these specific populations. In addition, the CDC funds 12 states to collect near real-time data from emergency departments to identify patterns, respond to surges in gun violence, and determine where to direct intervention efforts. The underlying bill already includes the Dickey Amendment, which prohibits funding from being used in, quote, in whole or in part to advocate or to promote gun control. So this is not abridging anyone's Second Amendment rights. When we looked into the reasons for car crashes and the killing of individuals, between that and we did the research, we found that seatbelts would be a prevention. And today, seatbelts are required, and it has prevented people from dying. It's the same thing with research on what could be prevented with gun violence. And I'll mention this one again, which is the safe storage. And I'm the author of Ethan's Law. Ethan's song, a 15-year-old, was at his friend's house, and they were playing with unsecured weapons. And this 15-year-old was killed because of unstored weapons. Today, the storage issue is a very important one, and this research has proved that we can store the weapons, not abridge anyone's Second Amendment rights, and save lives. I have fought to provide funding for firearm injury and mortality research. I am the author of this legislation, and I have fought every single year since 2020 to provide the funding for the CDC and to be able to continue that fight to ensure the funding is included in this bill, the funding for CDC and the NIH. We should be united in finding ways to save lives and end gun violence. We should not be playing partisan games with this critical research. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I will just say I am going to fight like hell to make sure that we have the funding that we can deal with gun violence prevention. No one is taking anyone's guns away. We are trying to look at the ways in which we can prevent youngsters, veterans, etc., from being victims of gun violence. I yield back. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
This bill, as I said earlier, represents some of the most important domestic spending programs that keep our families healthy and safe and thriving. And I believe that this presents an opportunity for us to work together to create a better future. As my colleague, Mr. Quigley, pointed out, less than 2 weeks ago in Minnesota, 2 children were killed, 21 others were wounded while attending a first day of week class at Annunciation Catholic School. And this is something that I heard from neighbors and staff who worked for me and others, that everybody go to Mass together. And they were shot in church while they were praying. So to send them thoughts and prayers, in my opinion, right now especially, is not enough. Whether you believe in common sense gun laws or not, I hope we can all agree at the very least we should be researching ways we can prevent injury and mortality in the future. My grandfather in Montana did it for me, my brother and sister, when we were kids. There were guns around. They were safely stored. We also know what he would do to any one of us if we even thought of touching one. So I'm not afraid to be around guns. Minnesota's a very big hunting society state. But, you know, common sense gun laws. I had a student who, the night before he killed himself, came in and saw me and said, "We're square on the homework." And he was not the best homework person, and I thought it was kind of odd, but I knew I was done with my subbing job, and I said, "Yeah, we're good." And he said goodbye to me. And the next morning, when I came in, the principal met me, and we had an empty desk. And I sat in that classroom at my desk and thought, what the hell do I do? We moved all the desks around. All those kids walked in there. Could a gun lock have prevented that? Could safe storage prevented that? That's the question I know his family's asking. But the family was traumatized. I was, And so was every kid in that high school, and especially the kids who had to walk in that classroom. We've had so many young kids, and I'm talking about toddlers, shot by a brother or a sister or an older cousin in the house who knew there was a gun in the house and went and found it because there wasn't a trigger lock or it wasn't safely stored. Now, I'm not saying that there has to be a trigger lock on every gun at every moment and every time. But if we do the research to figure out how to talk to one another about it, to work with law enforcement who often provide guidance on how to safely store, and we make it something that people just have an expectation to do, we have an opportunity to make a difference. But we have the opportunity before us today to try to figure out what is the right path forward with research. And the Dickey Law was mentioned. Now, this public radio plug, I heard on public radio a couple of years ago, Representative Dickey saying, you know, if I had it to do over again, I wouldn't do that amendment because of what has happened and what's evolved and what we failed to do. So, Mr. Quigley, on behalf of my constituents in the 4th District and folks in Minnesota, thank you for offering us more than thoughts and prayers.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too rise and thank Mr. Quigley for this amendment, and I rise in support of it to restore funding for firearm injury and mortality prevention research. That's all it is. It's keep researching so we can save lives and reduce the number of gun injuries and death. It's worth repeating because it's a stunning, shameful statistic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in this country is gun violence. The estimates are that every 3 hours, one child is killed by a gun. Every 3 hours. So in the time we will have been here today, 4 kids in this country will have died by a gun. I wanted to share a reflection from a man with connections to both Pennsylvania, Villanova, right near me, and Illinois, Pope Leo. A few weeks after the Minnesota horrific shooting in church, at Mass, first day of school, little kids and their parents and seniors, 2 killed, 21 or 20 or 21 injured. Pope Leo said this in St. Peter's Square, quote, "Our prayers for the victims of the tragic shooting during a school mass in America, in the American state of Minnesota, we hold in our prayers the countless children killed and injured every day around the world. Let us plead God to stop the pandemic of arms, large and small, which infects our world," end quote. I rise today in support of this amendment and plead with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This is not a threat to one's right to own a gun legally. It's a plea to stop the epidemic, the pandemic of gun violence in this country. This amendment doesn't touch gun laws, regulations, or the Second Amendment. It's simply about researching how we can prevent these mortalities and protect our children and ourselves. Why wouldn't we fund this? What are we afraid of learning and understanding? Why can't we, at a bare minimum, study how to better protect our children, our veterans, and others from gun violence? Again, firearm injuries have become the leading cause of death of children in this country. That is shameful. And it's something we can do something about. And in fact, I would say we are called to do something about that. It's a public health crisis. What's more, this isn't just about mass shootings like we so horrifically witnessed in Minnesota and so many other places, Uvalde, Sandy Hook, Parkland, the list goes on and on. When you look at gun deaths in this country across all ages, more than half are by suicide, 58%. I know that many of us have been personally impacted by this uniquely American epidemic. And I thank you for sharing that very sad story of your student. It touches every single one of us. And when we turn a blind eye, we're ignoring that. There's a clear public health nexus here. We must continue investments in the CDC, NIH, to prevent gun violence. And we must continue investment in our nation's mental health resources. I spoke earlier about SAMHSA. We absolutely cannot be cutting funding to SAMHSA. So now is a time for thoughts and prayers, but I agree completely that it is a time for action. If not when, if not now, when? When is enough enough? When are enough dead children in this country by guns enough for you all? So I ask everybody to think long and hard about this. This is about research and prevention. I support it. I thank you, Mr. Quigley, for bringing this amendment forward, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. This is something I've been trying to figure out for about 30 years now. And I think we see repeated versions of this every time we have one of these mass shootings. So the Minnesota one, I think, is the most recent example, but it followed the same kind of pattern. So the shooting takes place, and after things settle down and they figure out how many people have been killed and how many people have been injured, the next piece of this is the media usually, and people like us asking, what is the background of this shooter? Tell me about what this guy did. And a lot of times what happens is there's an exploration or a search for something in his background that should have been detected. The easy ones are when they had past prior criminal records. And, you know, he got out early or something along those lines, and you can say, you know, they're being soft on these criminals. That's why these criminal acts are continuing. If they were just tougher on these guys, it would be better. I'm going to set that to the side for the moment, because a lot of the shooters, like the one we just had, or the one who tried to assassinate Donald Trump last year, didn't really have a criminal background. They frequently are very young people, teens sometimes, maybe early 20s, first-time offenders, pick up a gun, go out and start killing people. When I was a local prosecutor, we had versions of that, not like these mass shootings in the schools, but you know, first-time offenders who were actually their first offense was murder. And so what we would do is go back and look and try and figure out, well, is there something in this kid's background that we should have seen? And frequently there was. There were things that happened in school, misconduct, mass truancy, you know, parental abuse, all sorts of things like that, where if we'd found them earlier, and actually I heard a Republican senator saying this about the Minnesota shooter, red flags, he called them. But the problem is we don't have an apparatus in place, a structure in place to try and identify this in advance of the shooting. Post hoc doesn't help. Figuring out in advance is what we need to do. And this is the type of research that could help us to do that. So I understand, you know, there's a lot of concern about Second Amendment rights and self-defense, and I respect that. I think we have to be able, though, to respect Second Amendment rights and also protect second graders from this kind of mass slaughter that's going on now. And so the research piece, to me, seems to be the only way to get out of this issue. Either we're going to try and do something where we can figure out how to get this figured out in advance, or this is just going to continue on the track it's going. Because I don't see the political will, frankly, for the type of gun control measures we need to try and address it at that level. We can't even get Republican support to ban ghost guns. And their only purpose for those is for criminals to evade prosecution and detection. So if we can't even get that, this seems to me to be one way that we at least can take a chance, get focused, move forward on trying to figure out how we can get ahead of these and slow down these killings. I saw one of my grandkids brought it to me. It was in the newspaper, or she found it online. They were advertising bulletproof backpacks. And so I went on and I searched the website that she pulled up for me. It had bulletproof bulletin boards. You know, had all these things in the classrooms. Remember the little portable units where you hang your coats up on the back? They could move around. They sell bulletproof versions of that too. That's the solution to gun violence in our schools right now? Or is that really where it is? I know we talked about training teachers and one-armed teachers. One of my sons had been a teacher for a while, and the last thing he wanted to do was have in his hands a gun in a situation where he wasn't trained to make a split-second life and death decision in the event of a school attack. And I think most teachers don't want to do that. They want to teach physics or whatever it was they, called them to the profession. Most of them were not called to be teachers because they were really good at handling firearms. So I know he's going to withdraw the amendment, but this is a major problem. This isn't the only venue or the only moment where we can address this. We really need to find a way to do it. We have to find a way to do it because kids keep dying. We keep going through that whole cycle of violence routine. Nothing changes except more kids die. Let's see if we can get ahead of this. Let's do the research. Research doesn't hurt anybody, doesn't undermine Second Amendment rights. It doesn't stop people from selling firearms. Some of the things I might want to do, but I'm not even asking for all of that. Let's just see if we can figure out, through research, a data-driven strategy to shut this down. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chairman, look, I'd appreciate your supporting this amendment. You got to ask yourselves, what are you going to offer here, right? If we're not going to go after, if we're not going to have universal background checks, we're not going to do some of the other easy things. I mean, can't you at least research and try to understand this? Respectfully, don't tell me this is about Second Amendment when we're trying to prevent kids from getting killed and veterans from committing suicide. So this ought to be the easiest thing to do, is to at least understand this issue a little better. And if we can't do this, then I guess we've got a long way to go. But I encourage your support.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment would restore level funding for the preschool development grant 0 to 5 program to $315 million, equal to the fiscal year 2025 funding level. The Preschool Development Grant Program is the only federal funding solely dedicated to supporting states and territories to strengthen and expand early care and education for children under 5 years old. Many states don't have the money or resources to support important activities like collecting data, doing research, improving infrastructure, and other initiatives that help ensure their child care and early learning programs run effectively. And that's where preschool development grants come in, which help states understand where their needs are, allow for efficient use of resources, and ensure that our youngest learners have access to high quality and safe learning environments. This is a bipartisan competitive grant program that has been around for more than a decade. with 54 out of 56 eligible states and territories having participated, red and blue states alike. And yet, this bill eliminates this program entirely. This isn't just a federal handout to states. States have to match up to 30%. States participate because the program is a force multiplier. For example, California has received $50 million from the program, which has allowed the state to develop a roadmap that has helped fund 129,000 additional childcare subsidies, doubled investments in preschool, and tripled investments in transitional kindergarten. Helped our communities develop, improve, and expand opportunities for early childhood educators and tackle the shortages all of our states are facing. It's not just California. States like Alabama, Texas, and Florida have also received nearly $50 million since the program began to help improve their early childhood systems. We can and should restore funding for preschool development grants and help our kids. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill makes actually a funding a priority for early childhood through Head Start, Head Start, Child Care and Development Block Grants, and the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program, which will total billions in assistance for American families. The gentlelady's amendment would fund a capacity building program that is both duplicative of other federal programs and it does not directly benefit families. I would therefore oppose the amendment, but obviously, as always, look forward to working with the gentlelady on this topic as we move forward through this process. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Lohr, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. Preschool development grants can play an essential role in making sure child care programs are as effective and efficient as possible. Almost all 50 states received initial grants to develop strategic plans to improve their state's early child care and education systems. More than half of those states applied for and received renewal grants to build classroom capacity, to increase family engagement, to strengthen their child care workforce, and to provide classroom services. Preschool development grants allow states to collect their own data. They coordinate with their own agencies, nonprofits, and private systems to develop models that work best for them. They allow states to start initiatives to make their child care and early learning programs operate more effectively, to improve the quality and the safety that will benefit children socially, emotionally, and academically. My home state has received a preschool development grant, as has Chairman Coles and Chairman Adderholt. Louisiana has received $45 million to expand the Early Childhood Guides program to serve families in 18 parishes. Texas has received $50 million to support the Child Development Associate Credential Attainment, expand the Registered Apprenticeship Program, and to offer professional development scholarships. Those are just a few examples. And yet, the House Republican bill eliminates this program, leaves states on their own. This is about states being able to deal with these issues and not a federal imprimatur. We leave states on their own. We leave children and middle-class families once again behind. I support this amendment to restore funding to help states and families across the country access quality early childhood education We know what early childhood education does, what impact it has on the future success of our children. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. As a mother and grandmother, I know firsthand how stressful and demanding those first 5 years are for parents and how these years make all the difference for our kids. My colleagues across the aisle talk about offsets and how the budget has made it necessary to cut this program. So as you begin to justify killing this really important program that helps young kids, let me remind all of us that Republicans passed a gun silencer tax repeal that will increase the deficit by $1.5 billion. Enough money to fund preschools, development grants for 5 more years, making it cheaper to buy gun silencers rather than helping our young kids learn. This is the same Congress that hasn't lifted a single finger to stop the president from spending over $400 million in taxpayer dollars to give himself a luxury jumbo jet, a gift from Qatar, or when his unnecessary and illegal deployments of war-fighting Marines and National Guard troops to Los Angeles cost taxpayers' dollars $120 million. Mr. Chairman, it is outrageous that we would cut early education to children 0 to 5 years old simply because you want to give a tax cut and a tax write-off for people, wealthy people, to buy gun silencers. That is outrageous, my friends. I ask for your support on this really important education bill for children, pint-sized babies, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentlelady's requested a roll call. Sufficient support having been shown, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to cast a vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California?
Mr. Calvert, no.
Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cuellar,
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. It has been 8 months since wildfires swept the Los Angeles area and Southern California. Lives were lost, thousands of families had homes destroyed, and hundreds lost their businesses. And yet, as the community rebuilds, California still has not received the federal aid that it needs from the federal government. The governor, along with local partners, made a comprehensive request for further disaster assistance from several government agencies, including those covered in this bill, such as HHS. That initial request happened in February, nearly 7 months ago. And to date, we've not heard from the administration, and we in Congress have not put forward a disaster supplemental bill, not for California or any other state that has had a major disaster in 2025. When disasters occur, it shouldn't be a political issue. Democrats and Republicans have time and time again passed supplemental funding to help communities that are in dire need. My amendment highlights just one of those much-needed requests. Due to the devastation caused by the Los Angeles wildfires, 7 child care facilities were damaged and need repair. 42 child care facilities were destroyed and need to be rebuilt. And initial estimates were that 1,458 children in affected areas needed temporary services. It's also pretty common for child care providers to also be small businesses, business owners in their homes, and many were left without their home and the business that they spent years building up. To help rebuild, California requested $240 million in emergency supplemental funding through the Child Care Development Block Grant to support construction, major repair, and increase access to child care for impacted working families. This block grant, which provides the foundation for child care funding, has successfully and efficiently distributed supplemental funding for child care in past emergencies. And while this amount is from California's request, the language in the amendment allows any community in any state that has had a major disaster declaration in 2025 to utilize these funds. Natural disasters don't look at state boundaries or political parties. And when it comes to helping our fellow Americans, we should not either. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment. Unfortunately, Again, a lot of tough choices that had to be made among these programs. There are programs that I would like to have spent more money in funding, but obviously that's not possible. But this amendment will require $240 million in emergency funding. And because of that, I would oppose the amendment, but again, look forward to working with the gentlelady on this topic as we move forward through this process.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Bloor, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. Congressional leadership, Chairman Cole and I initially received a supplemental appropriation request from the governor of California. This was months ago. It is a shame that political issues have gotten in the way of allowing Congress to address the needs of Californians and to get children, families, and businesses the relief they needed following the tragic, deadly wildfires. Thousands of working families of both political parties or no political party who rely on child care were impacted by this natural disaster. I understand this amendment today is just for a portion of that supplemental request, that's child care, and would extend to other areas of the country with major disaster declarations. In addition to California, these areas include parts of Kentucky, Iowa, Oklahoma, Maryland, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Texas. Historically, Congress has supported restoring child care on a bipartisan basis following disasters, understanding and realizing the importance of child care and the necessity for us to address the disaster that they face. Most recently, Congress passed $250 million to support child care in North Carolina following the aftermath of Hurricane Helene and in Florida after Hurricane Milton. This is the right thing to do. I support this amendment. I hope my colleagues will support it, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment would be one step in the right direction to help not just California, but all states whose disasters have impacted child care facilities. Federal assistance after a natural disaster should not be a political issue. And for that reason, I want to accept the assistance and commitment from the chairman to continue to work on these issues moving forward as the bill moves forward. Thank you, Chairman. And with that, I urge and I vote and I yield back.
I thank gentlelady. If there's no further debate, then we'll obviously move. Vote has been requested. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiat, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask to dispense of his reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer my amendment, which will ensure that no funds are used for immigration enforcement within 1,000 feet of a school. Mr. Chairman, the aggressive enforcement has set a chilling effect throughout the country around the school communities where parents are now afraid, immigrant parents are afraid to take their kids to school. Across the country, we're seeing absences skyrocket in schools. In some community, they estimate that 20% of the students are not showing up for school. And we're better than this. The trauma that we're placing on millions of children, those that are immigrants and non-immigrants that see this aggressive enforcement tactics should not happen in the school setting. We've seen in the past week very aggressive tactics where parents are picked up right outside of the school in plain eye of children coming for the day of schooling. I recognize that this amendment perhaps should have been introduced in the past weeks when we did other markups that was more appropriate, but I felt compelled that this message should be sent out to this committee so that everyone is aware of what's happening in schools across America. I will be withdrawing the amendment, Mr. Chairman, but perhaps in a future markup, we'll reintroduce it. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and the amendment is withdrawn. So we'll proceed. Yeah. The gentleman from New York is recognized for the purpose of an amendment. Mr. Espaillat.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask to dispense its reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to offer my amendment, which will reinstate $890 million for the English language acquisition program under Part 8 of Title III. We're talking about this cut, we're talking about kneecapping 5 million children. Tens of thousands of them live in my district in the neighborhoods of Washington Heights, Harlem, and the Bronx. Now, experts have determined that English proficiency can take multiple years. Conversational English, perhaps you can master within a year, but English proficiency in all of its levels can take multiple years. English is the most spoken language worldwide, with almost 1.5 billion people speaking it natively and fluently in 2023. This is a critical advantage for our country, that these kids become English proficiency as quickly as possible. If we don't support English language learner in our own schools, that advantage will just disappear. Likewise, it is the interest of parents, teachers, and administrators to have cohorts of students advancing through their studies at a similar pace rather than staggered trajectories. I urge you to support my amendment that ensures that all English language learners will have the ability to become proficient in the English language, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman, and Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, to address the amendment.
Yes, unfortunately, I must note that this amendment does not have an offset. Its funding increase would cause the bill to exceed allocation. Obviously, as I've repeated throughout the day, we've had to make some difficult decisions, but we've got to remain fully responsible and physically responsible as we move forward. So look forward to working with the gentleman on this federal education funding issue and as we go on down the road through this path. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of the amendment, and I think we're overstating. I think the chair of the subcommittee continues to overstate the issue of offsets, but I rise in strong support of the amendment. Title III, under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, English language acquisition is a formula grant to states that assists students in learning English and supports their academic achievement in school. The program's core goal is to transition students who are English learners to English fluency, so they can integrate into classrooms where only English is spoken. Ultimately, this program and our federal laws strive for classrooms around the country where children who are English learners can access rigorous coursework, meet the same standards as all other students. And we recognize that the need for English proficiency is a need that they need to become proficient as soon as possible. Title III funds support this important work for over 5 million students who are English learners in rural, urban, and suburban school districts in every corner of the country. Federal data shows that significant achievement gaps exist between English learners and their peers at a time when many states and school districts have experienced rapid growth in these student populations. If I might just for a second talk about a very personal story. My dad, Ted DeLauro, immigrated from Italy in 1913. He came and he came to New Haven, Connecticut. He was placed in the 7th grade at school, and his experience had a profound effect on his future life with education. He couldn't speak the English language. He couldn't write the English language. And he was asked to define the word janitor in the classroom. And he didn't know what the word meant. And so he drew on his Italian background, and he came up with the word for himself as genitori. But genitori means parents and heritage and family. His teachers and his classmates laughed at him. My father left formal education. He walked out of the school in the 7th grade and never received a formal education. He served in the United States Army for 9 years, taught himself to play the clarinet, and became the first clarinetist in the United States Army Band. He became an alderman in the city of New Haven, participated in the politics and the life of his community to his dying day at age 67. His compassion and his sole goal for his only child, his daughter, to get the best education possible. And he and my mom, who only went to high school and were financially strapped their entire lives, made sure that their only daughter got the best of an education. If at the time there had been a program that allowed youngsters like my dad to be able to learn, to understand, to be proficient at the English language, how much further he would have been able to go forward. He did research on a book for a Yale University professor on the loss of manufacturing jobs in the city of New Haven. And when the professor at Yale wrote that book, he told my dad that he couldn't cite him for the information because he didn't have an education. Imagine what fate we place on children who just need the proficiency of the English language to be able to succeed, which is why this is so important to me. It's important for students learning English. It's been a priority for the Labor H Subcommittee when I was chair. We simply cannot afford to turn our back on these students, on our next generation and our future. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of this amendment. Providing students with the proper instruction needed to learn how to speak, read, and write English fluently is required by law. Both the Civil Rights Act and Equal Educational Opportunities Act require public schools to have appropriate language assistance services for English learners so that they can participate fully in school. The goal of these programs has always been to help students become proficient in English, which is exactly what Republicans say they want. How many times do we hear from conservatives, if you want to stay in this country, you ought to speak English? And since it's a federal requirement, we have an obligation as federal lawmakers to provide adequate funding to school districts for these programs. Yet Republicans strangely turn these essential required services into a political target. Why? Because this program helps students from immigrant families, including U.S. citizens who are children of immigrants, the very same children whose citizenship Trump wants to rip away in defiance of the Constitution. These attacks started with Trump's decision to fire nearly all staff in the Office of English Language Acquisition, which supported these programs and ensured these federal dollars reached those they intended to serve. And now, instead of supporting the 5 million English learning students across the country, Republicans are pretending they don't exist. But they do exist, in my district and in each of yours. In my district, 15% of students at Broward County Public Schools are English language learners. And Florida alone has over 250,000 of these students enrolled in K-12 education, while Texas and California have over 1 million each. These students didn't sign up to be a part of your culture war. And just because they're vulnerable doesn't mean they should be targets. They are hardworking kids and young adults. I've met so many in my community who want the same shot to succeed as their peers, and they just need a chance to earn it. And we require these kids, all American kids, to go to school. Isn't it a waste to send them to school if we don't give them the tools to learn? Look what happened in the case of the ranking member DeLauro's father. It didn't have to be that way for her dad. And we have an opportunity with this amendment to make sure it doesn't happen that way for millions of kids. Leaving millions of students behind won't make them disappear, as much as you might like that. It will only hurt student performance and lead to a weakened workforce in the future. That's why all students in China, India, and dozens of other countries are required to learn English. We need to make sure kids raised in America are able to compete so the U.S. can outcompete our rivals. Anything less is surrendering America's future productivity and economic power. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and support millions of students by restoring full funding for English language acquisition programs. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, teachers across America need the tools to help these children, to help these students that obviously will become part of our workforce, for them to be capable, for them to be qualified, for them to be competitive with kids from all over the world. We must invest in them right now. I was one of those kids as well. I sat in the back of a classroom for several years, for 2 years, not knowing what was being said. But the teachers had the tools in their hands to assist me and other students so that we could become proficient in the English language. And here I am now in Congress advocating for this program to be properly funded. What a great opportunity for us to lift all children up, all students up. It requires funding, obviously. It requires investment, a commitment from us in government to ensure that our country continues to be competitive with the rest of the world. In fact, in other countries, they encourage students to learn more than one language. The world has come together through technology in an unprecedented way. And for our kids to be competitive in very challenging economies, we're going to need them to be proficient in not just English, but in other languages as well. So this is a great opportunity to do so. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siskamani? Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or to change their vote? Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Are there any others wishing to change their vote or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Underwood 1, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment to protect Job Corps centers from reckless closure or reduction. You'll see it listed as Underwood number 1, but I'm proud to say that this is actually a bipartisan amendment co-sponsored by my colleague from Montana, Mr. Zinke. Earlier this year, the Trump administration abruptly targeted for closure 99 Job Corps centers across the country, serving 60,000 kids a year. This includes the Joliet Job Corps Center in my district. That forced 20 Job Corps participants in my district to suddenly relocate to a shelter for temporary housing. We're talking largely about children across the country who are thrown out of a place that they call home with no warning, no plan, and no respect. Additionally, more than 50 Job Corps employees in Joliet were laid off immediately. Now, a federal court has already ruled Trump's actions were illegal, and we're fighting hard to restore those resources. Job Corps isn't just a training program, it's a lifeline. It offers young people education, vocational training, housing, and support. For many, Job Corps is the first place where they feel safe, supported, and believed in. It helps them find stability and purpose by equipping them with the real world skills and qualifications employers are looking for, and in return, it strengthens the communities and economies that we represent. But the Trump administration is trying to yank that lifeline away. Shortly after the announcement to shut down Job Corps, stories began to surface of teenagers who had been living in on-campus housing from Job Corps suddenly finding themselves without a place to live. Many were left with nothing but a small collection of belongings hastily packed into trash bags. Students who were just weeks away from finishing their training and starting careers suddenly had their dreams stolen, their progress erased, and their futures put on hold. We are demanding that these Job Corps programs be reinstated immediately, fully funded, and permanently protected from political games. My amendment ensures that before any further Job Corps center is closed or scaled back, the Secretary of Labor must certify that the action will not increase youth unemployment, homelessness, costs for local governments, or risks to public safety. This should be an easy yes. These programs have a proven legacy and an undeniable impact on the lives of young people. They also have bipartisan support across the Capitol. 9 Senate appropriators, including 4 Republicans, wrote to the Trump administration opposing the plan to close Job Corps centers. They're putting country over party and standing up for their constituents, and I hope that we can do the same here. I urge you to support this amendment and defend our shared investment in the next generation. And I'd like to thank once again Mr. Zinke for his support, and I hope that we can move this amendment forward on a strong bipartisan vote. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the gentlelady's interest in this topic. I am, too, supporter of Job Corps, and I'll accept the amendment.
The gentleman has accepted the amendment. Do you want to move immediately to a vote? Okay, all those in...
Mr. Chairman, I did have a
Oh, I'm
closing
sorry,
statement.
of course. I apologize to the gentlelady. Gentlelady
Okay, thank you so much.
is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Adderholt, I do thank you for accepting the amendment, and I'd particularly like to thank my constituent, Brent Barron, who is the AFGE Local 648 president, for his advocacy on behalf of our local Job Corps and the Department of Labor. So shout out to Brent. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and again, I apologize for not getting back to her immediately. With that in question, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The amendment is accepted.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment. Hello.
Gentlelady is recognized for an amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with, Underwood 2. Mr. Chairman, I rise today.
Just without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. I rise today to offer an amendment to restore funding to Title VIII nursing workforce development equal to the fiscal year 2025 level. I was disappointed to see the base bill cuts funding for this critically needed program by 15%. Nurses are at the forefront of promoting public health and providing quality, affordable health care for our communities. It's essential that we continue to support and grow the nursing workforce. As a nurse myself, I know firsthand how important it is to invest in the education and the retention of the nursing professionals who keep our nation healthy. And I know that my colleagues across the aisle also know how important this program is, because tomorrow, the Energy and Commerce Committee will be marking up the Title VIII Workforce Reauthorization Act. That bill, which Mr. Joyce leads, which I am proud to co-lead with him, would increase the authorized funding for these programs by 20% in order to match the amount appropriated last year. So you can imagine my surprise, colleagues, to see the 15% cut included in the bill before us today, especially at a time when our need for nurses is growing. It doesn't make sense to slash the nursing workforce development when we already have a workforce shortage in the sector. Our largest generation is retiring, pulling folks out of the job market as their health needs increase. So it's no wonder that HRSA has projected a shortage of 63,720 full-time RNs in 2030. Washington State, Idaho, California, Michigan, and Louisiana are all in the top 10 states severely impacted by the nursing shortage, by the way. Now, you all know that healthcare is the bedrock of our economy. It's not just a large sector in its own right, it is load-bearing. Failure to invest in our healthcare workforce has ripple effects for workers across the economy and our communities. We will pay for these cuts in sick days and wait times over and over and over again. So friends, we don't have to do this. Across the Capitol, the Senate Appropriations Committee advanced an increase in funding for the Title VIII nursing workforce development programs on a strong bipartisan basis. The increased funding level in the Senate was supported by a coalition of over 60 national nursing organizations. So I really hope that we can keep this spirit of bipartisan cooperation going and advance this amendment, which would ensure that these programs are funded at the same level as last year, which is also the same level in Mr. Joyce's reauthorization bill. So in closing, I want to quote a wise man who once said, he's going to laugh. Okay. Now is the time to invest in education, training, and retention programs to strengthen our nursing workforce, especially in rural and underserved communities. That man was Mr. Joyce. Give it up for Mr. Joyce. Okay. And Mr. Joyce said that back in May when he introduced his bill supporting increased funding for this program, and I could not agree more. So I urge all my colleagues to take his word for it and to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Yes, again, I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment here as well for her support for workforce nurses programs. The bill currently provides over $250 million for nursing workforce programs, and this amendment, unfortunately, is offset by the Make America Healthy Again initiative, which is important to our administration and to the initiative of the programs that it would address chronic conditions such as maternal health and tribal health. And therefore, because of these reasons, I will have to oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delore, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. Our nation is experiencing a severe shortage in nurses due to an aging population and increased demand for nursing skill sets in a variety of fields. Current research from across the healthcare industry and federal government indicates that approximately 1.2 million new registered nurses will be needed by 2030 in order to address the current shortage. We must be investing in the next generation of nurses by funding efforts like the Nursing Workforce Development Program, which provides education, training, and nursing faculty support. This bill eliminates funding for the Workforce Development Program and eliminates the Nursing Faculty Loan Program as well. The demands on our healthcare system are only going to grow. We must ensure that we have adequate nursing staff to meet America's needs. This should be a bipartisan priority, and it appears as if it is a bipartisan priority. This amendment will dedicate over $40 million for this crucial goal, drawn from the slush fund that was created for unspecified priorities based on the whims of RFK Jr. Making America healthy will require a healthcare system that's able to meet the demands placed upon it, and that will require more nurses who are on the front lines of care across the country in every district, red or blue. Everyone in this room has had experience in hospitals. My recent was in August with back surgery, and I know others have had surgery, and you know that the docs are wonderful, the surgeons are wonderful, they do their job, and they make a difference. But it's every day in the hospital that the nurses come in, they look at your face, and they know whether or not it's going to be a good day or a bad day, and they're there for support, and they help you carry through, and it's that support service. I call them angels of mercy because they are there, they know what they're doing, and the training is critically important so that they know what they're doing and that they can help to make you heal faster. I support this amendment. I thank the gentlelady for introducing it, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized to address the amendment.
First, I want to set the scene. We got some really bad news at St. Catherine's College. They lost their NIH grant for their CARE program, which helps prepare students for careers understanding aging, discipline, with extremely high need, especially as our age population gets older. And if we want to do things to offset medical costs, to save money in Medicaid, Medicare, and all of our insurance, we need to understand and have this population get the best health care possible. So now this is another cut. $37 million from the health workforce training programs at a time when our health care workforce is under great strain, as has been pointed out. So I believe we should be making it easier to enter the healthcare workforce by bolstering programs like the nurse facility loan programs, which this bill completely eliminates. So instead of increasing our capacity to train and modernize our healthcare workforce, this bill tightens the pipeline for future healthcare professionals. So I don't know how we're going to make America healthy again if we don't have those professionals, especially nurses, who help patients in need. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this great amendment. I rise in support of it. I had a town hall recently with a number of nurses in my community, and they spoke at great length about the nursing shortage that we face. And the nursing shortage ultimately impacts patients. And it impacts our nurses' abilities to provide the care to patients that they need. Everyone is sharing stories about the impact that many of these cuts could have or will make in their lives. I will tell you very briefly about a tremendous impact that nurses have made in my life. About a decade ago, my husband was diagnosed with cancer. He's now thankfully in remission, super healthy, you would never guess. And doctors would come in for those very brief moments, deliver what was normally a lot of bad news. And who was there to care for the families in need, including me, including our children, including my husband who was a patient? It was the nurses. And if you have not met with nurses in your district recently, I highly recommend that you do. They will tell you about the growing demands on them because there are so few of them. And I'd like to commend Mr. Joyce for his great bill and Ms. Underwood for following his lead and bringing up this amendment, and hopefully we can score a bipartisan win tonight for nurses. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while I certainly appreciate the efforts of our chairman in producing this bill, and I believe wholeheartedly in the bill that will be marked up tomorrow in E&C that I supported, I understand what the chairman has to do here. And because the offset doesn't match the necessary funding here, I would agree that we have to oppose this.
Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Yes. Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I appreciate the debate and discussion we've had. You know, last week there were some job numbers released, and y'all saw those charts just like I did. This economy is going in the wrong direction, friends. The thing sustaining our economy is healthcare. The robust healthcare industry in this country. We have a nursing shortage, and we need to invest in growing this nursing profession to care for our aging population, and to make sure that everyone has the access to the clinical care that they need. We have an opportunity to do something great, and I hope you all vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not accepted. Gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. This amendment is pretty simple. It would extend continuing medical education programming and ensure community health and rural health clinic providers maintain their eligibility for these critical resources. This allows the use of existing grant funding through 2028. I want to point out that this is an extension of language that was included in our fiscal year 23 omnibus. Our families our healthcare workers, our families, our advocates all across this country feel the shortage of physicians each and every day. Over 83 Americans live in a primary care health professional shortage area that lack adequate healthcare providers. In fact, in my home state of Nevada, all 17 counties have some type of HPSA designation due to very low population ratios. Mr. Chairman, in your state, 62 of the 67 counties are designated as HPSAs. And I have a handout that many of you might see that shows that, in fact, in 36 states, there are HPSA designations. We are over 13,000 physicians short across this country. That means that many families go without care they need due to lack of specialists in their areas, especially those living in rural communities. Nevada ranks last in the nation when it comes to our ratio of physicians to residents. In states like Idaho, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Wyoming rank near the bottom. Where you live should not be a barrier to receiving quality medical care. Primary care clinicians in rural and underserved areas deserve access to accredited continuing education that reflects their needs of their patients. Continuing education helps physicians and healthcare teams learn and stay up to date on best practices to deliver the care their patients deserve and expect. It is a crucial requirement for practicing physicians to maintain their licenses and stay abreast of medical advancements. And it also serves to attract new physicians to specialties, which many of our communities suffer even greater shortages. We need to support our primary care providers, especially in rural and underserved areas. And for that reason, I ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady's amendment is straightforward reauthorization of a grant program for continuing medical education under the Public Health Service Act. Let me say this bill is not the best venue for the gentlelady's amendment, but it doesn't increase spending in the bill, so I will accept.
All right.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support, and I look forward to all of us continuing to work to support physicians in underserved areas.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Nevada. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
We did it.
Gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee, is recognized for the purposes of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent to dispense.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
All right. This amendment would maintain current funding levels, $150 million for full-service community schools grant program. Currently, the majority's bill eliminates completely funding for this program. Look, before coming to Congress, I spent 2 decades leading education nonprofits, reducing dropout rates and making sure our kids had the services they needed to succeed in school. An organization near and dear to my heart, Communities and Schools, places full-time trained site coordinators in 117 high-need schools that serve nearly 100,000 students across Nevada. In America, 13.9 million kids aren't making it to class. But when organizations like Communities and Schools are present, 99% of those students show up and 95% of them graduate. There are so many organizations like this that depend on these types of grants that are essential for leveraging private philanthropy and public funding. In fact, with Communities and Schools, $1 invested in Communities and Schools returns over $12 to respective communities. There's so many organizations in your own home state, Mr. Chairman, the United Way of Central Alabama, or the North Carolina Community Schools Coalition that serves rural and low-income schools. This impact goes way beyond the classroom. Supporting the whole student is so important. No child should face their situation alone, and organizations that benefit from the full-service community schools program offer the types of services that help students succeed. I want to point out that in this bill earlier, we cut $50 billion from Title I funding. That will result in basically, I think it's 77,000 teachers across the country being laid off. These are our most at-risk students. Programs like this that are funded by this community partnership bring people into the classroom that support students. It is the return on investment is fiscally conservative. And so with that, I ask for your support. Restoring funding will help students across the country ensure that they succeed in school. And by the way, we will see the return with less money spent on welfare, less money spent on prison. It is a smart, upfront investment. I hope I can earn your support.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Adderholt, is recognized to address the amendment.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had to make some difficult choices, as I've mentioned many times. But while there are programs that I personally would like to support, that was not possible. The $150 million increase of this amendment to fund the full-service community schools program is not offset and would cause the bill to exceed its allocation. And for that reason, I have to oppose.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the amendment. This bill would eliminate $150 million for full-service community schools, a funding level that increased tenfold during my time as chair of the Labor HHS Subcommittee. Community schools have been a central focus for me on this subcommittee because I have seen the potential of these types of programs firsthand. When I was in graduate school, I worked for a time as a part-time teacher, volunteer at the Dr. Harry Conte Community School in New Haven, Connecticut. And you're going to chuckle and laugh. I taught calligraphy and dance. At the time, I was an aspiring tap dancer, okay? And by teaching dance and the visual art of calligraphy, I saw how programs that make the use of the full body, the feet, the hands, the head, and the mind, not only allowing children to develop more sophisticated social and emotional skills, but to prepare them to step outside of their comfort zone and learn more holistic ways to respond to unforeseen challenges. They cultivate emotional intelligence as well as physical discipline. The community school, the Dr. Harry Conte Community School, opened at 6 a.m. and did not close until sometimes 10 or 11 o'clock at night. It was filled with youngsters from elementary school kids. There were high school kids. There were kids playing basketball. There were mothers, fathers, grandparents. There were bake sales. It was a community hub. It was a place, not only an educational experience, but also a community and an involvement experience with the lives of these children and making sure that they had the resources necessary to be able to thrive. I know how successful. This was probably one of the first in the country, the Harry Conte Community School in New Haven, Connecticut. The principal of the school wrote his doctoral thesis on community schools, and it was applied, and the school was set up, and it still exists today. I know how successful full-service communities schools can be, and the whole child approaches to learning and how successful that can be, which is why funding for these interventions has been and continues to be one of my top priorities. While I am speaking in enthusiastic support of Congresswoman Lee's amendment, let me be clear to my Republican colleagues, you're not going to succeed in cutting and eliminating funding for community schools in any bipartisan appropriations agreement that gets signed into law, not on my watch. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. I can just assure the committee, having traveled with her, she's not lost a step. So I've watched her on top of a camel, and she's fit and fiddle. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland's recognized.
We're getting more information perhaps than we wanted to do.
You should see the pictures.
I want to tell Ms. Torres I would have gotten up and spoken on your two amendments because they are in sync with this amendment. I was elected to the Maryland State Senate in 1966. Ted Agnew was elected governor of our state in 1966. Ted Agnew gave his inaugural address on the east front of the Capitol in Annapolis. And I remember a line from that speech that I will never forget. He said, "The cost of failure far exceeds the price of progress." The chairman has said numerous times we had to make choices. This is a choice on investment, on something that will have a large payoff for our country and for the children and families that are affected. Frederick Douglass was born a slave on the eastern shore of Maryland. He said the same thing a different way. And he said the cost of failure, that's Agnew. He said, it is easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. This failure to invest in full-service community schools will be more costly than $150 million, as Ms. Lee said so eloquently. What is a full-service school? We spend a lot of money in all of our states, in all of our communities, to build schools. 17, 20, 25, 30, $35 million. The concept of full-service schools is to use those for the entire community. Now, why am I so, I've worked with Rosa, I think, every step of the way on these full-service schools. My wife, Judy, was a teacher. She died in 1997, but before that, she had established a full-service school in Prince George's County, Maryland. After she died, the state took that model, I took that model. Mark Shriver of the Shriver family introduced a bill, and we created what is a full-service school, but it's called the Judith P. Hoyer Early Childhood Education and Child Care Schools. We started with 6 schools in the early part of this century. There are now 93 of those centers around our state. We were able to expand those centers with a less than $6 million over the years investment by the full-service communities. There are now 17,000, about 500 children served, and about 14,000 families served in these schools. They are a good investment. And what they do, and what we encourage by our participation in that, not only use a school as an educational facility, which is obviously its principal purpose, but also to provide social services for parents and children. to provide health service, dental services, to provide recreation, housing advice, so that a family that needs help does not have to go to this place, that place, and the other place. We may be able to afford that. We have a car, we can buy gas and do all that, but some people can't. So you centralize the services that the child is getting and that his parents or her parents are getting. It is a good investment to utilize that school as a community center. That's why you get both terms. This is an investment that you should not walk away from, because Agnew and Frederick Douglass are absolutely right. The cost of not investing will be greater, because, as Frederick Douglass said, it is easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. Today, he would say broken men and women. We talked about the gentleman, my good friend from Kentucky, talked about drugs and how the failure to intervene in those cases is far more costly in prison costs, in hospital costs, in healthcare costs, in lost taxes from people who are not productive because of their drug use. So, Mr. Chairman, I would urge the adoption of Ms. Lee's amendment from Nevada, by the way, because it will pay dividends year after year after year after year. Don't confuse cutting and spending with investing. This is an investment that will pay off. We ought to do it for our country. We ought to do it for our future. I support the lady's amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from okay. Okay. Then the gentlelady from Nevada is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the assertion that this is a priority, that there are bigger priorities in this bill, to me is just penny wise and pound foolish. A lot of the funding that comes from this community school program is leveraged with private philanthropy dollars. So without this funding, these private philanthropies are then going to have to use their philanthropy money to stretch it further. You're going to see less services and less results for students graduating, going on to live productive lives, not relying on public services in their adulthood. And I just urge everyone to take a good look at this and support it. I think it's a great ROI and something that we should be prioritizing in this bill, especially given the massive cuts that have been made to Title I and to cutting teachers across this country. And with that, I urge a yes vote.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Nevada. All of those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A vote has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amodei? Mr. Amodei, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Ms. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. The clerk will tally. In this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady Ms. Lee is recognized for purposes of amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would provide $50 million for new Access Point grant program, which supports new health center delivery sites in underserved communities. Of this money, 15% would be set aside for applicants that intend to use the funding to acquire, refurbish, or retrofit or bring up to standard mobile healthcare vehicles. And before we say there's not a set aside, I'd like to point out that this amendment is fully paid for by cutting in half the slush fund for the MAHA activities. Listen, rural healthcare is under such incredible stress and so incredibly important, especially in my home state. We have about 228,000 Nevadans served by 13 rural critical access hospitals. There's dozens of small isolated towns across Nevada and families who have to drive hours just to see a doctor. And I'm sure that's not isolated in my home state. It happens all across this country. Approximately 20% of Americans live in rural areas, and having a ready supply of mobile healthcare vehicles is crucial to deliver that type of quality care. That's why in 2022, I was proud to see my bipartisan Mobile Healthcare Act be signed into law. It was expanded eligibility for NAP program to include mobile health units. Specifically, it allows FQHCs to use these already existing federal grants for establishing mobile units, bringing quality care to rural and underserved communities. It's a common sense step to get health care to more Americans across this country. And I was grateful that this bill received bipartisan support when it passed the House, including from several members of this committee. Amade, Gonzalez, Joyce, Hinson, and Molinar were co-sponsors of the bill. So from Las Vegas to Laughlin to Sandy Valley to any rural community across all of your states, FQHCs are often the only option. And this type of funding, especially allowing for it to be used for mobile units, not just brick and mortar, allows these FQHCs to get out to where people are and give the care to them where they live. We need more FQHCs to have these types of resources so they can provide quality care to families across this country. And with that, I ask for your support.
Thanks, gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, and Mr. Adderholt's recognized to respond to the amendment.
Yes, appreciate the gentlelady's amendment. I'm happy to note that we were able to fund our discretionary investment level for community health centers in this bill. And while certainly like to have done more, this amendment is being offset with Make America Healthy Again initiative, which is very important to the administration, and which will fund innovative programs to address chronic conditions, maternal health, and tribal health. So I will have to oppose it, but look forward to working with the gentlelady on how we can work in the future on this program.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Delores, recognized to address the amendment.
We're talking about an unspecified slush fund here. I rise in support of this amendment. New access point grants are the primary way that organizations can become funded health centers in the Health Resources and Services Administration's Health Center Program, HRSA's Health Center Program. New access point funding is targeted at the nation's high-need areas and populations who are medically underserved, including low-income and uninsured Americans. The New Access Point program has been essential to expanding access to affordable and high-quality primary health care, particularly through mobile health units. Mobile health units work. They are competitively funded. They are able to support multiple communities. A newly funded vehicle in eastern Connecticut, for example, is expected to serve about 40 communities. It's bringing health care directly to people who may have mobility issues or are unable to travel far from home. This is an innovative program. It's a promising program which would help rural areas particularly that do not have many physical facilities. Once again, Americans are staring down nearly $800 billion in cuts to Medicaid under President Trump's big ugly bill. Areas that already have a high degree of uninsured people or which rely on rural hospitals that will face higher costs will have to rely on new access point funding more than ever. I urge my colleagues to support the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Outerholt, I appreciate you understanding the importance of this program and using this type of funding for mobile units. The goals that you outlined for the Make America Healthy Again initiative, which seems very ill-defined right now. No one really knows where that money is going, what programs that is being used for. It aligns exactly with what this bill, this amendment's about, providing maternal health care, tribal health care, preventative care to rural areas because it allows to use existing grant money to simply purchase or retrofit mobile units so you can do that. So I'm hoping that as Make America Healthy Again funding gets divided or gets parsed out, that you consider that this is a valiant and effective use for that funding. And again, with that, I hope everyone can support the bill or the amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question's on the amendment offered by the little gentlelady from Nevada. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I move to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment that would restore funding for the Child Care Access Means